Chapter 45 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 45, in which Harry finds two uncles. We have, all of us no doubt, had a fine experience of the world, and a vast variety of characters have passed under our eyes. But there is one sort of men, not an uncommon object of satire in novels and plays, of whom I confess to have met with scarce any specimens at all in my intercourse with this sinful mankind. I mean mere religious hypocrites, preaching forever and not believing a word of their own sermons. Infidels in broad brims and sables, expounding, exhorting, comminating, blessing, without any faith in their own paradise, or fear about their pandemonium. Look at those candid troops of hobnails clumping to church on a Sunday evening; those rustling maidservants in their ribbons whom the young apprentices follow; those little regiments of schoolboys; those trim young maidens and staid matrons, marching with their glistening prayer books as the chapel bell chinks yonder; passing Ebenezer, very likely, where the congregation of umbrellas, great bonnets, and pattens is by this time assembled under the flaring gas lamps. Look at those. How many of them are hypocrites, think you? Very likely the maidservant is thinking of her sweetheart. The grocer is casting about how he can buy that parcel of sugar, and whether the county bank will take any more of his paper. The head schoolboy is conning Latin verses for Monday's exercise. The young scapegrace remembers that after his service and sermon there will be papa's exposition at home, that there will be pie for supper. The clerk who calls out the psalm has his daughter in trouble, and drones through his responses, scarcely aware of their meaning. The very moment the parson hides his face on his cushion, he may be thinking of that bill which is coming due on Monday. These people are not heavenly minded. They are of the world, worldly, and have not yet got their feet off of it. But they are not hypocrites, look you. Folks have their religion in some handy mental lock-up, as it were, a valuable medicine to be taken in ill health, and a man administers his nostrum to his neighbour, and recommends his private cure for the other's complaint. My dear madam, you have spasms? You will find these drops infallible. You have been taking too much wine, my good sir? By this pill you may defy any evil consequences from too much wine, and take your bottle of port daily. Of spiritual and bodily physic, who are more fond and eager dispensers than women? And we know that, especially 100 years ago, every lady in the country had her still room, and her medicine chest, her pills, powders, potions for all the village round. My Lady Warrington took charge of the consciences and the digestions of her husband's tenants and family. She had the faith and health of the servants' hall in keeping. Heaven can tell whether she knew how to doctor them rightly, but was it pill or doctrine, she administered one or the other with equal belief in her own authority, and her disciples swallowed both obediently. She believed herself to be one of the most virtuous, self-denying, wise, learned women in the world, and dinning this opinion perpetually into the ears of all round about her, succeeded in bringing not few persons to join in her persuasion. At Sir Miles's dinner there was so fine a sideboard of plate, and such a number of men in livery, that it required some presenter of mind to perceive that the beer was of the smallest which the butler brought round in the splendid tankard, and that there was but one joint of mutton on the grand silver dish. When Sir Miles called the King's health, and smacked his jolly lips over his wine, he eyed it and the company as if the liquor was ambrosia. He asked Harry Warrington whether they had port like that in Virginia. He said that was nothing to the wine Harry should taste in Norfolk. He praised the wine so that Harry almost believed that it was good, and winked into his own glass, trying to see some of the merits which his uncle perceived in the ruby nectar. Just as we see in many a well-regulated family of this present century, the Warringtons had their two paragons. Of the two grown daughters, the one was the greatest beauty, the other the greatest genius and angel of any young lady then alive, as Lady Warrington told Harry. The eldest, the beauty, was engaged to dear Tom Claypool, the fond mother informed her cousin Harry in confidence. But the second daughter, the genius and angel, was for ever set upon our young friend to improve his wits and morals. She sang to him at the harpsichord, rather out of tune for an angel, Harry thought. She was ready with advice, instruction, conversation. With almost too much instruction and advice, thought Harry, who would have far preferred the society of the little cousin who reminded him of Fanny Mountain at home. But the last-mentioned young maiden after dinner retired to her nursery commonly. Beauty went off on her own avocations. Mamma had to attend to her poor or write her voluminous letters. Papa dozed in his armchair, and the genius remained to keep her young cousin company. The calm of the house somehow pleased the young man, and he liked to take refuge there away from the riot and dissipation in which he ordinarily lived. Certainly no welcome could be kinder than that which he got. The doors were open to him at all hours. If Flora was not at home, Dora was ready to receive him. Ere many days' acquaintance, he and his little cousin Miles had been to have a galloping match in the park, and Harry, who was kind and generous to every man alive who came near him, had in view the purchase of a little horse for his cousin, far better than that which the boy rode, when the circumstances occurred which brought all our poor Harry's coaches and horses to a sudden breakdown. Though Sir Miles Warrington had imagined Virginia to be an island, the ladies were much better instructed in geography, and anxious to hear from Harry all about his home and his native country. He, on his part, was not averse to talk about it. He described to them the length and breadth of his estate, the rivers which it coasted, the produce which it bore. He had had, with a friend, a little practice of surveying in his boyhood. He made a map of his county, with some fine towns here and there, which, in truth, were but log huts. But for the honour of his country, he was desirous that they should wear as handsome a look as possible. Here was Potomac, here was James River, here were the wharves whence his mother's ships and tobacco were brought to the sea. In truth, the estate was as large as a county. He did not brag about the place overmuch. To see the handsome young fellow in a fine suit of velvet and silver lace, making his draught, pointing out this hill and that forest or town, you might have imagined him a travelling prince describing the realms of the Queen his mother. He almost fancied himself to be so at times. He had miles where gentlemen in England had acres. Not only Dora listened, but the beauteous Flora bowed her fair head and heard him with attention. Why, what was young Tom Claypool, their brother's baronet's son in Norfolk, with his great boots, his great voice, and his heirdom to a poor 5,000 acres, compared to this young American prince and charming stranger? Angel as she was, Dora began to lose her angelic temper, and to twit Flora for a flirt. Claypool, in his red waistcoat, would sit dumb before the splendid Harry in his ruffles and laces, talking of March and Chesterfield, Selwyn and Bolingbroke, and the whole company of macaronis. Mamma began to love Harry more and more as a son. She was anxious about the spiritual welfare of those poor Indians, of those poor negroes in Virginia. What could she do to help dear Madam Esmond, a precious woman she knew, in the good work? She had a serious butler and housekeeper. They were delighted with the spiritual behaviour and sweet musical gifts of Gumbo. Ah, Harry, Harry, you have been a sad, wild boy. Why did you not come sooner to us, sir, and not lose your time amongst the spendthrifts and the vain world? But 'tis not yet too late. We must reclaim thee, dear Harry. Mustn't we, Sir Miles? Mustn't we, Dora? Mustn't we, Flora? The three ladies all look up to the ceiling. They will reclaim the dear prodigal. It is which shall reclaim him most. Dora sits by and watches Flora. As for mamma, when the girls are away, she talks to him more and more seriously, more and more tenderly. She will be a mother to him in the absence of his own admirable parent. She gives him a hymn book. She kisses him on the forehead. She is actuated by the purest love, tenderness, religious regard towards her dear, wayward, wild, amiable nephew. Whilst these sentimentalities were going on, it is to be presumed that Mr. Warrington kept his own counsel about his affairs out of doors, which we have seen were in the very worst condition. He who had been favoured by fortune for so many weeks was suddenly deserted by her, and a few days had served to kick down all his heap of winnings. Do we say that my Lord Castlewood, his own kinsman, had dealt unfairly by the young Virginian, and in the course of a couple of afternoons' closet practice had robbed him? We would insinuate nothing so disrespectful to his lordship's character, but he had won from Harry every shilling which properly belonged to him, and would have played him for his reversions, but that the young man flung up his hands when he saw himself so far beaten, and declared that he must continue the battle no more. Remembering that there still remained a spar out of the wreck, as it were, that portion which he had set aside for poor Sampson, Harry ventured it at the gaming table, but that last resource went down along with the rest of Harry's possessions, and fortune fluttered off in the storm, leaving the luckless adventurer almost naked on the shore. When a man is young and generous and hardy, the loss of money scarce afflicts him. Harry would sell his horses and carriages, and diminish his train of life. If he wanted immediate supplies of money, would not his Aunt Bernstein be his banker, or his kinsman who had won so much from him, or his kind Uncle Warrington and Lady Warrington, who were always talking virtue and benevolence, and declaring that they loved him as a son? He would call upon these, or any one of them whom he might choose to favour, at his leisure. Meanwhile, Sampson's story of his landlord's distress touched the young gentleman, and in order to raise a hasty supply for the clergyman, he carried off all his trinkets to a certain pawnbroker's shop in St. Martin's Lane. Now, this broker was a relative or partner of that very Mr. Sparks of Tavistock Street, from whom Harry had purchased, did we say? No, taken the trinkets which he had intended to present to his Oakhurst friends. And it chanced that Mr. Sparks came to visit his brother tradesman very soon after Mr. Warrington had disposed of his goods. Recognising immediately the little enamelled diamond-handled repeater which he had sold to the fortunate youth, the jeweller broke out into expressions regarding Harry which I will not mention here, being already accused of speaking much too plainly. A gentleman who is acquainted with a pawnbroker, we may be sure, has a bailiff or two amongst his acquaintances, and those bailiffs have followers, who, at the bidding of the impartial law, will touch with equal hand the fiercest captain's epaulette or the finest macaroni's shoulder. The very gentlemen who had seized upon Lady Maria at Tunbridge were set upon her cousin in London. They easily learned from the garrulous Gumbo that his honour was at Sir Miles Warrington's house in Hill Street, and whilst the black was courting Mrs. Lambert's maid at the adjoining mansion, Mr. Costigan and his assistant lay in wait for poor Harry, who was enjoying the delights of intercourse with a virtuous family circle assembled around his aunt's table. Never had Uncle Miles been more cordial, never had Aunt Warrington been more gracious, gentle, and affectionate. Flora looked unusually lovely. Dora had been more than ordinarily amiable. At parting, my lady gave him both her hands, and called benedictions from the ceiling down upon him. Papa had said in his most jovial manner, "Hang it, nephew! When I was thy age, I should have kissed two such fine girls as Do and Flo ere this, and my own flesh and blood, too. Don't tell me I should, my Lady Warrington. Odds fish! 'Tis the boy blushes, and not the girls. I suppose they are used to it." "Papa!" cry the virgins. "Sir Miles!" says the august mother at the same instant. "There, there!" says papa. "A kiss won't do no harm, and won't tell no tales, will it, nephew Harry?" I suppose, during the utterance of the above three brief phrases, The harmless little osculatory operation has taken place, and blushing cousin Harry has touched the damask cheek of cousin Flora and cousin Dora. As he goes downstairs with his uncle, mamma makes a speech to the girls, looking as usual up to the ceiling, and saying, "What precious qualities your poor dear cousin has! What shrewdness mingled with his simplicity! And what a fine genteel manner! Though upon mere worldly elegance I set little store. What a dreadful pity to think that such a vessel should ever be lost! We must rescue him, my loves. We must take him away from those wicked companions and those horrible Castlewoods. Not that I would speak ill of my neighbours, but I shall hope, I shall pray, that he may be rescued from his evil courses." And again Lady Warrington eyes the cornice in a most determined manner, as the girls wistfully look towards the door, behind which their interesting cousin has just vanished. His uncle will go downstairs with him. He calls, "God bless you, my boy," most affectionately. He presses Harry's hand, and repeats his valuable benediction at the door. As it closes, the light from the hall within having sufficiently illuminated Mr. Warrington's face and figure, two gentlemen who have been standing on the opposite side of the way advance rapidly, and one of them takes a strip of paper out of his pocket, and putting his hand upon Mr. Warrington's shoulder, declares him his prisoner. A hackney coach is in attendance, and poor Harry goes to sleep in Chancery Lane. Oh, to think that a Virginian prince's back should be slapped by a ragged bailiff's follower! That Madam Esmond's son should be in a sponging house in Cursitor Street! I do not envy our young prodigal his rest on that dismal night. Let us hit him now while he is down, my beloved young friends. Let us imagine the stings of remorse keeping him wakeful on his dingy pillow, the horrid jollifications of other hardened inmates of the place ringing in his ears from the room hard by, where they sit boozing, the rage and shame and discomfiture. No pity on him, I say, my honest young gentlemen, for you, of course, have never indulged in extravagance or folly, or paid the reckoning of remorse. End of chapter 45. Chapter 46 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 46. Chains and Slavery. Remorse for past misdeeds and follies Harry sincerely felt when he found himself a prisoner in that dismal lock-up house, and wrath and annoyance at the idea of being subjected to the indignity of arrest. But the present unpleasantry, he felt sure, could only be momentary. He had 20 friends who would release him from his confinement. To which of them should he apply, was the question. Mr. Draper, the man of business, who had been so obsequious to him. His kind uncle, the baronet, who had offered to make his house Harry's home, who loved him as a son. His cousin Castlewood, who had won such large sums from him. His noble friends at the Chocolate House. His good Aunt Bernstein. Any one of these Harry felt sure would give him a help in his trouble, though some of the relatives perhaps might administer to him a little scolding for his imprudence. The main point was that the matter should be transacted quietly, for Mr. Warrington was anxious that as few as possible of the public should know how a gentleman of his prodigious importance had been subject to such a vulgar process as an arrest. As if the public does not end by knowing everything it cares to know. As if the dinner I shall have to-day, and the hole in the stocking which I wear at this present writing, can be kept a secret from some enemy or other who has a mind to pry it out, though my boots are on and my door was locked when I dressed myself. I mention that hole in the stocking for sake of example merely. The world can pry out everything about us which it has a mind to know. But then there is this consolation, which men will never accept in their own cases, that the world doesn't care. Consider the amount of scandal it has been forced to hear in its time, and how weary and blasé it must be of that kind of intelligence. You are taken to prison and fancy yourself indelibly disgraced. You are bankrupt under odd circumstances. You drive a queer bargain with your friends, and are found out, and imagine the world will punish you? Psha! Your shame is only vanity. Go and talk to the world as if nothing had happened, and nothing has happened. Tumble down, brush the mud off your clothes, appear with a smiling countenance, and nobody cares. Do you suppose society is going to take out its pocket handkerchief, and be inconsolable when you die? Why should it care very much, then, whether your worship graces yourself or disgraces yourself? Whatever happens, it talks, meets, jokes, yawns, has its dinner, pretty much as before. Therefore, don't be so conceited about yourself as to fancy your private affairs of so much importance, mi fili. Whereas Mr. Harry Warrington chafed and fumed, as though all the world was tingling with the touch of that hand which had been laid on his sublime shoulder. A pretty sensation my arrest must have created at the club, thought Harry. I suppose that Mr. Selwyn will be cutting all sorts of jokes about my misfortune, plague take him. Everybody round the table will have heard of it. March will tremble about the bet I have with him, and faith, 'twill be difficult to pay him when I lose. They will all be setting up a whoop of congratulation at the savage, as they call me, being taken prisoner. How shall I ever be able to appear in the world again? Whom shall I ask to come to my help? No, thought he, with his mingled acuteness and simplicity, I will not send in the first instance to any of my relations or my noble friends at White's. I will have Sampson's counsel. He has often been in a similar predicament, and will know how to advise me. Accordingly, as soon as the light of dawn appeared, after an almost intolerable delay, for it seemed to Harry as if the sun had forgotten to visit Cursitor Street in his rounds that morning, and as soon as the inmates of the house of bondage were stirring, Mr. Warrington despatched a messenger to his friend in Long Acre, acquainting the chaplain with the calamity just befallen him, and beseeching his reverence to give him the benefit of his advice and consolation. Mr. Warrington did not know, to be sure, that to send such a message to the parson was as if he said, I am fallen amongst the lions. Come down, my dear friend, into the pit with me. Harry very likely thought Sampson's difficulties were over, or, more likely still, was so much engrossed with his own affairs and perplexities as to bestow little thought upon his neighbours. Having sent off his missive, the captive's mind was somewhat more at ease, and he condescended to call for breakfast, which was brought to him presently. The attendant who served him with his morning repast asked him whether he would order dinner, or take his meal at Mrs. Bailiff's table with some other gentleman. No, Mr. Warrington would not order dinner. He should quit the place before dinner time, he informed the chamberlain who waited on him in that grim tavern. The man went away, thinking, no doubt, that this was not the first young gentleman who had announced that he was going away ere 2 hours were over. Well, if your honour does stay, there is good beef and carrot at 2 o'clock, says the sceptic, and closes the door on Mr. Harry and his solitary meditations. Harry's messenger to Mr. Sampson brought back a message from that gentleman to say that he would be with his patron as soon as might be. But 10 o'clock came, 11 o'clock, noon, and no Sampson. No Sampson arrived, but about 12, Gumbo with a portmanteau of his master's clothes, who flung himself roaring with grief at Harry's feet, and with 1,000 vows of fidelity, expressed himself ready to die, to sell himself into slavery over again, to do anything to rescue his beloved Master Harry from this calamitous position. Harry was touched with the lad's expressions of affection, and told him to get up from the ground where he was grovelling on his knees, embracing his master's. All you have to do, sir, is to give me my clothes to dress, and to hold your tongue about this business. Mind you, not a word, sir, about it to anybody, says Mr. Warrington severely. Oh, no, sir. Never to nobody, says Gumbo, looking most solemnly, and proceeded to dress his master carefully, who had need of a change and a toilette after his yesterday's sudden capture and night's dismal rest. Accordingly, Gumbo flung a dash of powder in Harry's hair, and arrayed his master carefully and elegantly, so that he made Mr. Warrington look as fine and splendid as if he had been stepping into his chair to go to St. James's. Indeed, all that love and servility could do, Mr. Gumbo faithfully did for his master, for whom he had an extreme regard and attachment. But there were certain things beyond Gumbo's power. He could not undo things which were done already. He could not help lying and excusing himself when pressed upon points disagreeable to himself. The language of slaves is lies. I mean black slaves and white. The creature slinks away and hides with subterfuges, as a hunted animal runs to his covert at the sight of man, the tyrant and pursuer. Strange relics of feudality and consequences of our ever so old social life. Our domestics, are they not men too, and brethren? Are all hypocrites before us? They never speak naturally to us, or the whole truth. We should be indignant. We should say, confound their impudence. We should turn them out of doors if they did. But quo me rapis, O my unbridled hobby? Well, the truth is, that as for swearing not to say a word about his master's arrest, such an oath as that was impossible to keep, for with a heart full of grief indeed, but with a tongue that could never cease wagging, bragging, joking, and lying, Mr. Gumbo had announced the woeful circumstance to a prodigious number of his acquaintances already, chiefly gentlemen of the shoulder knot and worsted lace. We have seen how he carried the news to Colonel Lambert's and Lord Wrotham's servants. He had proclaimed it at the Footmen's Club to which he belonged, and which was frequented by the gentlemen of some of the first nobility. He had subsequently condescended to partake of a mug of ale in Sir Miles Warrington's butler's room, and there had repeated and embellished the story. Then he had gone off to Madame Bernstein's people, with some of whom he was on terms of affectionate intercourse, and had informed that domestic circle of his grief. And his master being captured, and there being no earthly call for his personal services that evening, Gumbo had stepped up to Lord Castlewood's, and informed the gentry there of the incident which had just come to pass. So when, laying his hand on his heart, and with gushing floods of tears, Gumbo says, in reply to his master's injunction, "Oh no, master, never to nobody," we are in a condition to judge of the degree of credibility which ought to be given to the lad's statement. The black had long completed his master's toilet. The dreary breakfast was over. Slow as the hours went to the prisoner, still they were passing one after another, but no Sampson came in accordance with the promise sent in the morning. At length, some time after noon, there arrived not Sampson, but a billet from him, sealed with a moist wafer, and with the ink almost yet wet. The unlucky divine's letter ran as follows: "Oh, sir, dear sir, I have done all that a man can at the command and in the behalf of his patron. You did not know, sir, to what you were subjecting me, did you? Else, if I was to go to prison, why did I not share yours, and why am I in a lock-up house 3 doors off? Yes, such is the fact. As I was hastening to you, knowing full well the danger to which I was subject, but what danger will I not affront at the call of such a benefactor as Mr. Warrington hath been to me? I was seized by 2 villains who had a writ against me, and who have lodged me at Naboth's, hard by, and so close to your honour that we could almost hear each other across the garden walls of the respected houses where we are confined. I had much and of importance to say, which I do not care to write down on paper, regarding your affairs. May they mend! May my cursed fortunes too better themselves, is the prayer of your honour's afflicted chaplain in ordinary, J.S." And now, as Mr. Sampson refuses to speak, it will be our duty to acquaint the reader with those matters whereof the poor chaplain did not care to discourse on paper. Gumbo's loquacity had not reached as far as Long Acre, and Mr. Sampson was ignorant of the extent of his patron's calamity until he received Harry's letter and messenger from Chancery Lane. The divine was still ardent with gratitude for the service Mr. Warrington had just conferred on him, and eager to find some means to succour his distressed patron. He knew what a large sum Lord Castlewood had won from his cousin, had dined in company with his lordship on the day before, and now ran to Lord Castlewood's house with the hope of arousing him to some pity for Mr. Warrington. Sampson made a very eloquent and touching speech to Lord Castlewood about his kinsman's misfortune, and spoke with a real kindness and sympathy, which, however, failed to touch the nobleman to whom he addressed himself. My lord peevishly and curtly put a stop to the chaplain's passionate pleading. "Did I not tell you 2 days since, when you came for money, that I was as poor as a beggar, Sampson?" said his lordship. "And has anybody left me a fortune since? The little sum I won from my cousin was swallowed up by others. I not only can't help Mr. Warrington, but, as I pledge you my word, not being in the least aware of his calamity, I had positively written to him this morning to ask him to help me." And a letter to this effect did actually reach Mr. Warrington from his lodgings, whither it had been dispatched by the penny post. "I must get him money, my lord. I know he had scarcely anything left in his pocket after relieving me. Were I to pawn my cassock and bands, he must have money," cried the chaplain. "Amen. Go and pawn your bands, your cassock, anything you please. Your enthusiasm does you credit," said my lord, and resumed the reading of his paper, whilst, in the deepest despondency, poor Sampson left him. My Lady Maria, meanwhile, had heard that the chaplain was with her brother, and conjectured what might be the subject on which they had been talking. She seized upon the parson as he issued from out his fruitless interview with my lord. She drew him into the dining room. The strongest marks of grief and sympathy were in her countenance. "Tell me what is this has happened to Mr. Warrington?" she asked. "Your ladyship, then, knows?" asked the chaplain. "Have I not been in mortal anxiety ever since his servant brought the dreadful news last night?" asked my lady. "We had it as we came from the opera, from my Lady Yarmouth's box. My lord, my Lady Castlewood, and I." "His lordship, then, did know?" continued Sampson. "Benson told the news when we came from the playhouse to our tea," repeats Lady Maria. The chaplain lost all patience and temper at such duplicity. "This is too bad," he said with an oath. And he told Lady Maria of the conversation which he had just had with Lord Castlewood, and of the latter's refusal to succour his cousin after winning great sums of money from him, and with much eloquence and feeling of Mr. Warrington's most generous behaviour to himself. Then my Lady Maria broke out with a series of remarks regarding her own family, which were by no means complimentary to her own kith and kin. Although not accustomed to tell truth commonly, yet when certain families fall out, it is wonderful what a number of truths they will tell about one another. With tears, imprecations, I do not like to think how much stronger language, Lady Maria burst into a furious and impassioned tirade, in which she touched upon the history of almost all her noble family. She complimented the men and the ladies alike. She shrieked out interrogatories to heaven, inquiring why it had made such... Never mind what names she called her brothers, sisters, uncles, aunts, parents, and, emboldened with wrath, she dashed at her brother's library door, so shrill in her outcries, so furious in her demeanour, that the alarmed chaplain, fearing the scene which might ensue, made for the street. My lord, looking up from the book or other occupation which engaged him, regarded the furious woman with some surprise, and selected a good strong oath to fling at her, as it were, and check her onset. But when roused, we have seen how courageous Maria could be. Afraid as she was ordinarily of her brother, she was not in a mood to be frightened now by any language of abuse or sarcasm at his command. "So, my lord," she called out, "you sit down with him in private to cards, and pigeon him! You get the poor boy's last shilling, and you won't give him a guinea out of his own winnings, now he is penniless? So that infernal chaplain has been telling tales!" says my lord. "Dismiss him, do! Pay him his wages, and let him go. He will be glad enough," cries Maria. "I keep him to marry one of my sisters, in case he is wanted," says Castlewood, glaring at her. "What can the women be in a family where there are such men?" says the lady. "Effectivement," says my lord, with a shrug of the shoulder. "What can we be when our fathers and brothers are what they are? We are bad enough, but what are you? I say you neither have courage, no, nor honour, nor common feeling. As your equals won't play with you, my Lord Castlewood, you must take this poor lad out of Virginia, your own kinsman, and pigeon him. Oh, it's a shame, a shame!" We are all playing our own game, I suppose. Haven't you played and won one, Maria? Is it you that are squeamish of a sudden about the poor lad from Virginia? Has Mr. Harry cried off, or has your ladyship got a better offer?" cried my lord. "If you won't have him, one of the Warrington girls will, I promise you, and the old Methodist woman in Hill Street will give him the choice of either. Are you a fool, Maria Esmond? A greater fool, I mean, than in common?" "I should be a fool if I thought that either of my brothers would act like honest men, Eugene," said Maria. "I am a fool to expect that you will be other than you are, that if you find any relative in distress you will help him, that if you can meet with a victim you won't fleece him." "Fleece him? Pshaw! What folly are you talking? Have you not seen from the course which the lad has been running for months past how he would end? If I had not won his money, some other would. If I never grudged thee thy little plans regarding him, why shouldst thou fly in a passion, because I have just put out my hand to take what he was offering to all the world? I reason with you. I don't know why, Maria. You should be old enough to understand reason, at any rate. You think this money belonged of right to Lady Maria Warrington and her children? I tell you that in 3 months more every shilling would have found its way to White's Macco table, and that it is much better spent in paying my debts. So much for your ladyship's anger and tears and menaces, and naughty language. See, I am a good brother, and repay them with reason and kind words." "My good brother might have given a little more than kind words to the lad from whom he has just taken hundreds," interposed the sister of this affectionate brother. "Great heavens, Maria! Don't you see that even out of this affair, unpleasant as it seems, a clever woman may make her advantage?" cries my lord. Maria said she failed to comprehend. "As thus: I name no names. I meddle in no person's business, having quite enough to do to manage my own cursed affairs. But suppose I happen to know of a case in another family, which may be applicable to ours. It is this. A green young lad, of tolerable expectations, comes up from the country to his friends in town. Never mind from what country, never mind to what town. An elderly female relative, who has been dragging her spinsterhood about these, how many years shall we say, extort a promise of marriage from my young gentleman, never mind on what conditions. My lord, do you want to insult your sister as well as to injure your cousin? Asks Maria. My good child, did I say a single word about fleecing or cheating or pigeoning? Or did I fly into a passion when you insulted me? I know the allowance that must be made for your temper, and the natural folly of your sex. I say I treated you with soft words. I go on with my story. The elderly relative extracts a promise of marriage from the young lad, which my gentleman is quite unwilling to keep. No, he won't keep it. He is utterly tired of his elderly relative. He will plead his mother's refusal. He will do anything to get out of his promise. Yes, if he was one of us Esmonds, my Lord Castlewood. But this is a man of honour we are speaking of, cried Maria, who, I suppose, admired truth in others, however little she saw it in her own family. I do not contradict either of my dear sister's remarks. One of us would fling the promise to the winds, especially as it does not exist in writing. My lord! gasped out Maria. Bah! I know all. That little coup of Tunbridge was played by the Aunt Bernstein with excellent skill. The old woman is the best man of our family. While you were arrested, your boxes were searched for the Mohawk's letters to you. When you were let loose, the letters had disappeared, and you said nothing, like a wise woman, as you are sometimes. You still hanker after your Cherokee. Soit! A woman of your mature experience knows the value of a husband. What is this little loss of 200 or 300 pounds? Not more than 300, my lord? Interposes Maria. Never mind 100 or 2 more or less. What is this loss at cards? A mere bagatelle. You are playing for a principality. You want your kingdom in Virginia, and if you listen to my opinion, the little misfortune which has happened to your swain is a piece of good fortune to you. I don't understand you, my lord.
C'est possible. But sit down, and I will explain what I mean in a manner suited to your capacity." And so Maria Esmond, who had advanced to her brother like a raging lion, now sat down at his feet like a gentle lamb. Madame de Bernstein was not a little moved at the news of her nephew's arrest, which Mr. Gumbo brought to Clarges Street on the night of the calamity. She would have cross-examined the black, and had further particulars respecting Harry's mishap; but Mr. Gumbo, anxious to carry his intelligence to other quarters, had vanished when her ladyship sent for him. Her temper was not improved by the news, or by the sleepless night which she spent. I do not envy the dame de compagnie who played cards with her, or the servant who had to lie in her chamber. An arrest was an everyday occurrence, as she knew very well as a woman of the world. Into what difficulties had her scapegrace of a nephew fallen? How much money should she be called upon to pay to release him? And had he run through all his own? Provided he had not committed himself very deeply, she was quite disposed to aid him. She liked even his extravagances and follies. He was the only being in the world on whom, for long, long years, that weary woman had been able to bestow a little natural affection. So, on their different beds, she and Harry were lying wakeful together; and quite early in the morning the messengers which each sent forth on the same business may have crossed each other. Madame Bernstein's messenger was dispatched to the chambers of her man of business, Mr. Draper, with an order that Mr. D. should ascertain for what sums Mr. Warrington had been arrested, and forthwith repair to the Baroness's. Draper's emissaries speedily found out that Mr. Warrington was locked up close beside them, and the amount of detainers against him so far. Were there other creditors, as no doubt there were, they would certainly close upon him when they were made acquainted with his imprisonment. To Mr. Sparks the jeweller, for those unlucky presents, so much. To the landlord in Bond Street, for board, fire, lodging, so much. These were at present the only claims against Mr. Warrington Mr. Draper found. He was ready, at a signal from her ladyship, to settle them at a moment. The jeweller's account ought especially to be paid, for Mr. Harry had acted most imprudently in taking goods from Mr. Sparks on credit, and pledging them with a pawnbroker. He must have been under some immediate pressure for money, intended to redeem the goods immediately, meant nothing but what was honourable, of course, but the affair would have an ugly look if made public, and had better be settled out of hand. There cannot be the least difficulty regarding £1,000 more or less for a gentleman of Mr. Warrington's rank and expectations, said Madame de Bernstein. Not the least. Her ladyship knew very well that there were funds belonging to Mr. Warrington, on which money could be at once raised with her ladyship's guarantee. Should he go that instant and settle the matter with Messrs. Amos, Mr. Harry might be back to dine with her at 2, and to confound the people at the clubs, who are no doubt rejoicing over his misfortunes, said the compassionate Mr. Draper. But the Baroness had other views. I think, my good Mr. Draper, she said, that my young gentleman has sown wild oats enough, and when he comes out of prison I should like him to come out clear, and without any liabilities at all. You are not aware of all his. No gentleman ever does tell all his debts, madam, says Mr. Draper. No one I ever had to deal with. There is one which the silly boy has contracted, and from which he ought to be released, Mr. Draper. You remember a little circumstance which occurred at Tunbridge Wells in the autumn, about which I sent up my man Case to you? When your ladyship pleases to recall it, I remember it, not otherwise, said Mr. Draper with a bow. A lawyer should be like a popish confessor. What is told him is a secret for ever and for everybody. So we must not whisper Madame Bernstein's secret to Mr. Draper, but the reader may perhaps guess it from the lawyer's conduct subsequently. The lawyer felt pretty certain that ere long he would receive a summons from the poor young prisoner in Cursitor Street, and waited for that invitation before he visited Mr. Warrington. 36 hours passed ere the invitation came, during which period Harry passed the dreariest 2 days which he ever remembered to have spent. There was no want of company in the lock-up house. The bailiff's rooms were nearly always full. But Harry preferred the dingy solitude of his own room to the society round his landlady's table, and it was only on the second day of his arrest, and when his purse was emptied by the heavy charges of the place, that he made up his mind to apply to Mr. Draper. He dispatched a letter then to the lawyer at the Temple, informing him of his plight, and desiring him, in an emphatic postscript, not to say one word about the matter to his aunt, Madame de Bernstein. He had made up his mind not to apply to the old lady, except at the very last extremity. She had treated him with such kindness that he revolted from the notion of trespassing on her bounty, and for a while tried to please himself with the idea that he might get out of durance without her even knowing that any misfortune at all had befallen him. There seemed to him something humiliating in petitioning a woman for money. No, he would apply first to his male friends, all of whom might help him if they would. It had been his intention to send Sampson to one or other of them as a negotiator, had not the poor fellow been captured on his way to succour his friend. Sampson gone, Harry was obliged to have recourse to his own negro servant, who was kept on the trot all day between Temple Bar and the court end of the town, with letters from his unlucky master. Firstly, then, Harry sent off a most private and confidential letter to his kinsman the Right Honourable the Earl of Castlewood, saying how he had been cast into prison, and begging Castlewood to lend him the amount of the debt. Please to keep my application and the cause of it a profound secret from the dear ladies, wrote poor Harry. Was ever anything so unfortunate? Wrote back Lord Castlewood in reply. I suppose you have not got my note of yesterday? It must be lying at your lodgings, where, I hope in heaven, you will soon be too. My dear Mr. Warrington, thinking you were as rich as Croesus, otherwise I never should have sat down to cards with you. I wrote to you yesterday begging you to lend me some money to appease some hungry duns, whom I don't know how else to pacify. My poor fellow, every shilling of your money went to them, and but for my peer's privilege, I might be hob and nob with you now in your dungeon. May you soon escape from it, is the prayer of your sincere Castlewood. That was the result of application number 1, and we may imagine that Mr. Harry read the reply to his petition with rather a blank face. Never mind, there was kind, jolly Uncle Warrington. Only last night his aunt had kissed him and loved him like a son. His uncle had called down blessings on his head, and professed quite a paternal regard for him. With a feeling of shyness and modesty in presence of those virtuous parents and family, Harry had never said a word about his wild doings, or his horse racings, or his gamblings, or his extravagances. It must all out now. He must confess himself a prodigal and a sinner, and ask for their forgiveness and aid. So Prodigal sat down and composed a penitent letter to Uncle Warrington, and exposed his sad case, and besought him to come to the rescue. Was not that a bitter nut to crack for our haughty young Virginian? Hours of mortification and profound thought as to the pathos of the composition did Harry pass over that letter. Sheet after sheet of Mr. Amos's sixpence-a-sheet letter paper did he tear up before the missive was complete, with which poor blubbering Gumbo, much vilified by the bailiff's followers and parasites, whom he was robbing, as they conceived, of their perquisites, went his way. At evening, the faithful negro brought back a thick letter in his aunt's handwriting. Harry opened the letter with a trembling hand. He thought it was full of bank notes. Ah me! It contained a sermon, Daniel in the Lion's Den, by Mr. Whitfield, and a letter from Lady Warrington, saying that in Sir Miles's absence from London she was in the habit of opening his letters, and hence perforce was become acquainted with a fact which she deplored from her inmost soul to learn, namely, that her nephew Warrington had been extravagant and was in debt. Of course, in the absence of Sir Miles, she could not hope to have at command such a sum as that for which Mr. Warrington wrote, but she sent him her heartfelt prayers, her deepest commiseration, and a discourse by dear Mr. Whitfield, which would comfort him in his present, alas, she feared not undeserved, calamity. She added profuse references to particular scriptural chapters which would do him good. If she might speak of things worldly, she said, at such a moment, she would hint to Mr. Warrington that his epistolary orthography was anything but correct. She would not fail, for her part, to comply with his expressed desire that his dear cousins should know nothing of his most painful circumstance, and with every wish for his welfare here and elsewhere, she subscribed herself his loving aunt, Margaret Warrington. Poor Harry hid his face between his hands, and sat for a while with elbows on the greasy table, blankly staring into the candle before him. The bailiff's servant, who was touched by his handsome face, suggested a mug of beer for his honour, but Harry could not drink, nor eat the meat that was placed before him. Gumbo, however, could, whose grief did not deprive him of appetite, and who, blubbering the while, finished all the beer, and all the bread, and the meat. Meanwhile, Harry had finished another letter, with which Gumbo was commissioned to start again, and away the faithful creature ran upon his errand. Gumbo ran as far as White's Club, to which house he was ordered in the first instance to carry the letter, and where he found the person to whom it was addressed. Even the prisoner, for whom time passed so slowly, was surprised at the celerity with which his negro had performed his errand. At least the letter which Harry expected had not taken long to write. "My lord wrote it at the hall porter's desk, while I stood there then with Mr. Morris," said Gumbo, and the letter was to this effect: "Dear Sir, I am sorry I cannot comply with your wish. I am short of money at present, having paid large sums to you, as well as to other gentlemen. Yours obediently, March and R. Harry Warrington, Esquire." "Did Lord March say anything?" asked Mr. Warrington, looking very pale. "He say it was the coolest thing he ever knew. So did Mr. Morris. He showed him your letter, Master Harry." "Yes, Mr. Morris say, 'Damn his imperence!'" added Gumbo. Harry burst into such a yell of laughter that his landlord thought he had good news, and ran in alarm lest he was about to lose his tenant. But by this time poor Harry's laughter was over, and he was flung down in his chair, gazing dismally in the fire. I should like to smoke a pipe of Virginia," he groaned. Gumbo burst into tears. He flung himself at Harry's knees. He kissed his knees and his hands. "Oh, master, my dear master, what will they say at home?" he sobbed out. The gaoler was touched at the sight of the black's grief and fidelity, and at Harry's pale face as he sank back in his chair, quite overcome and beaten by his calamity. "Your honour ain't eat anything these 2 days," the man said, in a voice of rough pity. "Pluck up a little, sir. You aren't the first gentleman who has been in and out of grief before this. Let me go down and get you a glass of punch and a little supper." "My good friend," says Harry, a sickly smile playing over his white face, "you pay ready money for everything in this house, don't you? I must tell you that I haven't a shilling left to buy a dish of meat. All the money I have I want for letter paper." "Oh, master, my master!" roared out Gumbo. "Look here, my dear Master Harry. Here's plenty of money. Here's 23 5 guineas. Here's gold moidore from Virginia. Here! No, not that. That's keepsakes the girls gave me. Take everything, everything. I go sell myself to-morrow morning. But here's plenty for to-night, master." "God bless you, Gumbo!" Harry said, laying his hand on the lad's woolly head. "You are free, if I am not, and Heaven forbid I should not take the offered help of such a friend as you. Bring me some supper, but the pipe too, mind, the pipe too." And Harry ate his supper with a relish, and even the turnkeys and bailiff's followers, when Gumbo went out of the house that night, shook hands with him, and ever after treated him well. End of chapter 46.
Chapter 47 of the Virginians. This LibriVox is in the public domain. The Virginians by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 47. Visitors in Trouble. Mr. Gumbo's generous and feeling conduct soothed and softened the angry heart of his master, and Harry's second night in the sponging house was passed more pleasantly than the first. Somebody at least there was to help and compassionate with him. Still, though softened in that one particular spot, Harry's heart was hard and proud towards almost all the rest of the world. They were selfish and ungenerous, he thought. His pious Aunt Warrington, his lordly friend March, his cynical cousin Castlewood, all had been tried and were found wanting. Not to avoid 20 years of prison would he stoop to ask a favour of one of them again. Fool that he had been to believe in their promises and confide in their friendship. There was no friendship in this cursed, cold, selfish country. He would leave it. He would trust no Englishman, great or small. He would go to Germany and make a campaign with the king. Or he would go home to Virginia, bury himself in the woods there, and hunt all day, become his mother's factor and land steward, marry Polly Broadbent or Fanny Mountain, turn regular tobacco grower and farmer, do anything rather than remain amongst these English fine gentlemen. So he arose with an outwardly cheerful countenance, but an angry spirit, and at an early hour in the morning the faithful Gumbo was in attendance in his master's chamber, having come from Bond Street, and brought Mr. Harry's letters thence. "I wanted to bring some more clothes," honest Gumbo said, "but Mr. Ruff, the landlord, he wouldn't let me bring no more." Harry did not care to look at the letters. He opened 1, 2, 3. They were all bills. He opened the fourth. It was from the landlord, to say he would allow no more of Mr. Warrington's things to go out of the house, that unless his bill was paid, he should sell Mr. W.'s goods and pay himself, and that his black man must go and sleep elsewhere. He would hardly let Gumbo take his own clothes and portmanteau away. The black said he had found refuge elsewhere, with some friends at Lord Wrotham's house. "With Colonel Lambert's people," says Mr. Gumbo, looking very hard at his master. "And Miss Hetty, she fall down in a faint when she hear you taken up. And Mr. Lambert, he very good man, and he say to me this morning, he say, 'Gumbo, you tell your master, if he want me, he send to me, and I come to him.'" Harry was touched when he heard that Hetty had been afflicted by his misfortune. He did not believe Gumbo's story about her fainting. He was accustomed to translate his black's language, and to allow for exaggeration. But when Gumbo spoke of the Colonel, the young Virginian's spirit was darkened again. "I sent to Lambert," he thought, grinding his teeth, "the man who insulted me, and flung my presents back in my face. If I were starving, I would not ask him for a crust." And presently, being dressed, Mr. Warrington called for his breakfast, and despatched Gumbo with a brief note to Mr. Draper in the Temple, requiring that gentleman's attendance. The note was as haughty as if he was writing to one of his negroes, and not to a free-born English gentleman, Draper said, whom indeed Harry had always treated with insufferable condescension. It's all very well for a fine gentleman to give himself airs, but for a fellow in a sponging house? Hang him, says Draper. I've a great mind not to go. Nevertheless, Mr. Draper did go, and found Mr. Warrington in his misfortune even more arrogant than he had ever been in the days of his utmost prosperity. Mr. W. sat on his bed like a lord, in a splendid gown, with his hair dressed. He motioned his black man to fetch him a chair. "Excuse me, madam, but such haughtiness and airs I ain't accustomed to," said the outraged attorney. "Take a chair and go on with your story, my good Mr. Draper," said Madame de Bernstein, smiling, to whom he went to report proceedings. She was amused at the lawyer's anger. She liked her nephew for being insolent in adversity. The course which Draper was to pursue in his interview with Harry had been arranged between the Baroness and her man of business on the previous day. Draper was an able man, and likely in most cases to do a client good service. He failed in the present instance because he was piqued and angry, or, more likely still, because he could not understand the gentleman with whom he had to deal. I presume that he who casts his eye on the present page is the most gentle of readers. Gentlemen as you unquestionably are, then, my dear sir, have you not remarked in your dealings with people who are no gentlemen that you offend them not knowing the how or the why? So the man who is no gentleman offends you in 1,000 ways, of which the poor creature has no idea himself. He does or says something which provokes your scorn. He perceives that scorn, being always on the watch and uneasy about himself, his manners and behaviour, and he rages. You speak to him naturally, and he fancies still that you are sneering at him. You have indifference towards him, but he hates you, and hates you the worse because you don't care. Gumbo, a chair to Mr. Draper, says Mr. Warrington, folding his brocaded dressing-gown round his legs as he sits on the dingy bed. Sit down, if you please, and let us talk my business over. Much obliged to you for coming so soon in reply to my message. Had you heard of this piece of ill luck before? Mr. Draper had heard of the circumstance. Bad news travel quick, Mr. Warrington, he said, and I was eager to offer my humble services as soon as ever you should require them. Your friends, your family, will be much pained that a gentleman of your rank should be in such a position. I have been very imprudent, Mr. Draper. I have lived beyond my means. Mr. Draper bowed. I played in company with gentlemen who were much richer than myself, and a cursed run of ill luck has carried away all my ready money, leaving me with liabilities to the amount of £500 and more. 500 now in the office, says Mr. Draper. Well, this is such a trifle that I thought by sending to 1 or 2 friends yesterday I could have paid my debt and gone home without further to do. I have been mistaken, and will thank you to have the kindness to put me in the way of raising the money as soon as may be. Mr. Draper said, and pulled a very grave and long face. Why, sir, it can be done, says Mr. Warrington, staring at the lawyer. It not only could be done, but Mr. Draper had proposed to Madame Bernstein on the day before instantly to pay the money and release Mr. Warrington. That lady had declared she intended to make the young gentleman her heir. In common with the rest of the world, Draper believed Harry's hereditary property in Virginia to be as great in money value as in extent. He had notes in his pocket, and Madame Bernstein's order to pay them under certain conditions. Nevertheless, when Harry said, "It can be done," Draper pulled his long face and said, "It can be done in time, sir, but it will require a considerable time. To touch the property in England, which is yours on Mr. George Warrington's death, we must have the event proved, the trustees released. And who is to do either? Lady Esmond Warrington in Virginia, of course, will not allow her son to remain in prison, but we must wait 6 months before we hear from her. Has your Bristol agent any authority to honour your drafts?" "He is only authorised to pay me £200 a year," says Mr. Warrington. "I suppose I have no resource, then, but to apply to my aunt, Madame de Bernstein. She will be my security." "Her ladyship will do anything for you, sir. She has said to me often and often," said the lawyer. "And if she gives the word at that moment, you can walk out of this place." "Go to her, then, from me, Mr. Draper. I did not want to have troubled my relations, but rather than continue in this horrible, needless imprisonment, I must speak to her. Say where I am and what has befallen me. Disguise nothing. And tell her that I confide in her affection and kindness for me to release me from this disgrace." And Mr. Warrington's voice shook a little as he passed his hand across his eyes. "Sir," says Mr. Draper, eyeing the young man, "I was with her ladyship yesterday when we talked over the whole of this here most unpleasant, I won't say as you do disgraceful, business." "What do you mean, sir? Does Madame de Bernstein know of my misfortune?" asked Harry. "Every circumstance, sir. The pawning of the watches and all." Harry turned burning red. "It is an unfortunate business, the pawning them watches and things which you had never paid for," continued the lawyer. The young man started up from the bed, looking so fierce that Draper felt a little alarmed. "It may lead to litigation and unpleasant remarks being made in court, sir. Them barristers respect nothing, and when they get a feller in the box... Great heavens, sir! You don't suppose a gentleman of my rank can't take a watch upon credit without intending to cheat the tradesman?" cried Harry in the greatest agitation. "Of course you meant everything that's honourable. "Only you see the law mayn't happen to think so," says Mr. Draper, winking his eye. "Hang the supercilious beast! I touch him there. Your aunt says it's the most imprudent thing ever she heard of, to call it by no worse name." "You call it by no worse name yourself, Mr. Draper," says Harry, speaking each word very slow, and evidently trying to keep a command of himself. Draper did not like his looks. "Heaven forbid that I should say anything as between gentlemen and gentlemen. But between me and my client, it's my duty to say, 'Sir, you are in a very unpleasant scrape,' just as a doctor would have to tell his patient, 'Sir, you are very ill.'" "And you can't help me to pay this debt off, and you have come only to tell me that I may be accused of roguery?" says Harry. "Of obtaining goods under false pretences? Most undoubtedly, yes. I can't help it, sir. Don't look as if you would knock me down. Curse him, I am making him wince, though. A young gentleman who has only 200 a year from his ma orders diamonds and watches, and takes them to a pawnbroker. You ask me what people will think of such behaviour, and I tell you honestly. Don't be angry with me, Mr. Warrington." "Go on, sir," says Harry, with a groan. The lawyer thought the day was his own. "But you ask if I can't help to pay this debt off? And I say yes, and that here is the money in my pocket to do it now, if you like. Not mine, sir, my honoured client's, your aunt, Lady Bernstein. But she has a right to impose her conditions, and I've brought 'em with me." "Tell them, sir," says Mr. Harry. "They are not hard. They are only for your own good. And if you say yes, we can call a hackney coach and go to Clarges Street together, which I have promised to go there, whether you will or no, Mr. Warrington. I name no names, but there was a question of marriage between you and a certain party." "Ah!" said Harry, and his countenance looked more cheerful than it had yet done. "To that marriage, my noble client, the Baroness is most averse, having other views for you, and thinking it will be your ruin to marry a party of noble birth and title, it is true, but, excuse me, not of first-rate character, and so much older than yourself. You had given an imprudent promise to that party." "Yes, and she has it still," says Mr. Warrington. "It has been recovered. She dropped it by accident at Tunbridge," says Mr. Draper. "So my client informed me. Indeed, her ladyship showed it to me, for the matter of that. It was written in blood—" "Never mind, sir!" cries Harry, turning almost as red as the ink which he had used to write his absurd promise, of which the madness and folly had smote him with shame 1,000 times over. "At the same time, letters wrote to you, and compromising a noble family, were recovered," continues the lawyer. "You had lost them. It was no fault of yours. You were away when they were found again. You may say that noble family, that you yourself have a friend such as few young men have. Well, sir, there's no earthly promise to bind you, only so many idle words said over a bottle, which very likely any gentleman may forget. Say you won't go on with this marriage. Give me and my noble friend your word of honour. Cry off, I say, Mr. W. Don't be such a damned fool, saving your presence, as to marry an old woman who has jilted scores of men in her time. Say the word, and I step downstairs, pay every shilling against you in the office, and put you down in my coach, either at your aunt's or at White's Club, if you like, with a couple of hundred in your pocket. Say yes, and give us your hand. There is no use in sitting grinning behind these bars all day." So far Mr. Draper had had the best of the talk. Harry only longed himself to be rid of the engagement, from which his aunt wanted to free him. His foolish flame for Maria Esmond had died out long since. If she would release him, how thankful would he be! "Come, give us your hand, and say done," says the lawyer, with a knowing wink. "Don't stand shilly-shallying, sir. Law bless you, Mr. W., if I had married everybody I promised, I should be like the Grand Turk, or Captain Macheath in the play." The lawyer's familiarity disgusted Harry, who shrank from Draper, scarcely knowing that he did so. He folded his dressing gown round him, and stepped back from the other's proffered hand. "Give me a little time to think of the matter, if you please, Mr. Draper," he said, "and have the goodness to come to me again in an hour." "Very good, sir, very good, sir," says the lawyer, biting his lips, and, as he seized up his hat, turning very red. "Most parties would not want an hour to consider about such an offer as I make you, but I promise my time must be yours, and I'll come again, and see whether you are to go or to stay. Good morning, sir. Good morning." And he went his way, growling curses down the stairs. "Won't take my hand, won't he? Will tell me in an hour's time? Hang his impudence! I'll show him what an hour is." Mr. Draper went to his chambers in dudgeon then, bullied his clerks all round, sent off a messenger to the Baroness to say that he had waited on the young gentleman who had demanded a little time for consideration, which was for form's sake, as he had no doubt. The lawyer then saw clients, transacted business, went out to his dinner in the most leisurely manner, and then finally turned his steps towards the neighbouring Cursitor Street. "He'll be at home when I call, the haughty beast," says Draper with a sneer. "The fortunate youth in his room?" the lawyer asked of the sheriff's officer's aide de camp, who came to open the double doors. "Mr. Warrington is in his apartment," said the gentleman, "but—" And here the gentleman winked at Mr. Draper, and laid his hand on his nose. "But what, Mr. Paddy from Cork?" said the lawyer. "My name is Costigan. Me family is noble, and me native place is the Irish metropolis, Mr. Six and Eightpence," said the janitor, scowling at Draper. A rich odour of spirituous liquors filled the little space between the double doors where he held the attorney in conversation. "Confound you, sir, let me pass!" bawled out Mr. Draper. "I can hear you perfectly well, Six and Eightpence, except your H's, which you drop out of your conversation. I thank you not to call me names, me good friend, or me fingers and your nose would have to make an intimate acquaintance. Walk in, sir. Be polite for the future to your superiors in birth and manners, though they may be your inferiors in temporary station. Confound the key! Walk in, sir, I say. Madam, I have the honour of saluting you most respectfully." A lady with her face covered with a capuchin, and further hidden by her handkerchief, uttered a little exclamation as of alarm as she came down the stairs at this instant, and hurried past the lawyer. He was pressing forward to look at her, for Mr. Draper was very cavalier in his manners to women. But the bailiff's follower thrust his leg between Draper and the retreating lady, crying, "Keep your own distance, if you please. This way, madam. I at once recognised your ladyship." Here he closed the door on Draper's nose, and left that attorney to find his own way to his client upstairs. At 6 o'clock that evening, the old Baroness de Bernstein was pacing up and down her drawing crutch, and for ever running to the window when the noise of a coach was heard passing in Clarges Street. She had delayed her dinner from hour to hour. She who scolded so fiercely on ordinary occasions if her cook was 5 minutes after his time. She had ordered 2 covers to be laid, plate to be set out, and some extra dishes to be prepared, as if for a little fete. 4, 5 o'clock passed, and at 6 she looked from the window, and a coach actually stopped at her door. Mr. Draper was announced, and entered bowing profoundly. The old lady trembled on her stick. "Where's the boy?" she said quickly. "I told you to bring him, sir. How dare you come without him?" "It is not my fault, madam, that Mr. Warrington refuses to come." And Draper gave his version of the interview which had just taken place between himself and the young Virginian. Chapter 47. Chapter 48 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians, by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 48. An Apparition. Going off in his wrath from his morning's conversation with Harry, Mr. Draper thought he heard the young prisoner speak behind him. And indeed Harry had risen, and uttered a half exclamation to call the lawyer back. But he was proud, and the other offended. Harry checked words, and Draper did not choose to stop. It wounded Harry's pride to be obliged to humble himself before the lawyer, and to have to yield from mere lack and desire of money. An hour hence will do as well, thought Harry, and lapsed sulkily on to the bed again. No, he did not care for Maria Esmond. No, he was ashamed of the way in which he had been entrapped into that engagement. A wily and experienced woman, she had cheated his boyish ardour. She had taken unfair advantage of him, as her brother had at play. They were his own flesh and blood, and they ought to have spared him. Instead, one and the other had made a prey of him, and had used him for their selfish ends. He thought how they had betrayed the rights of hospitality, how they had made a victim of the young kinsman who came confiding within their gates. His heart was sore wounded. His head sank back on his pillow. Bitter tears wetted it. Had they come to Virginia, he thought, I had given them a different welcome. He was roused from his mood of despondency by Gumbo's grinning face at his door, who said a lady was come to see Master Harry. And behind the lad came the lady in the capuchin, of whom we have just made mention. Harry sat up, pale and haggard, on his bed. The lady, with a sob, and almost ere the servant man withdrew, ran towards the young prisoner, put her arms round his neck with real emotion and a maternal tenderness, sobbed over his pale cheek, and kissed it in the midst of plentiful tears, and cried out, "Oh, my Harry! Did I ever think to see thee here?" He started back, scared as it seemed at her presence. But she sank down at the bedside, and seized his feverish hand, and embraced his knees. She had a real regard and tenderness for him. The wretched place in which she found him, his wretched look, filled her heart with sincere love and pity. I thought none of you would come," said poor Harry with a groan. More tears, more kisses of the hot young hand, more clasps and pressure with hers, were the lady's reply for a moment or two. "Oh, my dear, I cannot bear to think of thee in misery!" she sobbed out. Hardened though it might be, that heart was not all marble, that dreary life not all desert. Harry's mother could not have been fonder, nor her tones more tender than those of his kinswoman, now kneeling at his feet. "Some of the debts, I fear, were owing to my extravagance," she said. And this was true. "You bought trinkets and jewels in order to give me pleasure. Oh, how I hate them now! I little thought I ever could. I have brought them all with me, and more trinkets, here, and all the money I have in the world." And she poured brooches, rings, a watch, and a score or so of guineas into Harry's lap, the sight of which strangely agitated and immensely touched the young man. "Dearest, kindest cousin!" he sobbed out. His lips found no more words to utter, but yet no doubt they served to express his gratitude, his affection, his emotion. He became quite gay presently, and smiled as he put away some of the trinkets, his presents to Maria, and told her into what danger he had fallen by selling other goods which he had purchased on credit, and how a lawyer had insulted him just now upon this very point. He would not have his dear Maria's money. He had enough, quite enough for the present, but he valued her 20 guineas as much as if they had been 20,000. He would never forget her love and kindness. No, by all that was sacred, he would not. His mother should know of all her goodness. It had cheered him when he was just on the point of breaking down under his disgrace and misery. Might Heaven bless her for it! There is no need to pursue beyond this the cousins' conversation. The dark day seemed brighter to Harry after Maria's visit, the imprisonment not so hard to bear. The world was not all selfish and cold. Here was a fond creature who really and truly loved him. Even Castlewood was not so bad as he had thought. He had expressed the deepest grief at not being able to assist his kinsman. He was hopelessly in debt. Every shilling he had won from Harry he had lost on the next day to others. Anything that lay in his power he would do. He would come soon and see Mr. Warrington. He was in waiting to-day, and as much a prisoner as Harry himself. So the pair talked on cheerfully and affectionately, until the darkness began to close in, when Maria, with a sigh, bade Harry farewell. The door scarcely closed upon her when it opened to admit Draper. "Your humble servant, sir," says the attorney. His voice jarred upon Harry's ear, and his presence offended the young man. "I had expected you some hours ago, sir," he curtly said. "A lawyer's time is not always his own, sir," said Mr. Draper, who had just been in consultation, with a bottle of port at the Grecian. "Never mind, I'm at your orders now. Presume it's all right, Mr. Warrington? Packed your trunk? Why, now there you are in your bedgown still. Let me go down and settle, whilst you call in your black man and titivate a bit. I've a coach at the door, and we'll be off and dine with the old lady." "Are you going to dine with the Baroness de Bernstein, pray?" "Not me. No such honour. Had my dinner already. It's you are a-going to dine with your aunt, I suppose." "Mr. Draper, you suppose a great deal more than you know," says Mr. Warrington, looking very fierce and tall, as he folds his brocade dressing-gown round him. "Great goodness, sir! What do you mean?" asked Draper. "I mean, sir, that I have considered, and that, having given my word to a faithful and honourable lady, it does not become me to withdraw it." "Confound it, sir!" shrieks the lawyer. "I tell you she has lost the paper. There's nothing to bind you. Nothing. Why, she's old enough to be—" "Enough, sir!" says Mr. Warrington, with a stamp of his foot. "You seem to think you are talking to some other pettifogger. I take it, Mr. Draper, you are not accustomed to have dealings with men of honour." "Pettifogger, indeed!" cries Draper in a fury. "Men of honour, indeed! I'd have you know, Mr. Warrington, that I'm as good a man of honour as you. I don't know so many gamblers and horse jockeys, perhaps. I haven't gambled away my patrimony and lived as if I was a nobleman on 200 a year. I haven't bought watches on credit and pawned—" "Touch me if you dare, sir!" and the lawyer sprang to the door. "That is the way out, sir. You can't go through the window because it is barred." "And the answer I take to my client is no, then!" screamed out Draper. Harry stepped forward, and his two hands clenched. "If you utter another word," he said, "I'll—" The door was shut rapidly, the sentence was never finished, and Draper went away furious to Madame de Bernstein, from whom, though he gave her the best version of his story, he got still fiercer language than he had received from Mr. Warrington himself. "What? Shall she trust me, and I desert her?" says Harry, stalking up and down his room in his flowing, rustling brocade. "Dear, faithful, generous woman! If I lie in prison for years, I'll be true to her." Her lawyer dismissed after a stormy interview, the desolate old woman was fain to sit down to the meal which she had hoped to share with her nephew. The chair was before her which he was to have filled, the glasses shining by the silver. One dish after another was laid before her by the silent major domo, and tasted and pushed away. The man pressed his mistress at last. "It is 8 o'clock," he said. "You have had nothing all day. It is good for you to eat." She could not eat. She would have her coffee. Let Case go get her coffee. The lackeys bore the dishes off the table, leaving their mistress sitting at it before the vacant chair. Presently the old servant re-entered the room without his lady's coffee, and with a strange, scared face, and said, "Mr. Warrington!" The old woman uttered an exclamation, got up from her armchair, but sank back in it, trembling very much. "So you are come, sir, are you?" she said, with a fond, shaking voice. "Bring back the— Ah!" Here she screamed, "Gracious God! Who is it?" Her eyes stared wildly. Her white face looked ghastly through her rouge. She clung to the arms of her chair for support as the visitor approached her. A gentleman whose face and figure exactly resembled Harry Warrington, and whose voice, when he spoke, had tones strangely familiar, had followed the servant into the room. He bowed towards the Baroness. "You expected my brother, madam?" he said. "I am but now arrived in London. I went to his house. I met his servant at your door, who was bearing this letter for you. I thought I would bring it to your ladyship before going to him." And the stranger laid down a letter before Madame Bernstein. "Are you—" gasped out the Baroness. Are you my nephew, that we supposed was killed, and is alive? I am George Warrington, madam, and I ask his kinsfolk, what have you done with my brother?" "Look, George," said the bewildered old lady, "I expected him here to-night. That chair was set for him. I have been waiting for him, sir, till now, till I am quite faint. I don't like being alone. Do stay and sup with me." "Pardon me, madam. Please God, my supper will be with Harry to-night." "Bring him back. Bring him back here, on any conditions. It is but £500. Here is the money, sir, if you need it." "I have no want, madam. I have money with me that can't be better employed than in my brother's service." "And you will bring him to me, sir? Say you will bring him to me." Mr. Warrington made a very stately bow for answer, and quitted the room, passing by the amazed domestics, and calling with an air of authority to Gumbo to follow him. Had Mr. Harry received no letters from home? Master Harry had not opened all his letters the last day or two. Had he received no letter announcing his brother's escape from the French settlements and return to Virginia? Oh, no! No such letter had come, else Master Harry certainly tell Gumbo. Quick, horses! Quick by Strand to Temple Bar. Here is the house of captivity, and the deliverer come to the rescue. End of chapter 48. Chapter 49 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 49. Friends in Need. Quick hackney coach steeds, and bear George Warrington through Strand and Fleet Street to his imprisoned brother's rescue. Anyone who remembers Hogarth's picture of a London hackney coach and a London street road at that period may fancy how weary the quick time was, and how long seemed the journey. Scarce any lights, save those carried by link boys, badly hung coaches, bad pavements, great holes in the road, and vast quagmires of winter mud. That drive from Piccadilly to Fleet Street seemed almost as long to our young man as the journey from Marlborough to London, which he had performed in the morning. He had written to Harry announcing his arrival at Bristol. He had previously written to his brother giving the great news of his existence and his return from captivity. There was war between England and France at that time. The French privateers were for ever on the lookout for British merchant ships, and seized them often within sight of port. The letter bearing the intelligence of George's restoration must have been on board one of the many American ships of which the French took possession. The letter telling of George's arrival in England was never opened by poor Harry. It was lying at the latter's apartments, which it reached on the third morning after Harry's captivity, when the angry Mr. Ruff had refused to give up any single item more of his lodger's property. To these apartments George first went on his arrival in London, and asked for his brother. Scared at the likeness between them, the maidservant who opened the door screamed and ran back to her mistress. The mistress, not liking to tell the truth, or to own that poor Harry was actually a prisoner at her husband's suit, said Mr. Warrington had left his lodgings. She did not know where Mr. Warrington was. George knew that Clarges Street was close to Bond Street. Often and often had he looked over the London map. Aunt Bernstein would tell him where Harry was. He might be with her at that very moment. George had read in Harry's letters to Virginia about Aunt Bernstein's kindness to Harry. Even Madam Esmond was softened by it, and especially touched by a letter which the Baroness wrote. The letter which caused George to pack off post-haste for Europe, indeed. She heartily hoped and trusted that Madam Beatrix had found occasion to repent of her former bad ways. It was time indeed at her age, and Heaven knows that she had plenty to repent of. I have known a harmless, good old soul of 80, still bepommelled and stoned by irreproachable ladies of the straitest sect of the Pharisees, for a little slip which occurred long before the present century was born, or she herself was 20 years old. Rachel Esmond never mentioned her eldest daughter. Madam Esmond Warrington never mentioned her sister. No, in spite of the order for remission of the sentence, in spite of the handwriting on the floor of the Temple, there is a crime which some folks never will pardon, and regarding which female virtue especially is inexorable. I suppose the Virginian's agent at Bristol had told George fearful stories of his brother's doings. Gumbo, whom he met at his aunt's door, as soon as the lad recovered from his terror at the sudden reappearance of the master whom he supposed dead, had leisure to stammer out a word or two respecting his young master's whereabouts, and present pitiable condition, and hence Mr. George's sternness of demeanour when he presented himself to the old lady. It seemed to him a matter of course that his brother in difficulty should be rescued by his relations. Oh, George, how little you know about London and London ways! Whenever you take your walks abroad, how many poor you meet! If a philanthropist were for rescuing all of them, not all the wealth of all the provinces of America would suffice him. But the feeling and agitation displayed by the old lady touched her nephew's heart when, jolting through the dark streets towards the house of his brother's captivity, George came to think of his aunt's behaviour. She does feel my poor Harry's misfortune, he thought to himself. I have been too hasty in judging her. Again and again in the course of his life, Mr. George had to rebuke himself with the same crime of being too hasty. How many of us have not? And, alas, the mischief done, there's no repentance will mend it. Quick, coachman! We are almost as slow as you are in getting from Clarges Street to the Temple. Poor Gumbo knows the way to the bailiff's house well enough. Again the bell is set ringing. The first door is opened to George and his negro. Then that first door is locked warily upon them, and they find themselves in a little passage with a little Jewish janitor. Then a second door is unlocked, and they enter into the house. The Jewish janitor stares, as by his flaring tallow torch he sees a second Mr. Warrington before him. Come to see that gentleman? Yes, but wait a moment. This is Mr. Warrington's brother from America. Gumbo must go and prepare his master first. Step into this room. There is a gentleman already there about Mr. W.'s business, the porter says, and another upstairs with him now. There's no end of people have been about him. The room into which George was introduced was a small apartment, which went by the name of Mr. Amos's office, and where, by a guttering candle, and talking to the bailiff, sat a stout gentleman in a cloak and a laced hat. The young porter carried his candle too, preceding Mr. George, so there was a sufficiency of light in the apartment. "We are not angry any more, Harry?" says the stout gentleman in a cheery voice, getting up and advancing with an outstretched hand to the newcomer. "Thank God, my boy! Mr. Amos here says there will be no difficulty about James and me being your bail, and we will do your business by breakfast time in the morning. Why, angels and ministers of grace! Who are you?" And he started back as the other had hold of his hand. But the stranger grasped it only the more strongly. "God bless you, sir!" he said. "I know who you are. You must be Colonel Lambert, of whose kindness to him my poor Harry wrote. And I am the brother you have heard of, sir, and who was left for dead in Mr. Braddock's action, and come back to life again after 18 months amongst the French, and live to thank God and thank you for your kindness to my Harry," continued the lad, with a faltering voice. "James! James! Here is news!" cries Mr. Lambert to a gentleman in red, who now entered the room. "Here are the dead come alive! Here is Harry Scapegrace's brother come back, and with his scalp on his head, too!" George had taken his hat off, and was standing by the light. "This is my brother Bale, Mr. Warrington. This is Lieutenant Colonel James Wolfe, at your service. You must know there has been a little difference between Harry and me, Mr. George." "He is pacified, is he, James?" "He is full of gratitude," says Mr. Wolfe, after making his bow to Mr. Warrington. "Harry wrote home about Mr. Wolfe, too, sir," said the young man, "and I hope my brother's friends will be so kind as to be mine." "I wish he had none other but us, Mr. Warrington. Poor Harry's fine folks have been too fine for him, and have ended by landing him here. Nay, your honours, I have done my best to make the young gentleman comfortable, And knowing your honour before, when you came to bail Captain Watkins, and that your security is perfectly good, if your honour wishes, the young gentleman can go out this very night, and I will make it all right with the lawyer in the morning," says Harry's landlord, who knew the rank and respectability of the two gentlemen who had come to offer bail for his young prisoner. "The debt is £500 and odd, I think," said Mr. Warrington. "With 100 thanks to these gentlemen, I can pay the amount at this moment into the officer's hands, taking the usual acknowledgment and caution. But I can never forget, gentlemen, that you helped my brother at his need, and for doing so I say thank you and God bless you, in my mother's name and mine." Gumbo had meanwhile gone upstairs to his master's apartment, where Harry would probably have scolded the negro for returning that night, but that the young gentleman was very much soothed and touched by the conversation he had had with the friend who had just left him. He was sitting over his pipe of Virginia in a sad mood, for somehow even Maria's goodness and affection, as she had just exhibited them, had not altogether consoled him, and he had thought with a little dismay of certain consequences to which that very kindness and fidelity bound him, when Mr. Wolfe's homely features and eager outstretched hand came to cheer the prisoner, and he heard how Mr. Lambert was below, and the errand upon which the two officers had come. In spite of himself, Lambert would be kind to him. In spite of Harry's ill temper and needless suspicion and anger, the good gentleman was determined to help him if he might. To help him even against Mr. Wolfe's own advice, as the latter frankly told Harry. "For you were wrong, Mr. Warrington," said the Colonel, "and you wouldn't be set right, and you, a young man, used hard words and unkind behaviour to your senior, and what is more, one of the best gentlemen who walks God's earth. You see, sir, what his answer has been to your wayward temper? You will bear with a friend who speaks frankly with you? Martin Lambert hath acted in this as he always does, as the best Christian, the best friend, the most kind and generous of men. Nay, if you want another proof of his goodness, here it is. He has converted me, who, as I don't care to disguise, was angry with you for your treatment of him, and has absolutely brought me down here to be your bail. Let us both cry Peccavimus, Harry, and shake our friend by the hand. He is sitting in the room below. He would not come here till he knew how you would receive him." "I think he is a good man," groaned out Harry. "I was very angry and wild at the time when he and I met last, Colonel Wolfe. Nay, perhaps he was right in sending back those trinkets, hurt as I was at his doing so. Go down to him, will you be so kind, sir, and tell him I am sorry, and ask his pardon, and God bless him for his generous behaviour." And here the young gentleman turned his head away, and rubbed his hand across his eyes. "Tell him all this thyself, Harry," cries the Colonel, taking the young fellow's hand. "No deputy will ever say it half so well. Come with me now. You go first, and I'll follow. On my word, I will. See, I am in my morning gown. I will but put on a coat and come to him. Give him my message first. Just prepare him for me," says poor Harry, who knew he must do it, but yet did not much like that process of eating of humble pie. Wolfe went out smiling, understanding the lad's scruples well enough, perhaps. As he opened the door, Mr. Gumbo entered it, almost forgetting to bow to the gentleman, profusely courteous as he was on ordinary occasions, his eyes glaring round, his great mouth grinning, himself in a state of such high excitement and delight that his master remarked his condition. "What, Gum? What has happened to thee? Hast thou got a new sweetheart?" "No, Gum had not got no new sweetheart, master." "Give me my coat. What has brought thee back?" Gum grinned prodigiously. "I have seen a ghost, master," he says. "A ghost? And whose? And where?" "Where? Saw him at Madame Bernstein's house. Come with him here in the coach. He downstairs now with Colonel Lambert." Whilst Gumbo is speaking, as he is putting on his master's coat, his eyes are rolling, his head is wagging, his hands are trembling, his lips are grinning. "Ghost? What ghost?" says Harry, in a strange agitation. "Is my mother come?" "No, sir. No, Master Harry." Gumbo's head rolls nearly off its violent convolutions, and his master, looking oddly at him, flings the door open, and goes rapidly down the stair. He is at the foot of it, just as a voice within the little office, of which the door is open, is saying, "And for doing so, I say thank you, and God bless you, in my mother's name and mine." "Whose voice is that?" calls out Harry Warrington, with a strange cry in his own voice. "It's a ghost, massa," says Gumbo from behind, and Harry runs forward to the room, where, if you please, we will pause a little minute before we enter. The two gentlemen who were there turned their heads away. The lost was found again. The dead was alive. The prodigal was on his brother's heart, his own full of love, gratitude, repentance. "Come away, James. I think we are not wanted any more here," says the Colonel. "Good night, boys. Some ladies in Hill Street won't be able to sleep for this strange news. Or will you go home and sup with them, and tell them the story?" No, with many thanks, the boys would not go and sup to-night. They had stories of their own to tell. "Quick, Gumbo, with the trunks! Good-bye, Mr. Amos." Harry felt almost unhappy when he went away. Chapter 49. Chapter 50 of the Virginians. This recording is in the public domain. The Virginians, by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 50 contains a great deal of the finest morality. When first we had the honour to be presented to Sir Miles Warrington at the King's drawing-room in St. James's Palace, I confess that I, for one, looking at his jolly round face, his broad round waistcoat, his hearty country manner, expected that I had lighted upon a most eligible and agreeable acquaintance at last, and was about to become intimate with that noblest specimen of the human race, the bepraised of songs and men, the good old English country gentleman. In fact, to be a good old country gentleman is to hold the position nearest the gods, and at the summit of earthly felicity. To have a large unencumbered rent roll, and the rents regularly paid by adoring farmers, who bless their stars at having such a landlord as his honour. To have no tenant holding back with his money, excepting just one, perhaps, who does so in order to give occasion to good old country gentlemen to show his sublime charity and universal benevolence of soul. To hunt 3 days a week, love the sport of all things, and have perfect good health and good appetite in consequence. To have not only good appetite, but a good dinner. To sit down at church in the midst of a chorus of blessings from the villagers. The first man in the parish, the benefactor of the parish, with a consciousness of consummate desert, saying, "Have mercy upon us, miserable sinners," to be sure, but only for form's sake, because the words are written in the book, and to give other folks an example. A G.O.C.G., a miserable sinner. So healthy, so wealthy, so jolly, so much respected by the vicar, so much honoured by the tenants, so much beloved and admired by his family, amongst whom his story of grouse in the gun-room causes laughter from generation to generation. This perfect being a miserable sinner! Allons donc! Give any man good health and temper, 5,000 a year, the adoration of his parish, and the love and worship of his family, and I'll defy you to make him so heartily dissatisfied with his spiritual condition as to set himself down a miserable anything. If you were a Royal Highness, and went to church in the most perfect health and comfort, the parson waiting to begin the service until your R.H. came in, would you believe yourself to be a miserable, etc.? You might, when racked with gout, in solitude, the fear of death before your eyes, the doctor having cut off your bottle of claret, and ordered arrowroot and a little sherry, you might then be humiliated, and acknowledge your own shortcomings, and the vanity of things in general; but in high health, sunshine, spirits, that word miserable is only a form. You can't think in your heart that you are to be pitied much for the present. If you were to be miserable, what is Colin Ploughman, with the ague, 7 children, £2 a year rent to pay for his cottage, and 8 shillings a week? No, a healthy, rich, jolly country gentleman, if miserable, has a very supportable misery; if a sinner, has very few people to tell him so. It may be he becomes somewhat selfish, but at least he is satisfied with himself. Except my lord at the castle, there is nobody for miles and miles round so good or so great. His admirable wife ministers to him, and to the whole parish indeed. His children bow before him; the vicar of the parish reverences him; he is respected at quarter sessions; he causes poachers to tremble; off go all hats before him at market; and round about his great coach, in which his spotless daughters and sublime ladies sit, all the country town tradesmen cringe bareheaded, and the farmers' women drop innumerable curtseys. From their cushions in the great coach the ladies look down beneficently, and smile on the poorer folk. They buy a yard of ribbon with affability; they condescend to purchase an ounce of salts, or a packet of flower seeds; they deign to cheapen a goose. Their drive is like a royal progress; a happy couple is supposed to press round them and bless them. Tradesmen bow, farmers' wives bob; town boys, waving their ragged hats, cheer the red-faced coachman as he drives the fat bays, and cry, "Sir Miles for ever! Throw us a halfpenny, my lady!" But suppose the market woman should hide her fat goose when Sir Miles's coach comes, out of terror lest my lady, spying the bird, should insist on purchasing it a bargain? Suppose no coppers ever were known to come out of the royal coach window? Suppose Sir Miles regaled his tenants with notoriously small beer, and his poor with especially thin broth? This may be our fine old English gentleman's way. There have been not a few fine English gentlemen and ladies of this sort, who patronised the poor without ever relieving them, who called out "Amen" at church as loud as the clerk, who went through all the forms of piety, and discharged all the etiquette of old English gentlemanhood; who bought virtue a bargain, as it were, and had no doubt they were honouring her by the purchase. Poor Harry, in his distress, asked help from his relations. His aunt sent him a tract and her blessing. His uncle had business out of town, and could not, of course, answer the poor boy's petition. How much of this behaviour goes on daily in respectable life, think you? You can fancy Lord and Lady Macbeth concocting a murder, and coming together with some little awkwardness, perhaps, when the transaction was done and over; but my Lord and Lady Skinflint, when they consult in their bedroom about giving their luckless nephew a helping hand, and determine to refuse, and go down to family prayers, and meet their children and domestics, and discourse virtuously before them, and then remain together and talk nose to nose, what can they think of one another, and of the poor kinsman fallen among the thieves, and groaning for help unheeded? How can they go on with those virtuous airs? How can they dare look each other in the face? Dare? Do you suppose they think they have done wrong? Do you suppose Skinflint is tortured with remorse at the idea of the distress which called to him in vain, and of the hunger which he sent empty away? Not he. He is indignant with Prodigal for being a fool. He is not ashamed of himself for being a curmudgeon. What! A young man with such opportunities throw them away? A fortune spent amongst gamblers and spendthrifts? Horrible! Horrible! Take warning, my child, by this unfortunate young man's behaviour, and see the consequences of extravagance. According to the great and always established Church of the Pharisees, here is an admirable opportunity for a moral discourse, and an assertion of virtue. "And to think of his deceiving us so!" cries out Lady Warrington. "Very sad, my dear," says Sir Miles, wagging his head. To think of so much extravagance in one so young!" cries Lady Warrington. "Cards, bets, feasts at taverns of the most wicked profusion, carriage and riding horses, the company of the wealthy and profligate of his own sex, and, I fear, of the most iniquitous persons of ours." "Hush, my Lady Warrington!" cries her husband, glancing towards the spotless Dora and Flora, who held down their blushing heads at the mention of the last naughty persons. "No wonder my poor children hide their faces," mamma continues. "My dears, I wish even the existence of such creatures could be kept from you." "They can't go to an opera or the park without seeing 'em, to be sure," says Sir Miles. "To think we should have introduced such a young serpent into the bosom of our family, and have left him in the company of that guileless darling!" And she points to Master Miles. "Who's a serpent, mamma?" inquires the youth. "First you said cousin Harry was bad, then he was good, now he is bad again. Which is he, Sir Miles?" "He has faults, like all of us, Miley, my dear. Your cousin has been wild, and you must take warning by him." "Was not my elder brother, who died, my naughty brother, was not he wild too?" "He was not kind to me when I was a little boy. He never gave me money, nor toys, nor rode with me, nor... Why do you cry, mamma? Sure, I remember how you were always fight..." "Silence, sir!" cry out papa and the girls in a breath. "Don't you know you are never to mention that name?" "I know I love Harry, and I didn't love you," says the sturdy little rebel. "And if cousin Harry is in prison, I'll give him my half-guinea that my godpapa gave me, and anything I have, yes, anything, except my little horse, and my silver waistcoat, and Snowball and Sweetlips at home, and yes, my custard after dinner." This was in reply to a hint of Sister Dora. "But I'd give him some of it," continues Miles after a pause. "Shut thy mouth with it, child, and then go about thy business," says papa, amused. Sir Miles Warrington had a considerable fund of easy humour. "Who would have thought he should ever be so wild?" mamma goes on. "Nay, youth is the season for wild oats, my dear." "That we should be so misled in him!" sighed the girls. "That he should kiss us both!" cries papa. "Sir Miles Warrington, I have no patience with that sort of vulgarity," says the majestic matron. "Which of you was the favourite yesterday, girls?" continues the father. "Favourite, indeed! I told him over and over again of my engagement to dear Tom." "I did, Dora! Why do you sneer, if you please?" says the handsome sister. "Nay, to do her justice, so did Dora too," said papa. "Because Flora seemed to wish to forget her engagement with dear Tom sometimes," remarks the sister. "I never, never, never wished to break with Tom." "It's wicked of you to say so, Dora. It is you who were for ever sneering at him. It is you who were always envious because I happen, at least because gentlemen imagine that I am not ill-looking, and prefer me to some folks, in spite of all their learning and wit," cries Flora, tossing her head over her shoulder, and looking at the glass. "Why are you always looking there, sister?" says the artless Miles junior. "Sure, you must know your face well enough." "Some people look at it just as often, child, who haven't near such good reason," says papa gallantly. "If you mean me, Sir Miles, I thank you," cries Dora. "My face is as Heaven made it, and my father and mother gave it to me. 'Tis not my fault if I resemble my papa's family. If my head is homely, at least I have got some brains in it. I envious of Flora, indeed! Because she has found favour in the sight of poor Tom Claypole? I should as soon be proud of captivating a ploughboy." "Pray, miss, was your Mr. Harry of Virginia much wiser than Tom Claypole? You would have had him for the asking!" exclaims Flora. "And so would you, miss, and have dropped Tom Claypole into the sea," cries Dora. "I wouldn't, you would, I wouldn't!" And da capo goes the conversation, the shuttlecock of wrath being briskly battled from one sister to another. "Oh, my children! Is this the way you dwell together in unity?" exclaims their excellent female parent, laying down her embroidery. "What an example you set to this innocent!" "Like to see him fight, my lady!" cries the innocent, rubbing his hands. "At her, Flora! Worry her, Dora! To it again, you little rogues!" says facetious papa. "'Tis good sport, ain't it, Miley?" "Oh, Sir Miles! Oh, my children! These disputes are unseemly. They tear a fond mother's heart," says mamma, with majestic action, though bearing the laceration of her bosom with much seeming equanimity. "What cause for thankfulness ought we to have, that watchful parents have prevented any idle engagements between you and your misguided cousin? If we have been mistaken in him, is it not a mercy that we have found out our error in time? If either of you had any preference for him, your excellent good sense, my loves, will teach you to overcome, to eradicate the vain feeling. That we cherished and were kind to him can never be a source of regret. 'Tis a proof of our good nature. What we have to regret, I fear, is that your cousin should have proved unworthy of our kindness, and coming away from the society of gamblers, play actors, and the like, should have brought contamination, pollution, I had almost said, into this pure family." "Oh, bother mamma's sermons!" says Flora, as my lady pursues a harangue of which we only give the commencement here, but during which papa, whistling, gently quits the room on tiptoe, whilst the artless Miles, junior, winds his top and pegs it under the robes of his sisters. It has done humming, and staggered and tumbled over, and expired in its usual tipsy manner, long ere Lady Warrington has finished her sermon. "Were you listening to me, my child?" she asks, laying her hand on her darling's head. "Yes, mother," says he, with the whipcord in his mouth, and proceeding to wind up his sportive engine. "You was a saying that Harry was very poor now, and that we oughtn't to help him. That's what you was saying, wasn't it, madam?" "My poor child, thou wilt understand me better when thou art older," says mamma, turning towards that ceiling to which her eyes always have recourse. "Get out, you little wretch!" cries one of the sisters. The artless one has pegged his top at Dora's toes, and laughs with the glee of merry boyhood at his sister's discomfiture. But what is this? Who comes here? Why does Sir Miles return to the drawing-room? And why does Tom Claypool, who strides after the Baronet, wear a countenance so disturbed? "Here's a pretty business, my Lady Warrington!" cries Sir Miles. "Here's a wonderful wonder of wonders, girls!" "For goodness' sake, gentlemen, what is your intelligence?" asks the virtuous matron. "The whole town's talking about it, my lady," says Tom Claypool, puffing for breath. "Tom has seen him," continued Sir Miles. "Seen both of them, my Lady Warrington. They were at Ranelagh last night, with a regular mob after 'em, and so like that but for their different ribbons you would hardly have told one from the other. One was in blue, the other in brown, but I'm certain he has worn both the suits here." "What suits? What one? What other?" call the girls. "Why, your fortunate youth, to be sure. Our precious Virginian, and heir to the principality," says Sir Miles. "Is my nephew, then, released from his incarceration?" asks the ladyship. "And is he again plunged in the vortex of "Confound him!" roars out the Baronet, with an expression which I fear was even stronger. "What should you think, my Lady Warrington, if this precious nephew of mine should turn out to be an impostor, by George? No better than an adventurer." "An inward monitor whispered me as much," cried the lady. "But I dashed from me the unworthy suspicion. Speak, Sir Miles. We burn with impatience to listen to your intelligence." "I'll speak, my love, when you're done," says Sir Miles. "Well, what do you think of my gentleman, who comes into my house, dines at my table, is treated as one of this family, kisses my—" "What?" asks Tom Claypool, firing as red as his waistcoat. "Hem! Kisses my wife's hand, and is treated in the fondest manner, by George! What do you think of this fellow, who talks of his property and his principality, by Jupiter, turning out to be a beggarly second son? A beggar, my Lady Warrington, by Sir Miles Warrington! No violence of language before these dear ones. I sink to the earth, confounded by this unutterable hypocrisy. And did I entrust thee to a pretender, my blessed boy? Did I leave thee with an impostor, my innocent one?" the matron cries, fondling her son. "Who's an impostor, my lady?" asks the child. "That confounded young scamp of a Harry Warrington!" bawls out papa; on which the little Miles, after wearing a puzzled look for a moment, and yielding to I know not what hidden emotion, burst out crying. His admirable mother proposes to clutch him to her heart, but he rejects the pure caress, bawling only the louder, and kicking frantically about the maternal gremium, as the butler announces, "Mr. George Warrington, Mr. Henry Warrington." Miles is dropped from his mother's lap. Sir Miles's face emulates Mr. Claypool's waistcoat. The three ladies rise up, and make three most frigid curtseys, as our two young men enter the room. Little Miles runs towards them. He holds out a little hand. "Oh, Harry! No! Which is Harry?" "You're my Harry, and he chooses rightly this time. Oh, you dear Harry, I'm so glad you are come! And they've been abusing you so!" "I am come to pay my duty to my uncle," says the dark-haired Mr. Warrington, "and to thank him for his hospitalities to my brother Henry." "What! Nephew George? My brother's face and eyes! Boys both? I am delighted to see you!" cries their uncle, grasping affectionately a hand of each, as his honest face radiates with pleasure. "This indeed hath been a most mysterious and most providential resuscitation," says Lady Warrington. "Only I wonder that my nephew Henry concealed the circumstance until now," she adds, with a sidelong glance at both young gentlemen. "He knew it no more than your ladyship," says Mr. Warrington. The young ladies looked at each other with downcast eyes. "Indeed, sir, a most singular circumstance!" says mamma, with another curtsey. "We had heard of it, sir, and Mr. Claypool, our county neighbour, had just brought us the intelligence, and it even now formed the subject of my conversation with my daughters." "Yes," cries out a little voice. "And do you know, Harry, father and mother said you was "Silence, my child! Screwby, convey Master Warrington to his own apartment. These, Mr. Warrington, or I suppose I should say nephew George, are your cousins." Two curtseys, two cheeses are made. Two hands are held out. Mr. Esmond Warrington makes a profound low bow, which embraces, and it is the only embrace which the gentleman offers, all three ladies. He lays his hat to his heart. He says, "It is my duty, madam, to pay my respects to my uncle and cousins, and to thank your ladyship for such hospitality as you have been enabled to show to my brother." "It was not much, nephew, but it was our best. Odds bobs!" cries the hearty Sir Miles. "It was our best." "And I appreciate it, sir," says Mr. Warrington, looking gravely round at the family. "Give us thy hand. Not a word more," says Sir Miles. "What, do you think I'm a cannibal, and won't extend the hand of hospitality to my dear brother's son? What do you say, lads? Will you eat our mutton at 3? This is my neighbour, Tom Claypool, son to Sir Thomas Claypool, Baronet, and my very good friend. Hey, Tom, thou wilt be of the party. Tom, thou knowest our brew, eh, my boy?" "Yes, I know it, Sir Miles," replies Tom, with no peculiar expression of rapture on his face. "And thou shalt taste it, my boy, thou shalt taste it. What is there for dinner, my Lady Warrington?" "Our food is plain, but plenty, lads. Plain, but plenty." "We cannot partake of it to-day, sir. We dine with a friend who occupies my Lord Wrotham's house, your neighbour, Colonel Lambert, Major General Lambert, he has just been made." "With 2 daughters, I think. Countrified-looking girls, are they not?" asks Flora. "I think I have remarked 2 little rather dowdy things," says Dora. "They are as good girls as any in England," breaks out Harry, to whom no one had thought of saying a single word. His reign was over, you see. He was nobody. What wonder, then, that he should not be visible? "Oh, indeed, cousin!" says Dora, with a glance at the young man, who sat with burning cheeks, chafing at the humiliation put upon him, but not knowing how or whether he should notice it. "Oh, indeed, cousin, you are very charitable, or very lucky, I'm sure. You see angels where we only see ordinary little persons. I'm sure I could not imagine who were those odd-looking people in Lord Wrotham's coach, with his handsome liveries, But if they were three angels, I have nothing to say." "My brother is an enthusiast," interposes George. "He is often mistaken about women." "Oh, really?" says Dora, looking a little uneasy. "I fear my nephew Henry has indeed met with some unfavourable specimens of our sex," the matron remarks, with a groan. "We are so easily taken in, madam. We are both very young yet, and shall grow older and learn better." "Most sincerely, nephew George, I trust you may. You have my best wishes, my prayers for your brother's welfare and your own. No efforts of ours have been wanting. At a painful moment, to which I will not further allude, and when my Uncle Miles was out of town," says George, looking towards the Baronet, who smiles at him with affectionate approval, "I sent your brother a work which I thought might comfort him, and I know might improve him. Nay, do not thank me. I claim no credit. I did but my duty, a humble woman's duty. For what are this world's goods, nephew, compared to the welfare of a soul? If I did good, I am thankful. If I was useful, I rejoice. If, through my means, you have been brought, Harry, to consider—" "Oh, the sermon, is it?" breaks in downright Harry. "I hadn't time to read a single syllable of it, aunt. Thank you. You see, I don't care much about that kind of thing. But thank you all the same." "The intention is everything," says Mr. Warrington, and we are both grateful. Our dear friend, General Lambert, intended to give bail for Harry, but happily I had funds of Harry's with me to meet any demands upon us. But the kindness is the same, and I am grateful to the friend who hastened to my brother's rescue when he had most need of aid, and when his own relations happened, so unfortunately, to be out of town. "Anything I could do, my dear boy, I'm sure, my brother's son, my own nephew. Odds bobs, you know, that is, anything, anything, you know!" cries Sir Miles, bringing his own hand into George's with a generous smack. "You can't stay and dine with us? Put off the Colonel, the General. Do now! Or name a day. My Lady Warrington, make my nephew name a day when he will sit under his grandfather's picture and drink some of his wine." "His intellectual faculties seem more developed than those of his unlucky younger brother," remarked my lady, when the young gentlemen had taken their leave. "The younger must be reckless and extravagant about money, indeed. For did you remark, Sir Miles, the loss of his reversion in Virginia, the amount of which has no doubt been grossly exaggerated, but nevertheless must be something considerable? Did you, I say, remark that the ruin of Harry's prospects scarcely seemed to affect him?" "I shouldn't be at all surprised that the elder turns out to be as poor as the young one," says Dora, tossing her head. "He, he! Did you see that cousin George had one of cousin Harry's suits of clothes on, the brown and gold, that one he wore when he went with you to the oratorio, Flora?" "Did he take Flora to an oratorio?" asks Mr. Claypool, fiercely. "I was ill and couldn't go, and my cousin went with her," says Dora. "Far be it from me to object to any innocent amusement, much less to the music of Mr. Handel, dear Mr. Claypool," says mamma. "Music refines the soul, elevates the understanding, is heard in our churches, and 'tis well known was practised by King David. Your operas I shun as deleterious. Your ballets I would forbid to my children as most immoral. But music, my dears, may we enjoy it, like everything else in reason, may we—" "There's the music of the dinner bell," says papa, rubbing his hands. "Come, girls! Screwby, go and fetch Master Miley. Tom, take down thy lady. Nay, dear Thomas, I walk but slowly. Go you with dearest Flora downstairs," says Virtue. But Dora took care to make the evening pleasant by talking of Handel and oratorios constantly during dinner. CHAPTER 50 of the Virginians. This LibriVox is in the public domain. The Virginians, by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 51. Contequere omnes. Across the way, if the gracious reader will please to step over with us, he will find our young gentleman at Lord Wrotham's house, which his lordship has lent to his friend the General, and that little family party assembled, with which we made acquaintance at Oakhurst and Tunbridge Wells. James Wolfe has promised to come to dinner, but James is dancing attendance upon Miss Lowther, and would rather have a glance from her eyes than the finest kickshaws dressed by Lord Wrotham's cook, or the dessert which is promised for the entertainment at which you are just going to sit down. You will make the sixth. You may take Mr. Wolfe's place. You may be sure he won't come. As for me, I will stand at the sideboard and report the conversation. Note first how happy the women look. When Harry Warrington was taken by those bailiffs, I had intended to tell you how the good Mrs. Lambert, hearing of the boy's mishap, had flown to her husband, and had begged, implored, insisted that her Martin should help him. Never mind his rebeldom of the other day. Never mind about his being angry that his presents were returned. Of course anybody would be angry, much more such a high-spirited lad as Harry. Never mind about our being so poor, and wanting all our spare money for the boys at college. There must be some way of getting him out of the scrape. Did you not get Charles Watkins out of the scrape 2 years ago? And did he not pay you back every halfpenny? Yes, and you made a whole family happy, blessed be God. And Mrs. Watkins prays for you and blesses you to this very day. And I think everything has prospered with us since. And I have no doubt it has made you a Major General. No earthly doubt, says the fond wife. Now, as Martin Lambert requires very little persuasion to do a kind action, he, in this instance, lets himself be persuaded easily enough, and having made up his mind to seek for friend James Wolfe, and give bail for Harry, he takes his leave and his hat, and squeezes Theo's hand, who seems to divine his errand, or perhaps that silly mamma has blabbed it, and kisses little Hetty's flushed cheek, and away he goes out of the apartment where the girls and their mother are sitting, though he is followed out of the room by the latter. When she is alone with him, that enthusiastic matron cannot control her feelings any longer. She flings her arms round her husband's neck, kisses him 125 times in an instant, calls God to bless him, cries plentifully on his shoulder, and in this sentimental attitude is discovered by old Mrs. Quiggett, my lord's housekeeper, who is bustling about the house, and, I suppose, is quite astounded at the conjugal phenomenon. We have had a tiff, and we are making it up. Don't tell tales out of school, Mrs. Quiggett, says the gentleman, walking off. Well, I never, says Mrs. Quiggett, with a shrill, strident laugh, like a venerable old cockatoo, which white, hook-nosed, long-lived bird Mrs. Quiggett strongly resembles. Well, I never, says Quiggett, laughing and shaking her old sides till all her keys, and, as one may fancy, her old ribs, clatter and jingle. "Oh, Quiggett!" sobs out Mrs. Lambert, "what a man that is!" "You've been a-quarrelling, have you, mum? And making it up? That's right." "Quarrel with him! He never told a greater story. My General is an angel, Quiggett. I should like to worship him. I should like to fall down at his boots and kiss him. I should. There never was a man so good as my General. What have I done to have such a man? How dare I have such a good husband?" "My dear, I think there's a pair of you," says the old cockatoo. "And what would you like for your supper?" When Lambert comes back very late to that meal, and tells what has happened, how Harry is free, and how his brother has come to life and rescued him, you may fancy what a commotion the whole of those people are in. If Mrs. Lambert's General was an angel before, what is he now? If she wanted to embrace his boots in the morning, pray what further office of wallowing degradation would she prefer in the evening? Little Hetty comes and nestles up to her father quite silent, and drinks a little drop out of his glass. Theo's and mamma's faces beam with happiness, like two moons of brightness. After supper, those four at a certain signal fall down on their knees, glad homage paying in awful mirth rejoicing, as with such pure joy as angels do, we read, for the sinner that repents. There comes a great knocking at the door whilst they are so gathered together. Who can be there? My lord is in the country miles off. It is past midnight now. So late have they been, so long have they been talking. I think Mrs. Lambert guesses who is there. "This is George," says a young gentleman, leading in another. "We have been to Aunt Bernstein. We couldn't go to bed, Aunt Lambert, without coming to thank you, too. You dear, dear, good—" There is no more speech audible. Aunt Lambert is kissing Harry. Theo has snatched up Hetty, who is as pale as death, and is hugging her into life again. George Warrington stands with his hat off, and then, when Harry's transaction is concluded, goes up and kisses Mrs. Lambert's hand. The General passes his across his eyes. I protest they are all in a very tender and happy state. Generous hearts sometimes feel it, when wrong is forgiven, when peace is restored, when love returns that has been thought lost. "We came from Aunt Bernstein. We saw lights here, you see. We couldn't go to sleep without saying good night to you all," says Harry. "Could we, George?" "'Tis certainly a famous nightcap you have brought us, boys," says the General. "When are you to come and dine with us? To-morrow?" No, they must go to Madame Bernstein's to-morrow. "The next day, then?" Yes, they would come the next day. And that is the very day we are writing about, and this is the very dinner at which, in the room of Lieutenant Colonel James Wolfe, absent on private affairs, my gracious reader has just been invited to sit down. To sit down. And why, if you please? Not to a mere Barmecide dinner. No, no. But to hear Mr. George Esmond Warrington's statement, which of course he is going to make. Here they all sit, not in my lord's grand dining room, you know, but in the snug study or parlour in front. The cloth has been withdrawn, the General has given the King's health, the servants have left the room, the guests sit convalescent, and so, after a little hemming and blushing, Mr. George proceeds. I remember, at the table of our General, how the little Philadelphia agent, whose wit and shrewdness we had remarked at home, made the very objections to the conduct of the campaign of which its disastrous issue showed the justice. "Of course," says he, "your Excellency's troops, once before Fort Duquesne, such a weak little place will never be able to resist such a general, such an army, such artillery, as there will be found attacking it. But do you calculate, sir, on the difficulty of reaching the place? Your Excellency's march will be through woods almost untrodden, over roads which you will have to make yourself, and your line will be some 4 miles long. This slender line, having to make its way through the forest, will be subject to endless attacks in front, in rear, in flank, by enemies whom you will never see, and whose constant practice in war is the dexterous laying of ambuscades." "Pshaw, sir!" says the General. "The savages may frighten your raw American militia." "Thank you, Excellency, for the compliment," Mr. Washington seems to say, who is sitting at the table. "But the Indians will never make any impression on his Majesty's regular troops." "I heartily hope not, sir," says Mr. Franklin, with a sigh. And, of course, the gentlemen of the General's family sneered at the postmaster, as at a pert civilian who had no call to be giving his opinion on matters entirely beyond his comprehension. We despised the Indians on our own side, and our commander made light of them and their service. Our officers disgusted the chiefs who were with us by outrageous behaviour to their women. There were not above 7 or 8 who remained with our force. Had we had a couple of hundred in our front on that fateful 9th of July, the event of the day must have been very different. They would have flung off the attack of the French Indians. They would have prevented the surprise and panic which ensued. 'Tis known now that the French had even got ready to give up their fort, never dreaming of the possibility of a defence, and that the French Indians themselves remonstrated against the audacity of attacking such an overwhelming force as ours. I was with our General with the main body of the troops when the firing began in front of us, and one aide de camp after another was sent forward. At first, the enemy's attack was answered briskly by our own advanced people, and our men huzzaed and cheered with good heart. But very soon our fire grew slacker, whilst from behind every tree and bush round about us came single shots, which laid man after man low. We were marching in orderly line, the skirmishers in front, the colours and two of our small guns in the centre, the baggage well guarded, bringing up the rear, and were moving over a ground which was open and clear for a mile or two, and for some half mile in breadth, a thick tangled covert of brushwood and trees on either side of us. After the firing had continued for some brief time in front, it opened from both sides of the environing wood on our advancing column. The men dropped rapidly, the officers in greater number than the men. At first, as I said, these cheered and answered the enemy's fire, our guns even opening on the wood and seeming to silence the French in ambuscade there. But the hidden rifle firing began again. Our men halted, huddled up together, in spite of the shouts and orders of the General and officers to advance, and fired wildly into the brushwood, of course making no impression. Those in advance came running back on the main body, frightened, and many of them wounded. They reported there were 5,000 Frenchmen and a legion of yelling Indian devils in front, who were scalping our people as they fell. We could hear their cries from the wood around as our men dropped under their rifles. There was no inducing the people to go forward now. One aide-de-camp after another was sent forward, and never returned. At last it came to be my turn, and I was sent with a message to Captain Fraser of Halkett's in front, which he was never to receive, nor I to deliver. I had not gone 30 yards in advance when a rifle ball struck my leg, and I fell straightway to the ground. I recollect a rush forward of Indians and Frenchmen after that, the former crying their fiendish war cries, the latter as fierce as their savage allies. I was amazed and mortified to see how few of the whitecoats there were. Not above a score passed me. Indeed, there were not 50 in the accursed action, in which 2 of the bravest regiments of the British army were put to rout. One of them, who was half Indian, half Frenchman, with moccasins and a white uniform coat and cockade, seeing me prostrate on the ground, turned back and ran towards me, his musket clubbed over his head to dash my brains out and plunder me as I lay. I had my little fusil, which my Harry gave me when I went on the campaign. It had fallen by me and within my reach, luckily. I seized it, and down fell the Frenchman dead at 6 yards before me. I was saved for that time, but bleeding from my wound and very faint. I swooned almost in trying to load my piece, and it dropped from my hand, and the hand itself sank lifeless to the ground. I was scarcely in my senses, the yells and shots ringing dimly in my ears, when I saw an Indian before me, busied over the body of the Frenchman I had just shot, but glancing towards me as I lay on the ground bleeding. He first rifled the Frenchman, tearing open his coat and feeling in his pockets. He then scalped him, and with his bleeding knife in his mouth, advanced towards me. I saw him coming as through a film, as in a dream. I was powerless to move or to resist him. He put his knee upon my chest. With one bloody hand he seized my long hair and lifted my head from the ground, and as he lifted it, he enabled me to see a French officer rapidly advancing behind him. Good God! It was young Florac, who was my second in the duel at Quebec. "A moi, Florac!" I cried out. "C'est Georges! Aide-moi!" He started, ran up to me at the cry, laid his hand on the Indian's shoulder, and called him to hold. But the savage did not understand French, or chose not to understand it. He clutched my hair firmer, and, waving his dripping knife round it, motioned to the French lad to leave him to his prey. I could only cry out again and piteously, "A moi!" "Ah, canal, tu veux du sang? Prends!" said Florac with a curse, and the next moment, and with an "Ugh!" the Indian fell over my chest dead, with Florac's sword through his body. My friend looked round him. "Eh!" says he, "la belle affaire! Where art thou wounded? In the leg?" He bound my leg tight round with his sash.
The others will kiss you if they find you here. Ah, tiens! Put me on this coat, and this hat with the white cockade. Call out in French if any of our people pass. They will take thee for one of us. Thou art Brunet of the Quebec Volunteers. God guard thee, Brunet. I must go forward. 'Tis a general debacle, and the whole of your redcoats are on the run, my poor boy. Ah, what a rout it was! What a day of disgrace for England! Florac's rough application stopped the bleeding of my leg, and the kind creature helped me to rest against a tree, and to load my fusil, which he placed within reach of me, to protect me in case any other marauder should have a mind to attack me. And he gave me the gourd of that unlucky French soldier who had lost his own life in the deadly game which he had just played against me, and the drink the gourd contained served greatly to refresh and invigorate me. Taking a mark of the tree against which I lay, and noting the various bearings of the country, so as to be able again to find me, the young lad hastened on to the front. "Thou seest how much I love thee, George," he says, "that I stay behind in a moment like this." I forget whether I told thee, Harry, that Florac was under some obligation to me. I had won money of him at cards at Quebec, only playing at his repeated entreaty, and there was a difficulty about paying, and I remitted his debt to me, and lighted my pipe with his note of hand. You see, sir, that you are not the only gambler in the family. At evening, when the dismal pursuit was over, the faithful fellow came back to me with a couple of Indians, who had each reeking scalps at their belts, and whom he informed that I was a Frenchman, his brother, who had been wounded early in the day, and must be carried back to the fort. They laid me in one of their blankets, and carried me, groaning, with the trusty Florac by my side. Had he left me, they would assuredly have laid me down, plundered me, and added my hair to that of the wretches whose bleeding spoils hung at their girdles. He promised them brandy at the fort if they brought me safely there. I have but a dim recollection of the journey. The anguish of my wound was extreme. I fainted more than once. We came to the end of our march at last. I was taken into the fort, and carried to the officer's log house, and laid upon Florac's own bed. Happy for me was my insensibility. I had been brought into the fort as a wounded French soldier of the garrison. I learned afterwards that during my delirium the few prisoners who had been made on the day of our disaster had been brought under the walls of Duquesne by their savage captors, and there horribly burned, tortured, and butchered by the Indians under the eyes of the garrison. As George speaks, one may fancy a thrill of horror running through his sympathising audience. Theo takes Hetty's hand, and looks at George in a very alarmed manner. Harry strikes his fist upon the table, and cries, "The bloody murderous red-skinned villains! There will never be peace for us until they are all hunted down." "They were offering $130 apiece for Indian scalps in Pennsylvania when I left home," says George demurely, "and 50 for women." "50 for women, my love! Do you hear that, Mrs. Lambert?" cries the Colonel, lifting up his wife's hair. "The murderous villains!" says Harry again. "Hunt 'em down, sir! Hunt 'em down!" "I know not how long I lay in my fever," George resumed. "When I awoke to my senses, my dear Florac was gone. He and his company had been despatched on an enterprise against an English fort on the Pennsylvania territory, which the French claimed too. In Duquesne, when I came to be able to ask and understand what was said to me, there were not above 30 Europeans left. The place might have been taken over and over again, had any of our people had the courage to return after their disaster. My old enemy, the ague fever, set in again upon me as I lay there by the riverside. 'Tis a wonder how I ever survived. But for the goodness of the half-breed woman in the fort who took pity on me, and tended me, I never should have recovered, and my poor Harry would be what he fancied himself yesterday, our grandfather's heir, our mother's only son. I remembered how, when Florac laid me in his bed,
He put under my pillow my money, my watch, and a trinket or two which I had. When I woke to myself, these were all gone, and a surly old sergeant, the only officer left in the quarter, told me with a curse that I was lucky enough to be left with my life at all, and that it was only my white cockade and coat had saved me from the fate which the other canaille of Rosbifs had deservedly met with. At the time of my recovery, the fort was almost emptied of the garrison. The Indians had retired, enriched with British plunder, and the chief part of the French regulars were gone upon expeditions northward. My good Florac had left me upon his service, consigning me to the care of an invalided sergeant. Monsieur de Contrecoeur had accompanied one of these expeditions, leaving an old lieutenant, Museau by name, in command at Duquesne. This man had long been out of France, and serving in the colonies. His character, doubtless, had been indifferent at home, and he knew that, according to the system pursued in France, where almost all promotion is given to the noblesse, he never would advance in rank. And he had made free with my guineas, I suppose, as he had with my watch, for I saw it one day on his chest when I was sitting with him in his quarter. Monsieur Museau and I managed to be pretty good friends. If I could be exchanged or sent home, I told him that my mother would pay liberally for my ransom; and I suppose this idea excited the cupidity of the commandant, for a trapper coming in the winter, whilst I still lay very ill with fever, Museau consented that I should write home to my mother, but that the letter should be in French, that he should see it, and that I should say I was in the hands of the Indians, and should not be ransomed under 10,000 livres. In vain I said I was a prisoner to the troops of his most Christian Majesty, that I expected the treatment of a gentleman and an officer. Museau swore that letter should go, and no other, that if I hesitated he would fling me out of the fort, or hand me over to the tender mercies of his ruffian Indian allies. He would not let the trapper communicate with me, except in his presence. Life and liberty are sweet. I resisted for a while, but I was pulled down with weakness, and shuddering with fever. I wrote such a letter as the rascal consented to let pass, and the trapper went away with my missive, which he promised in 3 weeks to deliver to my mother in Virginia. 3 weeks, 6, 12 passed. The messenger never returned. The winter came and went, and all our little plantations round the fort, where the French soldiers had cleared corn ground, and planted gardens and peach and apple trees down to the Monongahela, were in full blossom. Heaven knows how I crept through the weary time. When I was pretty well, I made drawings of the soldiers of the garrison, and of the half-breed and her child, Museau's child, and of Museau himself, whom, I am ashamed to say, I flattered outrageously. And there was an old guitar left in the fort, and I sang to it, and played on it some French airs which I knew, and ingratiated myself as best I could with my jailers. And so the weary months passed, but the messenger never returned. At last news arrived that he had been shot by some British Indians in Maryland. So there was an end of my hope of ransom for some months more. This made Museau very savage and surly towards me, the more so as his sergeant inflamed his rage by telling him that the Indian woman was partial to me, as I believed, poor thing, she was. I was always gentle with her, and grateful to her. My small accomplishments seemed wonders in her eyes. I was ill and unhappy, too, and these are always claims to a woman's affection. A captive pulled down by malady, a ferocious jailer, and a young woman touched by the prisoner's misfortunes. Sure, you expect that with these 3 prime characters in a piece, some pathetic tragedy is going to be enacted. You, Miss Hetty, are about to guess that the woman saved me? Why, of course she did, cries mamma. What else is she good for? Says Hetty. You, Miss Theo, have painted her already as a dark beauty. Is it not so? A swift huntress. Diana with a baby, says the Colonel. who scours the plain with her nymphs, who brings down the game with her unerring bow, who is queen of the forest, and I see by your looks that you think I am madly in love with her." "Well, I suppose she is an interesting creature, Mr. George," says Theo with a blush. "What think you of a dark beauty, the colour of new mahogany, with long, straight black hair, which was usually dressed with a hair oil or pomade by no means pleasant to approach, with little eyes, with high cheekbones, with a flat nose, sometimes ornamented with a ring, with rows of glass beads round her tawny throat, her cheeks and forehead gracefully tattooed, a great love of finery, and inordinate passion for oh, must I own it? For coquetry. I know you were going to say that," says Miss Hetty. "For whiskey, my dear Miss Hester, in which appetite my jailor partook, so that I have often sat by on the nights when I was in favour with Monsieur Museau, and seen him and his poor companion hob and nobbing together until they could scarce hold the noggin out of which they drank. In these evening entertainments they would sing, they would dance, they would fondle, they would quarrel, and knock the cans and furniture about, and when I was in favour I was admitted to share their society, for Museau, jealous of his dignity, or not willing that his men should witness his behaviour, would allow none of them to be familiar with him. Whilst the return of the trapper's mission to my home was yet uncertain, and Museau and I myself expected the payment of my ransom, I was treated kindly enough, allowed to crawl about the fort, and even go into the adjoining fields and gardens, always keeping my parole, and duly returning before gunfire. And I exercised a piece of hypocrisy, for which I hope you will hold me excused. When my leg was sound, the ball came out in the winter after some pain and inflammation, and the wound healed up presently. I yet chose to walk as if I was disabled and a cripple. I hobbled on 2 sticks, and cried "Ah!" and "Oh!" at every minute, hoping that a day might come when I might treat my limbs to a run. Museau was very savage when he began to give up all hopes of the first messenger. He fancied that the man might have got the ransom money and fled with it himself. Of course he was prepared to disown any part in the transaction, should my letter be discovered. His treatment of me varied according to his hopes or fears, or even his mood for the time being. He would have me consigned to my quarters for several days at a time, then invite me to his tipsy supper table, quarrel with me there, and abuse my nation, or again break out into maudlin sentimentalities about his native country of Normandy, where he longed to spend his old age, to buy a field or two, and to die happy. "Eh, Monsieur Museau," says I, 10,000 livres of your money would buy a pretty field or two in your native country. You can have it for the ransom of me, if you will but let me go. In a few months you must be superseded in your command here, and then adieu the crowns and the fields in Normandy. You had better trust a gentleman and a man of honour. Let me go home, and I give you my word the 10,000 livres shall be paid to any agent you may appoint in France or in Quebec." "Ah, young traitor!" roars he. "Do you wish to tamper with my honour? Do you believe an officer of France will take a bribe? I have a mind to consign thee to my black hole, and have thee shot in the morning." "My poor body will never fetch 10,000 livres," says I. "And a pretty field in Normandy, with a cottage..." "And an orchard. Oh, sacre bleu!" says Museau, whimpering. "And a dish of tripe à la mode du pays." This talk happened between us again and again, and Museau would order me to my quarters, and then ask me to supper the next night, and return to the subject of Normandy, and cider, and tripe à la mode du camp. My friend is dead now. "He was hung, I trust?" breaks in Colonel Lambert. "And I need keep no secret about him. Ladies, I wish I had to offer you the account of a dreadful and tragical escape, how I slew all the sentinels of the fort, filed through the prison windows, destroyed a score or so of watchful dragons, overcame a million of dangers, and finally effected my freedom. But in regard of that matter, I have no heroic deeds to tell of, and own that by bribery and no other means I am where I am." "But you would have fought, Georgy, if need were," says Harry, "and you couldn't conquer a whole garrison, you know." And herewith Mr. Harry blushed very much. "See the women, how disappointed they are!" says Lambert. "Mrs. Lambert, you bloodthirsty woman, own that you are balked of a battle. And look at Hetty, quite angry because Mr. George did not shoot the commandant." "You wished he was hung yourself, papa!" cries Miss Hetty, "and I am sure I wish anything my papa wishes." "Nay, ladies," says George, turning a little red, "to wink at a prisoner's escape was not a very monstrous crime, and to take money! Sure, other folks besides Frenchmen have condescended to a bribe before now. Although Monsieur Museau set me free, I am inclined for my part to forgive him. Will it please you to know how that business was done? You see, Miss Hetty, I cannot help being alive to tell it." "Oh, George! I mean Mr. Warrington! I beg your pardon!" cries Hester. "No pardon, my dear. I never was angry yet or surprised that any one should like my Harry better than me. He deserves all the liking that any man or woman can give him. See, it is his turn to blush now," says George. "Go on, Georgy, and tell them about the escape out of Duquesne," cries Harry; and he said to Mrs. Lambert afterwards in confidence, "You know he is always going on saying that he ought never have come to life again, and declaring that I am better than he is. The idea of my being better than George, Mrs. Lambert! A poor, extravagant fellow like me! It's absurd!" End of chapter 51. Chapter 52 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians, by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 52. Intentique ora tenebant. We continued for months our weary life at the fort, and the commandant and I had our quarrels and reconciliations, our greasy games at cards, our dismal duets with his asthmatic flute and my cracked guitar. The poor fawn took her beatings and her cans of liquor as her lord and master chose to administer them, and she nursed her papoose, or her master in the gout, or her prisoner in the ague, and so matters went on until the beginning of the fall of last year, when we were visited by a hunter who had important news to deliver to the commandant, and such as set the little garrison in no little excitement. The Marquis de Montcalm had sent a considerable detachment to garrison the forts already in the French hands, and to take up further positions in the enemy's, that is, in the British, possessions. The troops had left Quebec and Montreal, and were coming up the St. Lawrence and the lakes in bateaux, with artillery and large provisions of warlike and other stores. Museau would be superseded in his command by an officer of superior rank, who might exchange me, or who might give me up to the Indians in reprisal for cruelties practised by our own people on many and many an officer and soldier of the enemy. The men of the fort were eager for the reinforcements. They would advance into Pennsylvania and New York. They would seize upon Albany and Philadelphia. They would drive the Rosbifs into the sea, and all America should be theirs from the Mississippi to Newfoundland. This was all very triumphant, but yet somehow the prospect of the French conquest did not add to Mr. Museau's satisfaction. "Eh, commandant!" says I, "'tis fort bien. But meanwhile your farm in Normandy, the pot of cider, and the tripe a la mode de Caen, where are they?" "Yes, 'tis all very well, my garçon," says he. "But where will you be when poor old Museau is superseded? Other officers are not good companions like me. Very few men in the world have my humanity. When there is a great garrison here, will my successors give thee the indulgences which honest Museau has granted thee? Thou wilt be kept in a sty like a pig, ready for killing.
As sure as one of our officers falls into the hands of your brigands of frontiermen, and evil comes to him, so surely wilt thou have to pay with thy skin for his. Thou wilt be given up to our red allies, to the brethren of La Biche yonder. Didst thou see last year what they did to thy countrymen whom we took in the action with Braddock? Roasting was the very smallest punishment, ma foi. Was it not, La Biche? As he entered into a variety of jocular descriptions of tortures inflicted, eyes burned out of their sockets, teeth and nails wrenched out, limbs and bodies gashed. You turn pale, dear Miss Theo. Well, I will have pity, and will spare you the tortures which honest Museau recounted in his pleasant way as likely to befall me. La Biche was by no means so affected as you seem to be, ladies, by the recital of these horrors. She had witnessed them in her time. She came from the Senecas, whose villages lie near the great cataract between Ontario and Erie. Her people made war for the English and against them. They had fought with other tribes, and in the battles between us and them, it is difficult to say whether whiteskin or redskin is the most savage. They may chop me into cutlets and broil me, 'tis true, Commandant, says I coolly, but again I say, you will never have the farm in Normandy. Go get the whisky bottle, La Biche, says Museau. And it is not too late even now. I will give the guide who takes me home a large reward. And again I say, I promise as a man of honour, 10,000 livres to... whom shall I say? To one who shall bring me any token, who shall bring me, say, my watch and seal with my grandfather's arms, which I have seen in a chest somewhere in this fort. Ah, Celerad! Roars out the Commandant with a hoarse yell of laughter. Thou hast eyes, thou! All is good prize in war. Think of a house in your village, of a fine field hard by, with a half-dozen of cows, of a fine orchard, all covered with fruit. And Charvotte adorned with her wheel, and a rascal of a child or two, with cheeks as red as the apples. Oh, my country! Oh, my mother! Whimpers out the Commandant. Quick, La Biche, the whisky! All that night the Commandant was deep in thought, and La Biche, too, silent and melancholy. She sat away from us, nursing her child, and whenever my eyes turned towards her, I saw hers were fixed on me. The poor little infant began to cry, and was ordered away by Museau, with his usual foul language, to the building which the luckless Biche occupied with her child. When she was gone, we both of us spoke our minds freely, and I put such reasons before Monsieur as his cupidity could not resist. "How do you know," he asked, "that this hunter will serve you?" "That is my secret," says I. "But here, if you like, as we are not on honour, I may tell it. When they come into the settlements for their bargains, the hunters often stop a day or two for rest and drink and company. And our new friend loved all these. He played at cards with the men. He set his furs against their liquor. He enjoyed himself at the fort, singing, dancing, and gambling with them. I think I said they liked to listen to my songs, and for want of better things to do, I was often singing and guitar scraping, and we would have many a concert, the men joining in chorus, or dancing to my homely music, until it was interrupted by the drums and the retreat. Our guest the hunter was present at one or two of these concerts, and I thought I would try if possibly he understood English. After we had had our little stock of French songs, I said, "My lads, I will give you an English song," and to the tune of "Over the Hills and Far Away," which my good old grandfather used to hum as a favourite air in Marlborough's camp, I made some doggerel words. This long, long year, a prisoner drear, ah me, I'm tired of lingering here. I'll give 100 guineas gay to be over the hills and far away. "What is it?" says the hunter. "I don't understand." "'Tis a girl to her lover," I answered.
but I saw by the twinkle in the man's eye that he understood me. The next day, when there were no men within hearing, the trapper showed that I was right in my conjecture; for, as he passed me, he hummed in a low tone, but in perfectly good English, "Over the hills and far away," the burden of my yesterday's doggerel. "If you are ready," says he, "I am ready. I know who your people are, and the way to them. Talk to the fawn, and she will tell you what to do. What? You will not play with me?" Here he pulled out some cards, and spoke in French as two soldiers came up. "Milord est trop grand seigneur. Bonjour, my lord." And the man made me a mock bow, and walked away, shrugging up his shoulders, to offer to play and drink elsewhere. I knew now that the Biche was to be the agent in the affair, and that my offer to Museau was accepted. The poor fawn performed her part very faithfully and dexterously. I had not need of a word more with Museau. The matter was understood between us. The fawn had long been allowed free communication with me. She had tended me during my wound and in my illnesses, helped to do the work of my little chamber, my cooking, and so forth. She was free to go out of the fort, as I have said, and to the river and the fields, whence the corn and garden stuff of the little garrison were brought in. Having gambled away most of the money which he received for his peltries, the trapper now got together his store of flints, powder, and blankets, and took his leave. And 3 days after his departure, the fawn gave me the signal that the time was come for me to make my little trial for freedom. When first wounded, I had been taken by my kind Florac and placed on his bed in the officers' room. When the fort was emptied of all officers except the old lieutenant left in command, I had been allowed to remain in my quarters, sometimes being left pretty free, sometimes being locked up and fed on prisoners' rations, sometimes invited to share his mess by my tipsy jailor. This officer's house, or room, was of logs, like the half-dozen others within the fort, which mounted only 4 guns of small calibre, of which one was on the bastion behind my cabin. Looking westward over this gun, you could see a small island at the confluence of the 2 rivers, Ohio and Monongahela, whereon Duquesne is situated. On the shore opposite this island were some trees. "You see those trees?" my poor Biche said to me the day before, in her French jargon. "He wait for you, behind those trees." In the daytime, the door of my quarters was open, and the Biche free to come and go. On the day before, she came in from the fields with a pick in her hand, and a basketful of vegetables and pot herbs for soup. She sat down on a bench at my door, the pick resting against it, and the basket at her side. I stood talking to her for a while, but I believe I was so idiotic that I never should have thought of putting the pick to any use had she actually pushed it into my open door, so that it fell into my room. "Hide it," she said. "Want it soon." And that afternoon it was she pointed out the trees to me. On the next day she comes, pretending to be very angry, and calls out, my lord, why you not come to Commandant's dinner? He very bad. Entendez-vous?" And she peeps into the room as she speaks, and flings a coil of rope at me. "I am coming, La Biche," says I, and hobbled after her on my crutch. As I went into the Commandant's quarters, she says, "Pour ce soir," and then I knew the time was come. As for Museau, he knew nothing about the matter. Not he. He growled at me, and said the soup was cold. He looked me steadily in the face, and talked of this and that, not only whilst his servant was present, but afterwards as we smoked our pipes and played our game at piquet, whilst, according to her wont, the poor Biche sat cowering in a corner. My friend's whisky bottle was empty, and he said, with a rather knowing look, he must have another glass. We must both have a glass that night, and rising from the table, he stumped to the inner room, where he kept his fire-water under lock and key, and away from the poor Biche, who could not resist that temptation. As he turned his back, the Biche raised herself, and he was no sooner gone but she was at my feet,
kissing my hand, pressing it to her heart, and bursting into tears over my knees. I confess I was so troubled by this testimony of the poor creature's silent attachment and fondness, the extent of which I scarce had suspected before, that, when Museau returned, I had not recovered my equanimity, though the poor fawn was back in her corner again, and shrouded in her blanket. He did not appear to remark anything strange in the behaviour of either. We sat down to our game, though my thoughts were so preoccupied that I scarcely knew what cards were before me. "I gain everything from you tonight, milord," he says grimly. "We play upon parole." "And you may count upon mine," I replied. "Eh, 'tis all that you have," says he. "Monsieur," says I, "my word is good for 10,000 livres," and we continued our game. At last he said he had a headache and would go to bed, and I understood the orders, too, that I was to retire. "I wish you a good night, mon petit milord," says he. "Stay, you will fall without your crutch." And his eyes twinkled at me, and his face wore a sarcastic grin. In the agitation of the moment I had quite forgotten that I was lame, and was walking away at a pace as good as a grenadier's. "What a villain night!" says he, looking out. In fact, there was a tempest abroad, and a great roaring and wind. "Bring a lantern, La Tulipe, and lock my lord comfortably into his quarters." He stood a moment looking at me from his own door, and I saw a glimpse of the poor Biche behind him. The night was so rainy that the sentries preferred their boxes, and did not disturb me in my work. The log house was built with upright posts, deeply fixed in the ground, and horizontal logs laid upon it. I had to dig under these, and work a hole sufficient to admit my body to pass. I began in the dark, soon after tattoo. It was some while after midnight before my work was done, when I lifted my hand up under the log, and felt the rain from without falling upon it. I had to work very cautiously for 2 hours after that, and then crept through to the parapet, and silently flung my rope over the gun, not without a little tremor of heart, lest the sentry should see me, and send a charge of lead into my body. The wall was but 12 feet, and my fall into the ditch easy enough. I waited a while there, looking steadily under the gun, and trying to see the river and the island. I heard the sentry pacing up above, and humming a tune. The darkness became more clear to me ere long, and the moon rose, and I saw the river shining before me, and the dark rocks and trees of the island rising in the waters. I made for this mark as swiftly as I could, and for the clump of trees to which I had been directed. Oh, what a relief I had when I heard a low voice humming there, "Over the hills and far away." When Mr. George came to this part of his narrative, Miss Theo, who was seated by a harpsichord, turned round and dashed off the tune on the instrument, whilst all the little company broke out into the merry chorus. Our way, the speaker went on, lay through a level tract of forest, with which my guide was familiar, upon the right bank of the Monongahela. By daylight we came to a clearer country, and my trapper asked me (Silverheels was the name by which he went) had I ever seen the spot before. It was the fatal field where Braddock had fallen, and whence I had been wonderfully rescued in the summer of the previous year. Now the leaves were beginning to be tinted with the magnificent hues of our autumn. "Ah, brother!" cries Harry, seizing his brother's hand, "I was gambling and making a fool of myself at the Wells and in London, when my George was flying for his life in the wilderness. Oh, what a miserable spendthrift I have been!" "But I think thou art not unworthy to be called thy mother's son," says Mrs. Lambert, very softly, and with moistened eyes. Indeed, if Harry had erred, to mark his repentance, his love, his unselfish joy and generosity, was to feel that there was hope for the humbled and kind young sinner. We presently crossed the river, George resumed, taking our course along the base of the western slopes of the Alleghanies, and through a grand forest region of oaks and maple, and enormous poplars that grow 100 feet high without a branch.
It was the Indians whom we had to avoid, besides the outlying parties of French. Always of doubtful loyalty, the savages have been specially against us, since our ill treatment of them, and the French triumph over us 2 years ago. I was but weak still, and our journey through the wilderness lasted a fortnight or more. As we advanced, the woods became redder and redder. The frost nipped sharply of nights. We lighted fires at our feet, and slept in our blankets as best we might. At this time of year, the hunters who live in the mountains get their sugar from the maples. We came upon more than one such family, camping near the trees by the mountain streams, and they welcomed us at their fires, and gave us of their venison. So we passed over the 2 ranges of the Laurel Hills and the Alleghanies. The last day's march of my trusty guide and myself took us down that wild, magnificent pass of Will's Creek, a valley lying between cliffs near 1,000 feet high, bald, white, and broken into towers like huge fortifications, with eagles wheeling round the summits of the rocks and watching their nests among the crags. And hence we descended to Cumberland, whence we had marched in the year before, and where there was now a considerable garrison of our people. Oh, you may think it was a welcome day when I saw English colours again on the banks of our native Potomac. End of chapter 52. Chapter 53 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 53. Where we remain at the court end of the town. George Warrington had related the same story which we have just heard to Madame de Bernstein on the previous evening. A portion, that is, of the history, for the old lady nodded off to sleep many times during the narration, only waking up when George paused, saying it was most interesting, and ordering him to continue. The young gentleman hemmed and hawed, and stuttered and blushed, and went on, much against his will, and did not speak half so well as he did to his friendly little auditory in Hill Street, where Hetty's eyes of wonder, and Theo's sympathising looks, and mamma's kind face, and papa's funny looks, were applause sufficient to cheer any modest youth who required encouragement for his eloquence. As for mamma's behaviour, the General said 'twas as good as Mr. Addison's trunk-maker, and she would make the fortune of any tragedy by simply being engaged to cry in the front boxes. That is why we chose my Lord Wrotham's house as the theatre where George's first piece should be performed, wishing that he should speak to advantage, and not as when he was heard by that sleepy, cynical old lady, to whom he had to narrate his adventures. "Very good, and most interesting, I am sure, my dear sir," says Madame Bernstein, putting up 3 pretty little fingers covered with a lace mitten, to hide a convulsive movement of her mouth. "And your mother must have been delighted to see you." George shrugged his shoulders ever so little, and made a low bow, as his aunt looked up at him for a moment with her keen old eyes. "Have been delighted to see you," she continued drily, "and killed the fatted calf, and that kind of thing. Though why I say calf, I don't know, nephew George, for you never were the prodigal. I may say calf to thee, my poor Harry. Thou hast been amongst the swine, sure enough, and evil companions have robbed the money out of thy pocket and the coat off thy back." "He came to his family in England, madam," says George with some heat, "and his friends were your ladyship's." "He could not have come to worse advisers, nephew Warrington, and so I should have told my sister earlier, had she condescended to write to me by him, as she has done by you," said the old lady, tossing up her head. "Hey, hey!" she said at night, as she arranged herself for the route to which she was going, to her waiting maid. "This young gentleman's mother is half sorry that he has come to life again. I could see that in his face. She is half sorry, and I am perfectly furious. Why didn't he lie still when he dropped there under the tree? And why did that young Florac carry him to the fort? I knew those Floracs when I was at Paris, in the time of Monsieur le Regent. They were the Floracs of Ivry, no great house before Henry IV. His ancestor was the king's favourite. His ancestor! His ancestress! Brett, entendez-vous? Give me my card purse. I don't like the grand airs of this Monsieur George. And yet he resembles very much his grandfather. The same look, and sometimes the same tones. You have heard of Colonel Esmond when I was young? This boy has his eyes. I suppose I liked the Colonel's because he loved me." Being engaged, then, to a card party, an amusement which she never missed, weekday or Sabbath, as long as she had strength to hold trumps or sit in a chair, very soon after George had ended his narration, the old lady dismissed her two nephews, giving to the elder a couple of fingers and a very stately curtsey, but to Harry 2 hands and a kindly pat on the cheek. "My poor child, now thou art disinherited, thou wilt see how differently the world will use thee," she said. "There is only, in all London, a wicked, heartless old woman who will treat thee as before. Here is a pocket-book for you, child. Do not lose it at Ranelagh to-night. That suit of yours does not become your brother half so well as it sat upon you. You will present your brother to everybody, and walk up and down the room for 2 hours at least, child. Were I you, I would then go to the chocolate house, and play as if nothing had happened. Whilst you are there, your brother may come back to me and eat a bit of chicken with me. My Lady Flint gives wretched suppers, and I want to talk his mother's letter over with him. Au revoir, gentlemen," and she went away to her toilette. Her chairmen and flambeaux were already waiting at the door. The gentlemen went to Ranelagh, where but a few of Mr. Harry's acquaintances chanced to be present. They paced the round and met Mr. Tom Claypool with some of his country friends. They heard the music, they drank tea in a box. Harry was master of ceremonies, and introduced his brother to the curiosities of the place, and George was even more excited than his brother had been on his first introduction to this palace of delight. George loved music much more than Harry ever did. He heard a full orchestra for the first time, and a piece of Mr. Handel satisfactorily performed. And a not unpleasing instance of Harry's humility and regard for his elder brother was that he could even hold George's love of music in respect at a time when fiddling was voted effeminate and unmanly in England, and Britons were every day called upon by the patriotic prince to sneer at the frivolous accomplishments of your Squalinis, Messieurs, and the like. Nobody in Britain is proud of his ignorance now. There is no conceit left among us. There is no such thing as dullness. Arrogance is entirely unknown. Well, at any rate, Art has obtained her letters of naturalisation, and lives here on terms of almost equality. If Mrs. Thrale chose to marry a music master now, I don't think her friends would shudder at the mention of her name. If she had a good fortune and kept a good cook, people would even go and dine with her in spite of the misalliance, and actually treat Mr. Piozzi with civility. After Ranelagh, and pursuant to Madame Bernstein's advice, George returned to her ladyship's house, whilst Harry showed himself at the club, where gentlemen were accustomed to assemble at night to sup, and then to gamble. No one, of course, alluded to Mr. Warrington's little temporary absence, and Mr. Ruff, his ex-landlord, waited upon him with the utmost gravity and civility, as if there had never been any difference between them. Mr. Warrington had caused his trunks and habiliments to be conveyed away from Bond Street in the morning, and he and his brother were now established in apartments elsewhere. But when the supper was done, and the gentlemen, as usual, were about to seek the Mako table upstairs, Harry said he was not going to play any more. He had burned his fingers already, and could afford no more extravagance. "Why," says Mr. Morris, in a rather flippant manner, "you must have won more than you have lost, Mr. Warrington, after all is said and done." "And of course I don't know my own business as well as you do, Mr. Morris," says Harry sternly, who had not forgotten the other's behaviour on hearing of his arrest. "But I have another reason. A few months or days ago I was heir to a great estate, and could afford to lose a little money. Now, thank God, I am heir to nothing." And he looked round, blushing not a little,
to the knot of gentlemen, his gaming associates, who were lounging at the tables or gathered round the fire. "How do you mean, Mr. Warrington?" cries my Lord March. "Have you lost Virginia, too? Who has won it? I always had a fancy to play you myself for that stake." "And grow an improved breed of slaves in the colony," says another. "The right owner has won it. You have heard me tell of my twin elder brother." "Who was killed in that affair of Braddock's 2 years ago?" "Yes." "Gracious goodness, my dear sir, I hope in heaven he has not come to life again." "He arrived in London 2 days since. He has been a prisoner in a French fort for 18 months. He only escaped a few months ago, and left our house in Virginia very soon after his release." "You haven't had time to order mourning, I suppose, Mr. Warrington?" asked Mr. Selwyn very good-naturedly, and simple Harry hardly knew the meaning of his joke until his brother interpreted it to him. "Hang me if I don't believe the fellow is absolutely glad of the reappearance of his confounded brother!" cries my Lord March, as they continued to talk of the matter when the young Virginian had taken his leave. "These savages practise the simple virtues of affection. They are barely civilized in America yet," yawned Selwyn. "They love their kindred, and they scalp their enemies," simpers Mr. Walpole. "It's not Christian, but natural. Shouldn't you like to be present at a scalping match, George, and see a fellow skinned alive?" "A man's elder brother is his natural enemy," says Mr. Selwyn, placidly ranging his money and counters before him. "Torture is like broiled bones and pepper. You wouldn't relish simple hanging afterwards, George," continues Horry. "I'm hanged if there's any man in England who would like to see his elder brother alive," says my lord. "No, nor his father either, my lord," cries Jack Morris. "First time I ever knew you had one, Jack. Give me counters for 500. "I say 'tis all mighty fine about dead brothers coming to life again," continues Jack. "Who is to know that it wasn't a scheme arranged between these two fellows? Here comes a young fellow who calls himself the Fortunate Youth, who says he is a Virginian prince, and the deuce knows what, and who gets into our society." A great laugh ensues at Jack's phrase of our society. "Who is to know that it wasn't a cross?" Jack continues. "The young one is to come first. He is to marry an heiress, and, when he has got her, up is to rise the elder brother. When did this elder brother show? Why, when the younger's scheme was blown, and all was up with him. Who shall tell me that the fellow hasn't been living in Seven Dials, or in a cellar dining off tripe and cow heel until my younger gentleman was disposed of? Damme, as gentlemen, I think we ought to take notice of it, and that this Mr. Warrington has been taking a most outrageous liberty with the whole club." "Who put him up? It was March, I think, put him up?" asks a bystander. "Yes, but my lord thought he was putting up a very different person, didn't you, March?" "Hold your confounded tongue, and mind your game," says the nobleman addressed. But Jack Morris's opinion found not a few supporters in the world. Many persons agree that it was most indecorous of Mr. Harry Warrington to have ever believed in his brother's death; that there was something suspicious about the young man's first appearance and subsequent actions; and, in fine, that regarding these foreigners, adventurers, and the like, we ought to be especially cautious. Though he was out of prison and difficulty, though he had his aunt's liberal donation of money in his pocket, though his dearest brother was restored to him, whose return to life Harry never once thought of deploring, as his friends at White supposed he would do, though Maria had shown herself in such a favourable light by her behaviour during his misfortune, yet Harry, when alone, felt himself not particularly cheerful, and smoked his pipe of Virginia with a troubled mind. It was not that he was deposed from his principality. The loss of it never once vexed him. He knew that his brother would share with him, as he would have done with his brother. But after all those struggles and doubts in his own mind, to find himself poor, and yet irrevocably bound to his elderly cousin! Yes, she was elderly, there was no doubt about it. When she came to that horrible den in Cursitor Street, and the tears washed her rouge off, why, she looked as old as his mother.
Her face was all wrinkled and yellow, and as he thought of her, he felt just such a qualm as he had when she was taken ill that day in the coach on their way to Tunbridge. What would his mother say when he brought her home? And, Lord, what battles there would be between them! He would go and live on one of the plantations, the further from home the better, and have a few negroes, and farm as best he might, and hunt a good deal. But at Castlewood, or in her own home, such as he could make it for her, what a life for poor Maria, who had been used to go to court, and to cards, and balls, and assemblies every night. If he could be but the overseer of the estates, oh, he would be an honest factor, and try and make up for his useless life and extravagance in these past days. £5,000, all his patrimony and the accumulations of his long minority, squandered in 6 months. He a beggar, except for dear George's kindness, with nothing in life left to him but an old wife. A pretty beggar, dressed out in velvet and silver lace, forsooth. The poor lad was arrayed in his best clothes. A pretty figure he had made in Europe, and a nice end he was come to. With all his fine friends at White's and Newmarket, with all his extravagance, had he been happy a single day since he had been in Europe? Yes, 3 days, 4 days. Yesterday evening, when he had been with dear, dear Mrs. Lambert, and those affectionate kind girls, and that brave good Colonel. And the Colonel was right when he rebuked him for his spendthrift follies, and he had been a brute to be angry as he had been. And God bless them all for their generous exertions in his behalf. Such were the thoughts which Harry put into his pipe, and he smoked them whilst he waited his brother's return from Madame Bernstein. End of chapter 53. Chapter 54 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians, by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 54, during which Harry sits smoking his pipe at home. The maternal grandfather of our Virginians, the Colonel Esmond, of whom frequent mention has been made, and who had quitted England to reside in the New World, had devoted some portion of his long American leisure to the composition of the memoirs of his early life. In these volumes, Madame de Bernstein, Mrs. Beatrice Esmond was her name as a spinster, played a very considerable part; and as George had read his grandfather's manuscript many times over, he had learned to know his kinswoman long before he saw her, to know at least the lady, young, beautiful, and wilful, of half a century since, with whom he now became acquainted in the decline of her days. When cheeks are faded and eyes are dim, is it sad or pleasant, I wonder, for the woman who is a beauty no more, to recall the period of her bloom? When the heart is withered, do the old love to remember how it once was fresh and beat with warm emotions? When the spirits are languid and weary, do we like to think how bright they were in other days, the hope how buoyant, the sympathies how ready, the enjoyment of life how keen and eager? So they fall, the buds of prime, the roses of beauty, the florid harvests of summer, fall and wither, and the naked branches shiver in the winter. And that was a beauty once, thinks George Warrington, as his aunt in her rouge and diamonds comes in from her rout, and that ruin was a splendid palace. Crowds of lovers have sighed before those decrepit feet, and been bewildered by the brightness of those eyes. He remembered a firework at home, at Williamsburg, on the King's birthday, and afterwards looking at the skeleton wheel and the sockets of the exploded Roman candles. The dazzle and brilliancy of Aunt Beatrice's early career passed before him as he thought over his grandsire's journals. Honest Harry had seen them too, but Harry was no bookman, and had not read the manuscript very carefully. Nay, if he had, he would probably not have reasoned about it as his brother did, being by no means so much inclined to moralizing as his melancholy senior.
Mr. Warrington thought that there was no cause why he should tell his aunt how intimate he was with her early history, and accordingly held his peace upon that point. When their meal was over, she pointed with her cane to her escritoire, and bade her attendant bring the letter which lay under the inkstand there; and George, recognising the superscription, of course knew the letter to be that of which he had been the bearer from home.
"It would appear by this letter," said the old lady, looking hard at her nephew, "that ever since your return there have been some differences between you and my sister." "Indeed, I did not know that Madam Esmond had alluded to them," George said. The Baroness puts a great pair of glasses upon eyes which shot fire and kindled who knows how many passions in old days, and, after glancing over the letter, hands it to George, who reads as follows: Richmond, Virginia, December 26th, 1756. Honoured Madam and Sister, I have received and thankfully acknowledge your ladyship's favour per Rose packet of October 23rd, and straightway answer you at a season which should be one of goodwill and peace to all men, but in which Heaven hath nevertheless decreed we should still bear our portion of earthly sorrow and trouble. My reply will be brought to you by my eldest son, Mr. Esmond Warrington, who returned to us so miraculously out of the valley of the shadow of death, as our previous letters have informed my poor Henry, and who is desirous, not without my consent to his wish, to visit Europe, though he has been amongst us so short a while. I grieve to think that my dearest Harry should have appeared at home, I mean in England, under false colours, as it were, and should have been presented to his Majesty, to our family, and his own, as his father's heir, whilst my dear son George was still alive, though dead to us. Ah, madam! During the 18 months of his captivity, what anguish have his mother's, his brother's hearts undergone! My Harry's is the tenderest of any man's now alive. In the joy of seeing Mr. Esmond Warrington return to life, he will forget the worldly misfortune which befalls him. He will return to comparative poverty without a pang. The most generous, the most obedient of human beings, of sons, he will gladly give up to his elder brother that inheritance which had been his own, but for the accident of birth, and for the providential return of my son George. Your beneficent intentions towards dearest Harry will be more than ever welcome, now he is reduced to a younger brother's slender portion. Many years since, an advantageous opportunity occurred of providing for him in this province, and he would by this time have been master of a noble estate and negroes, and have been enabled to make a figure with most here, could his mother's wishes have been complied with, and his father's small portion, now lying at small interest in the British funds, have been invested in this most excellent purchase. But the forms of the law, and, I grieve to own, my elder son's scruples prevailed, and this admirable opportunity was lost to me. Harry will find the savings of his income have been carefully accumulated. Long, long may he live to enjoy them. May Heaven bless you, dear sister, for what your ladyship may add to his little store. As I gather from your letter that the sum which has been allowed to him has not been sufficient for his expenses in the fine company which he has kept, and the grandson of the Marquis of Esmond, one who had so nearly been his lordship's heir, may sure claim equality with any other nobleman in Great Britain. And having a sum by me which I had always intended for the poor child's establishment, I entrust it to my eldest son, who, to do him justice, hath a most sincere regard for his brother, to lay it out for Harry's best advantage. It took him out of prison yesterday, madam. I think that was the best use to which we could put it, interposed George, at this stage of his mother's letter. Nay, sir, I don't know any such thing. Why not have kept it to buy a pair of colours for him, or to help towards another estate and some negroes, if he has a fancy for home? Cried the old lady. Besides, I had a fancy to pay that debt myself. I hope you will let his brother do that. I ask leave to be my brother's banker in this matter, and consider I have borrowed so much from my mother to be paid back to my dear Harry." "Do you say so, sir? Give me a glass of wine. You are an extravagant fellow. Read on, and you will see your mother thinks so. I drink to your health, nephew George. 'Tis good Burgundy. Your grandfather never loved Burgundy. He loved claret, the little he drank." And George proceeded with the letter. "This remittance will, I trust, amply cover any expenses which, owing to the mistake respecting his position, dearest Harry may have incurred. I wish I could trust his elder brother's prudence as confidently as my Harry's. But I fear that, even in his captivity, Mr. Esmond W. has learned little of that humility which becomes all Christians, and which I have ever endeavoured to teach to my children. Should you, by chance, show him these lines, when, by the blessing of Heaven on those who go down to the sea in ships, the great ocean divides us, he will know that a fond mother's blessing and prayers follow both her children, and that there is no act I have ever done, no desire I have ever expressed, however little he may have been inclined to obey it, but hath been dictated by the fondest wishes for my dearest boy's welfare." There is a scratch with a penknife, and a great blot upon the letter there, as if water had fallen on it. "Your mother writes well, George. I suppose you and she had a difference?" said George's aunt, not unkindly. "Yes, ma'am, many," answered the young man sadly. "The last was about a question of money, of ransom which I promised to the old lieutenant of the fort who aided me to make my escape. I told you he had a mistress, a poor Indian woman, who helped me and was kind to me. 6 weeks after my arrival at home, the poor thing made her appearance at Richmond, having found her way through the wood by pretty much the same track which I had followed, and bringing me the token which Museau had promised to send me when he connived to my flight. A commanding officer and a considerable reinforcement had arrived at Duquesne. Charges, I don't know of what peculation, for his messenger could not express herself very clearly, had been brought against this Museau. He had been put under arrest, and had tried to escape. But, less fortunate than myself, he had been shot on the rampart, and he sent the Indian woman to me, with my grandfather's watch, and a line scrawled in his prison on his deathbed, begging me to send ce que j'escris to a notary at Havre de Grace in France, to be transmitted to his relatives at Caen in Normandy. My friend Silverheels, the hunter, had helped my poor Indian on her way. I don't know how she would have escaped scalping else. But at home they received the poor thing sternly. They hardly gave her a welcome. I won't say what suspicions they had regarding her and me. The poor wretch fell to drinking whenever she could find means. I ordered that she should have food and shelter, and she became the jest of our negroes, and formed the subject of the scandal and tittle-tattle of the old fools in our little town. Our governor was, luckily, a man of sense, and I made interest with him, and procured a pass to send her back to her people. Her very grief at parting with me only served to confirm the suspicions against her. A fellow preached against me from the pulpit, I believe. I had to treat another with a cane, and I had a violent dispute with Madam Esmond, a difference which is not healed yet, because I insisted upon paying to the heirs Museau pointed out the money I had promised for my deliverance. You see, that scandal flourishes at the borders of the wilderness and in the New World, as well as the Old. "I have suffered from it myself, my dear," said Madame Bernstein, demurely. "Fill thy glass, child. A little tass of cherry brandy 'twill do thee all the good in the world. As for my poor Harry's marriage," Madam Esmond's letter went on, "though I know too well from sad experience the dangers to which youth is subject, and would keep my boy at any price from them, though I should wish him to marry a person of rank, as becomes his birth, yet my Lady Maria Esmond is out of the question. Her age is almost the same as mine, and I know my brother Castlewood left his daughters with the very smallest portions. My Harry is so obedient that I know a desire from me will be sufficient to cause him to give up this impudent match. Some foolish people once supposed that I myself once thought of a second union, and with a person of rank very different from ours. No! I knew what was due to my children. As succeeding to this estate after me, Mr. Esmond W. is amply provided for. Let my task now be to save for his less fortunate younger brother, and as I do not love to live quite alone, let him return without delay to his fond and loving mother. The report which your ladyship hath given of my Harry fills my heart with warmest gratitude. He is all, indeed, a mother may wish. A year in Europe will have given him a polish and refinement which he would not acquire in our homely Virginia. Mr. Stack, one of our invaluable ministers in Richmond, hath a letter from Mr. Ward, my darling's tutor of early days, who knows my Lady Warrington and her excellent family, and saith that my Harry has lived much with his cousins of late. I am grateful to think that my boy has the privilege of being with his good aunt. May he follow her counsels, and listen to those around him who will guide him on the way of his best welfare. Adieu, dear madam and sister. For your kindness to my boy, accept the grateful thanks of a mother's heart. Though we have been divided hitherto, may these kindly ties draw us nearer and nearer. I am thankful that you should speak of my dearest father so. He was indeed one of the best of men. He, too, thanks you, I know, for the love you have borne to one of his children, and his daughter subscribes herself, with sincere thanks, your ladyship's most dutiful and grateful sister and servant, Rachel Esmond Warrington. P.S. I have communicated with my Lady Maria, but there will be no need to tell her and dear Harry that his mother or your ladyship hope to be able to increase his small fortune. The match is altogether unsuitable. As far as regards myself, madam, George said, laying down the paper, my mother's letter conveys no news to me. I always knew that Harry was the favourite son with Madam Esmond, as he deserves indeed to be. He has 100 good qualities which I have not the good fortune to possess. He has better looks. Nay, that is not your fault, said the old lady, slyly looking at him. And but that he is fair and you are brown, one might almost pass for the other. Mr. George bowed, and a faint blush tinged his pale cheek. His disposition is bright, and mine is dark, he continued. Harry is cheerful, and I am otherwise, perhaps. He knows how to make himself beloved by every one, and it has been my lot to find but few friends. My sister and you have pretty little quarrels. There were such in old days in our family, the Baroness said. And if Madam Esmond takes after our mother... My mother has always described hers as an angel upon earth, interposed George. That is common character for people when they are dead, cried the Baroness. And Rachel Castlewood was an angel, if you like. At least your grandfather thought so. But let me tell you, sir, that angels are sometimes not very commodes à vivre. It may be they are too good to live with us sinners, and the air down below here don't agree with them. My poor mother was so perfect that she never could forgive me for being otherwise. Oh, mon Dieu, how she used to oppress me with those angelic airs! George cast down his eyes, and thought of his own melancholy youth. He did not care to submit more of his family secrets to the cynical inquisition of this old worldling, who seemed, however, to understand him in spite of his reticence. I quite comprehend you, sir, though you hold your tongue, the Baroness continued. A sermon in the morning, a sermon at night, and 2 or 3 of a Sunday. That is what people call being good. Every pleasure cried fie upon. All us worldly people excommunicated. A ball an abomination of desolation. A play a forbidden pastime. And a game of cards perdition. What a life! Mon Dieu, what a life! We played at cards every night, if we were so inclined, said George, smiling, and my grandfather loved Shakespeare so much that my mother had not a word to say against her father's favourite author. I remember, he could say whole pages by heart, though for my part I like Mr. Congreve a great deal better. And then there was that dreadful, dreary Milton, whom he and Mr. Addison pretended to admire," cried the old lady, tapping her fan. "If your ladyship does not like Shakspeare, you will not quarrel with my mother for being indifferent to him too," said George. "And indeed I think, and I am sure, that you don't do her justice. Wherever there are any poor, she relieves them. Wherever there are any sick, she doses them with her horrible purges and boluses," cried the Baroness. "Of course, just as my mother did." "She does her best to cure them. She acts for the best, and performs her duty as far as she knows it." "I don't blame you, sir, for doing yours, and keeping your own counsel about Madam Esmond," said the old lady. "But at least there is one point upon which we all three agree, that this absurd marriage must be prevented. Do you know how old the woman is? I can tell you, though she has torn the first leaf out of the family Bible at Castlewood. My mother has not forgotten her cousin's age, and is shocked at the disparity between her and my poor brother. Indeed, a city-bred lady of her time of life, accustomed to London gaiety and luxury, would find but a dismal home in our Virginia plantation. Besides, the house, such as it is not Harry's. He is welcome there, heaven knows. More welcome, perhaps, than I, to whom the property comes in natural reversion. But, as I told him, I doubt how his wife would like our colony," George said with a blush and a hesitation in his sentence. The old lady laughed shrilly. "Nephew Warrington," she said, "you need not scruple to speak your mind out. I shall tell no tales to your mother, though 'tis no news to me that she has a high temper and loves her own way. Harry has held his tongue too. But it needed no conjurer to see who was the mistress at home, and what sort of a life my sister led you. I love my niece, my Lady Molly, so well that I could wish her 2 or 3 years of Virginia, with your mother reigning over her. You may well look alarmed, sir. Harry has said quite enough to show me who governs the family." "Madam," said George, smiling, "I may say as much as this, that I don't envy any woman coming into our house against my mother's will, and my poor brother knows this perfectly well." "What, you two have talked the matter over? No doubt you have. And the foolish child considers himself bound in honour. Of course he does, the gaby! He says Lady Maria has behaved most nobly to him. When he was sent to prison, she brought him her trinkets and jewels, and every guinea she had in the world. This behaviour has touched him so, that he feels more deeply than ever bound to her ladyship. But I own my brother seems bound by honour rather than love. Such, at least, is his present feeling." "My good creature," cries Madame Bernstein, "don't you see that Maria brings a few twopenny trinkets and a half-dozen guineas to Mr. Esmond, the heir of the great estate in Virginia, not to the second son, who is a beggar, and has just squandered away every shilling of his fortune? I swear to you, on my credit as a gentlewoman, that knowing Harry's obstinacy, and the misery he had in store for himself, I tried to bribe Maria to give up her engagement with him, and only failed because I could not bribe high enough. When he was in prison, I sent my lawyer to him, with orders to pay his debts immediately, if he would but part from her. But Maria had been beforehand with us, and Mr. Harry chose not to go back from his stupid word. Let me tell you what has passed in the last month." And here the old lady narrated at length the history which we know already, but in that cynical language which was common in her times, when the finest folks and the most delicate ladies called things and people by names which we never utter in good company nowadays. And so much the better, on the whole. We mayn't be more virtuous, but it is something to be more decent. Perhaps we are not more pure, but of a surety we are more cleanly. Madame Bernstein talked so much, so long, and so cleverly, that she was quite pleased with herself and her listener; and when she put herself into the hands of Mrs. Brett to retire for the night, informed the waiting maid that she had changed her opinion about her eldest nephew, and that Mr. George was handsome, that he was certainly much wittier than poor Harry, whom Heaven, it must be confessed, had not furnished with a very great supply of brains.
and that he had quite the bel air, a something melancholy, a noble and distinguished je ne sais quoi, which reminded her of the Colonel. Had she ever told Brett about the Colonel? Scores of times, no doubt. And now she told Brett about the Colonel once more. Meanwhile, perhaps, her new favourite was not quite so well pleased with her as she was with him. What a strange picture of life and manners had the old lady unveiled to her nephew! How she railed at all the world round about her! How unconsciously did she paint her own family, her own self! How selfish, one and all! Pursuing what mean ends? Grasping and scrambling frantically for what petty prizes? Ambitious for what shabby recompenses? Trampling, from life's beginning to its close, through what scenes of stale dissipations and faded pleasures? Are these the inheritors of noble blood? Thought George, as he went home quite late from his aunt's house, passing by doors whence the last guests of fashion were issuing, and where the chairmen were yawning over their expiring torches. Are these the proud possessors of ancestral honours and ancient names, and were their forefathers, when in life, no better? We have our pedigree at home, with noble coat of arms emblazoned all over the branches, and titles dating back before the conquest of the Crusaders. When a knight of old found a friend in want, did he turn his back upon him, or an unprotected damsel, did he delude her and leave her? When a nobleman of the early time received a young kinsman, did he get the better of him at dice, and did the ancient chivalry cheat in horseflesh? Can it be this wily woman of the world, as my aunt has represented, has inveigled my poor Harry into an engagement, that her tears are false, and that as soon as she finds him poor she will desert him? Had we not best pack the trunks, and take a cabin in the next ship bound for home? George reached his own door revolving these thoughts, and Gumbo came up yawning with a candle, and Harry was asleep before the extinguished fire, with the ashes of his emptied pipe on the table beside him. He starts up. His eyes, for a moment dulled by sleep, lighten with pleasure as he sees his dear George. He puts his arm round his brother with a boyish laugh. "There he is in flesh and blood, thank God!" he says. "I was dreaming of thee but now, George, and that Ward was hearing us our lesson. Dost thou remember the ruler, Georgy? Why, bless my soul, 'tis 3 o'clock! Where have you been a-gadding, Mr. George? Hast thou supped?" "I supped at White's, but I'm hungry again." "I did not play, sir. No, no. No more of that for younger brothers. And my Lord March paid me 50 he lost to me. I bet against his horse and on the Duke of Hamilton's. They both rode the match at Newmarket this morning, and he lost because he was underweight. And he paid me, and he was as sulky as a bear. Let us have one pipe, Georgy, just one." And after the smoke the young men went to bed, where I, for one, wish them a pleasant rest, for sure it is a good and pleasant thing to see brethren who love one another. End of chapter 54.
Chapter 55 of The Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians, by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 55. Between Brothers. Of course, our young men had had their private talk about home, and all the people and doings there, and each had imparted to the other full particulars of his history since their last meeting. How were Harry's dogs, and little Dempster, and good old Nathan, and the rest of the household? Was Mountain well, and Fanny grown to be a pretty girl? So Parson Broadbent's daughter was engaged to marry Tom Barker of Savannah, and they were to go and live in Georgia. Harry owns that at one period he was very sweet upon Parson Broadbent's daughter, and lost a great deal of pocket money at cards, and drank a great quantity of strong waters with the father, in order to have a pretext for being near the girl. But, heaven help us, Madam Esmond would never have consented to his throwing himself away upon Polly Broadbent. So Colonel G. Washington's wife was a pretty woman, very good-natured and pleasant, and with a good fortune. He had brought her into Richmond, and paid a visit of state to Madam Esmond. George described with much humour the awful ceremonials at the interview between these two personages, and the killing politeness of his mother to Mr. Washington's young wife. "Never mind, George, my dear," says Mrs. Mountain. "The Colonel has taken another wife, but I feel certain that at one time 2 young gentlemen I know of ran a very near chance of having a tall stepfather 6 feet 2 in his boots." To be sure, Mountain was forever match-making in her mind. 2 people could not play a game at cards together, or sit down to a dish of tea, but she fancied their conjunction was for life. It was she, the foolish tattler, who had sent the report abroad regarding the poor Indian woman. As for Madam Esmond, she had repelled the insinuation with scorn when Parson Stack brought it to her, and said, "I should as soon fancy Mr. Esmond stealing the spoons, or marrying a negro woman out of the kitchen." But though she disdained to find the poor Biche guilty, and even thanked her for attending her son in his illness, she treated her with such a chilling haughtiness of demeanour, that the Indians slunk away into the servants' quarters, and there tried to drown her disappointments with drink. It was not a cheerful picture, that which George gave of his 2 months at home. "The birthright is mine, Harry," he said, "but thou art the favourite, and God help me, I think my mother almost grudges it to me. Why should I have taken the pas, and preceded your worship into the world? Had you been the elder, you would have had the best cellar, and ridden the best nag, and been the most popular man in the country, whereas I have not a word to say for myself, and frighten people by my glum face. I should have been second son, and set up as lawyer, or come to England and got my degrees and turned parson, and said grace at your honour's table. The time is out of joint, sir. Oh, cursed spite, that ever I was born to set it right!" "Why, Georgy, you are talking verses, I protest you are!" says Harry. "I think, my dear, some one else talked those verses before me," says George with a smile. "It's out of one of your books. You know every book that was ever wrote. That I do believe," cries Harry, and then told his brother how he had seen the 2 authors at Tunbridge, and how he had taken off his hat to them. "Not that I cared much about their books, not being clever enough, but I remembered how my dear old George used to speak of 'em," says Harry, with a choke in his voice, "and that's why I like to see them. I say, dear, it's like a dream seeing you over again. Think of that bloody Indian with his knife at my George's head! I should like to give that Monsieur de Florac something for saving you. But I haven't got much now, only my little gold knee buckles, and they ain't worth 2 guineas." "You have got the half of what I have, child, and we'll divide as soon as I have paid the Frenchman," George said. On which Harry broke out not merely into blessings, but actual imprecations, indicating his intense love and satisfaction, and he swore that there never was such a brother in the world as his brother George. Indeed, for some days after his brother's arrival, his eyes followed George about. He would lay down his knife and fork, or his newspaper, when they were sitting together, and begin to laugh to himself. When he walked with George on the Mall or in Hyde Park, he would gaze round at the company, as much as to say, "Look here, gentlemen, this is he. This is my brother that was dead and is alive again. Can any man in Christendom produce such a brother as this?" Of course, he was of opinion that George should pay to Museau's heirs the sum which he had promised for his ransom. This question had been the cause of no small unhappiness to poor George at home. Museau dead, Madam Esmond argued with much eagerness and not a little rancour. The bargain fell to the ground, and her son was free. The man was a rogue in the first instance. She would not pay the wages of iniquity. Mr. Esmond had a small independence from his father, and might squander his patrimony if he chose. He was of age, and the money was in his power. But she would be no party to such extravagance, as giving 12,000 livres to a parcel of peasants in Normandy, with whom we were at war, and who would very likely give it all to the priests and the Pope. She would not subscribe to any such wickedness. If George wanted to squander away his father's money, she must say that formerly she had not been so eager, and when Harry's benefit was in question, had refused to touch a penny of it. If he wished to spend it now, why not give it to his own flesh and blood, to poor Harry, who was suddenly deprived of his inheritance, and not to a set of priest-ridden peasants in France? This dispute had raged between mother and son during the whole of the latter's last days in Virginia. It had never been settled. On the morning of George's departure, Madam Esmond had come to his bedside after a sleepless night, and asked him whether he still persisted in his intention to fling away his father's property. He replied in a depth of grief and perplexity that his word was passed, and he must do as his honour bade him. She answered that she would continue to pray that Heaven might soften his proud heart, and enable her to bear her heavy trials. And the last view George had of his mother's face was as she stood yet a moment by his bedside, pale and with tearless eyes, before she turned away and slowly left his chamber. "Where didst thou learn the art of winning over everybody to thy side, Harry?" continued George. "And how is it that you and all the world begin by being friends? Teach me a few lessons in popularity. Nay, I don't know that I will have them. And when I find and hear certain people hate me, I think I am rather pleased than angry. At first, at Richmond, Mr. Esmond Warrington, the only prisoner who had escaped from Braddock's Field, the victim of so much illness and hardship, was a favourite with the town folks, and received privately and publicly with no little kindness. The parson glorified my escape in a sermon. The neighbours came to visit the fugitive. The family coach was ordered out, and Madam Esmond and I paid our visits in return. I think some pretty little caps were set at me, but these our mother routed off and frightened with the prodigious haughtiness of her demeanour, and my popularity was already at the decrease before the event occurred which put the last finishing stroke to it. I was not jolly enough for the officers, and didn't care for their drinking bouts, dice boxes, and swearing. I was too sarcastic for the ladies, and their tea and tattle stupefied me almost as much as the men's blustering and horse talk. I cannot tell thee, Harry, how lonely I felt in that place, amidst the scandal and squabbles. I regretted my prison almost, and found myself more than once wishing for the freedom of thought and the silent ease of Duquesne. I am very shy, I suppose. I can speak unreservedly to very few people. Before most, I sit utterly silent. When we two were at home, it was thou who used to talk at table, and get a smile now and then from our mother. When she and I were together, we had no subject in common, and we scarce spoke at all, until we began to dispute about law and divinity. So the gentlemen had determined I was supercilious and a dull companion, and indeed I think their opinion was right, and the ladies thought I was cold and sarcastic, could never make out whether I was in earnest or no, and I think generally voted I was a disagreeable fellow before my character was gone quite away, and that went with the appearance of the poor Biche. "Oh, a nice character they made for me, my dear!" cried George, in a transport of wrath, "and a pretty life they led me after Museau's unlucky messenger had appeared amongst us. The boys hooted the poor woman if she appeared in the street. The ladies dropped me half curtsies and walked over to the other side. That precious clergyman went from one tea table to another preaching on the horrors of seduction and the lax principles which young men learned in Popish countries and brought back thence. The poor fawn's appearance at home a few weeks after my return home was declared to be a scheme between her and me, and the best informed agreed that she had waited on the other side of the river until I gave her the signal to come and join me in Richmond. The officers bantered me at the coffee house, and cracked their clumsy jokes about the woman I had selected. Oh, the world is a nice, charitable world! I was so enraged that I thought of going to Castlewood and living alone there, for our mother finds the place dull, and the greatest consolation in precious Mr. Stack's ministry, when the news arrived of your female perplexity, and I think we were all glad that I should have a pretext for coming to Europe. I should like to see any of the infernal scoundrels who said word against you, and break their rascally bones, roars out Harry, striding up and down the room. I had to do something like it for Bob Clubber. What? That little sneaking, backbiting, toad-eating wretch, who is always hanging about my lord at Greenway Court, and sponging on every gentleman in the country? If you whipped him, I hope you whipped him well, George. We were bound over to keep the peace, and I offered to go into Maryland with him and settle our difference there, and of course the good folks said that having made free with the seventh commandment, I was inclined to break the sixth. So by this and by that, and being as innocent of the crime imputed to me as you are, I left home, my dear Harry, with as awful a reputation as ever a young gentleman earned. Ah, what an opportunity is there here to moralise! If the esteemed reader and his humble servant could but know, could but write down in a book, could but publish, with illustrations, a collection of the lies which have been told regarding each of us since we came to man's estate, what a harrowing and thrilling work of fiction that romance would be! Not only is the world informed of everything about you, but of a great deal more. Not long since, the kind postman brought a letter containing a valuable piece of criticism, which stated, "This author states he was born in such and such a year. It is a lie. He was born in the year so and so." The critic knew better. Of course he did. Another, and both came from the country which gave Mulligan birth, warned some friend, saying, "Don't speak of New South Wales to him. He has a brother there, and the family never mention his name." But this subject is too vast and noble for a mere paragraph. I shall prepare a memoir, or let us have rather, par une société de gens de lettres, a series of biographies, of lives of gentlemen, as told by their dear friends, whom they don't know. George having related his exploits as champion and martyr, of course Harry had to unbosom himself to his brother, and lay before his elder an account of his private affairs. He gave up all the family of Castlewood. My lord, not for getting the better of him at play, for Harry was a sporting man, and expected to pay when he lost, and receive when he won, but for refusing to aid the chaplain in his necessity, and dismissing him with such false and heartless pretexts. About Mr. Will, he had made up his mind after the horse-dealing matter, and freely marked his sense of the latter's conduct upon Mr. Will's eyes and nose. Respecting the Countess and Lady Fanny, Harry spoke in a manner more guarded, but not very favourable. He had heard all sorts of stories about them. The Countess was a card-playing old cat. Lady Fanny was a desperate flirt. Who told him? Well, he had heard the stories from a person who knew them both very well indeed. In fact, in those days of confidence, of which we made mention in the last volume, Maria had freely imparted to her cousin a number of anecdotes respecting her stepmother and her half-sister, which were by no means in favour of those ladies. But in respect to Lady Maria herself, the young man was staunch and hearty. It may be imprudent. I don't say no, George. I may be a fool. I think I am. I know there will be a dreadful piece of work at home, and that Madam and she will fight. Well, we must live apart. Our estate is big enough to live on without quarrelling, and I can go elsewhere than to Richmond or Castlewood. When you come to the property, you'll give me a bit. At any rate, Madam will let me off at an easy rent, or I'll make a famous farmer or factor. I can't and won't part from Maria. She has acted so nobly by me that I should be a rascal to turn my back on her. Think of her bringing me every jewel she had in the world, dear brave creature, and flinging them into my lap with her last guineas, and God bless her!" Here Harry dashed his sleeve across his eyes with a stamp of his foot, and said, "No, brother, I won't part with her. Not to be made Governor of Virginia to-morrow. And my dearest old George would never advise me to do so. I know that." "I am sent here to advise you," George replied. "I am sent to break the marriage off if I can, and a more unhappy one I can't imagine. But I can't counsel you to break your word, my boy." "I knew you wouldn't. What's said is said, George. I have made my bed, and must lie on it," says Mr. Harry, gloomily. Such had been the settlement between our two young worthies when they first talked over Mr. Harry's love affair. But after George's conversation with his aunt, and the further knowledge of his family which he acquired through the information of that keen old woman of the world, Mr. Warrington, who was naturally of a sceptical turn, began to doubt about Lady Maria, as well as regarding her brothers and sister, and looked at Harry's engagement with increased distrust and alarm. Was it for his wealth that Maria wanted Harry? Was it his handsome young person that she longed after? Were those stories true which Aunt Bernstein had told of her? Certainly he could not advise Harry to break his word, but he might cast about in his mind for some scheme for putting Maria's attention to the trial, and his ensuing conduct, which appeared not very amiable, I suppose resulted from this deliberation. End of chapter 55. Chapter 56 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians, by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 56. Ariadne. My Lord Castlewood had a house in Kensington Square, spacious enough to accommodate the several members of his noble family, and convenient for their service at the palace hard by, when his Majesty dwelt there. Her ladyship had her evenings, and gave her card parties here for such as would come. But Kensington was a long way from London 100 years since, and George Selwyn said he, for one, was afraid to go, for fear of being robbed of a night, whether by footpads with crape over their faces, or by ladies in rouge at the quadrille table, we have no means of saying. About noon on the day after Harry made his reappearance at White's, it chanced that all his virtuous kinsfolks partook of breakfast together, even Mr. Will being present, who was to go into waiting in the afternoon. The ladies came first to their chocolate. Then Mr. Will joined in his court suit. Finally, my lord appeared, languid, in his bedgown and nightcap, having not yet assumed his wig for the day. Here was news which Will had brought home from the Star and Garter last night, when he supped in company with some men who had heard it at White's and seen it at Ranelagh. "Heard what? Seen what?" asked the head of the house, taking up his daily Advertiser. "Ask Maria," says Lady Fanny. My lord turns to his eldest sister, who wears a face of portentous sadness, and looks as pale as a tablecloth. "'Tis one of Will's usual elegant and polite inventions," says Maria. "No," swore Will, with several of his oaths. "It was no invention of his. Tom Claypool of Norfolk saw 'em both at Ranelagh, and Jack Morris came out of White's, where he heard the story from Harry Warrington's own lips. Curse him, I'm glad of it!" roars Will, slapping the table. "What do you think of your fortunate youth, your Virginian, whom your lordship made so much of, turning out to be a second son?" "The elder brother not dead?" says my lord. "No more dead than you are. Never was. It's my belief that it was a cross between the two." "Mr. Warrington is incapable of such duplicity," cries Maria. "I never encouraged the fellow, I am sure you will do me justice there," says my lady. "Nor did Fanny. Not we, indeed. Not we, indeed," echoes my Lady Fanny. "The fellow is only a beggar, and, I dare say, has not paid for the clothes on his back," continues Will. I'm glad of it, for hang him, I hate him." "You don't regard him with favourable eyes, especially since he blacked yours, Will," grins my lord. "So the poor fellow has found his brother and lost his estate." And here he turns towards his sister Maria, who, although she looked the picture of woe, must have suggested something ludicrous to the humourist near whom she sat, for his lordship, having gazed at her for a minute, burst into a shrill laugh, which caused the poor lady's face to flush, and presently her eyes to pour over with tears. "It's a shame, it's a shame!" she sobbed out, and hid her face in her handkerchief. Maria's stepmother and sister looked at each other. "We never quite understand your lordship's humour," the former lady remarked gravely. "I don't see there is the least reason why you should," said my lord coolly. "Maria, my dear, pray excuse me if I have said, that is, done anything to hurt your feelings." "Done anything? You pillaged the poor lad in his prosperity, and laugh at him in his ruin," says Maria, rising from table, and glaring round at all her family. "Excuse me, my dear sister, I was not laughing at him," says my lord gently. "Oh, never mind at what or whom else, my lord. You have taken from him all he had to lose. All the world points at you as the man who feeds on his own flesh and blood. And now you have his all, you make merry over his misfortune." And away she rustled from the room, flinging looks of defiance at all the party there assembled. "Tell us what has happened, or what you have heard, Will, and my sister's grief will not interrupt us." And Will told, at great length, and with immense exultation at Harry's discomfiture, the story now buzzed through all London, of George Warrington's sudden apparition. Lord Castlewood was sorry for Harry. Harry was a good, brave lad, and his kinsman liked him as much as certain worldly folks like each other. To be sure, he played Harry at cards, and took the advantage of the market upon him, but why not? The peach which other men would certainly pluck, he might as well devour. If that were all my conscience had to reproach me with, I need not be very uneasy, my lord thought. Where does Mr. Warrington live? Will expressed himself ready to enter upon a state of reprobation if he knew or cared. "He shall be invited here, and treated with every respect," says my lord. "Including piquet, I suppose?" growls Will. "Or will you take him to the stables and sell him one of your bargains of horseflesh, Will?" asks Lord Castlewood. "You would have won of Harry Warrington fast enough if you could. But you cheat so clumsily at your game that you got paid with a cudgel. I desire once more that every attention may be paid to our cousin Warrington." "And that you are not to be disturbed when you sit down to play, of course, my lord," cries Lady Castlewood. "Madam, I desire fair play for Mr. Warrington, and for myself, and for every member of this amiable family," retorted Lord Castlewood fiercely. "Heaven help the poor gentleman, if your lordship is going to be kind to him," said the stepmother with a curtsey. And there is no knowing how far this family dispute might have been carried, had not at this moment a phaeton driven up to the house, in which were seated the two young Virginians. It was the carriage which our young prodigal had purchased in the days of his prosperity. He drove it still. George sat in it by his side, their negroes were behind them. Harry had been for meekly giving the whip and reins to his brother, and ceding the whole property to him. "What business has a poor devil like me with horses and carriages, Georgy?" Harry had humbly said. "Beyond the coat on my back, and the purse my aunt gave me, I have nothing in the world. You take the driving seat, brother. It will ease my mind if you will take the driving seat." George laughingly said he did not know the way, and Harry did, and that, as for the carriage, he would claim only a half of it, as he had already done with his brother's wardrobe. But a bargain is a bargain. If I share thy coats, thou must divide my breeches pocket, Harry. That is but fair dealing. Again and again Harry swore there never was such a brother on earth. How he rattled his horses over the road! How pleased and proud he was to drive such a brother! They came to Kensington in famous high spirits, and Gumbo's thunder upon Lord Castlewood's door was worthy of the biggest footman in all St. James. Only my Lady Castlewood and her daughter Lady Fanny were in the room into which our young gentlemen were ushered. Will had no particular fancy to face Harry. My lord was not dressed. Maria had her reasons for being away, at least till her eyes were dried. When we drive up to friends' houses nowadays in our coaches and six, when John carries up our noble names, when finally we enter the drawing-room with our best hat and best Sunday smile foremost, does it ever happen that we interrupt a family row? That we come simpering and smiling in, and stepping over the delusive ashes of a still burning domestic heat? That in the interval between the hall door and the drawing-room, Mrs., Mr., and the Misses Jones have grouped themselves in a family tableau, this girl artlessly arranging flowers in a vase, let us say, that one reclining over an illuminated work of devotion, mamma on the sofa with the butcher's and grocer's book pushed under the cushion, some elegant work in her hand, and a pretty little foot pushed out advantageously, while honest Jones, far from saying, "Curse that Brown, he is always calling here," holds out a kindly hand, shows a pleased face, and exclaims, "What, Brown, my boy! Delighted to see you. Hope you've come to lunch." I say, does it ever happen to us to be made the victims of domestic artifices? The spectators of domestic comedies got up for our special amusement? Oh, let us be thankful not only for faces, but for masks; not only for honest welcome, but for hypocrisy, which hides unwelcome things from us. Whilst I am talking, for instance, in this easy, chatty way, what right have you, my good sir, to know what is really passing in my mind? It may be that I am racked with gout, or that my eldest son has just sent me in £1,000 worth of college bills, or that I am writhing under an attack of the Stoke Poges Sentinel, which has just been sent me under cover, or that there is a dreadfully scrappy dinner, the evident remains of a party to which I didn't invite you. And yet I conceal my agony, I wear a merry smile. I say, "What, come to take pot luck with us, Brown, my boy? Betsy, put a knife and fork for Mr. Brown. Eat, welcome. Fall to, it's my best." I say that humbug which I am performing is beautiful self-denial, that hypocrisy is true virtue. Oh, if every man spoke his mind, what an intolerable society ours would be to live in! As the young gentlemen are announced, Lady Castlewood advances towards them with perfect ease and good humour. "We have heard, Harry," she says, looking at the latter with especial friendliness, "of this most extraordinary circumstance. My Lord Castlewood said at breakfast that he should wait on you this very day, Mr. Warrington. And, cousin Harry, we intend not to love you any the less because you are poor." "We shall be able to show you now that it is not for your acres that we like you, Harry," says Lady Fanny, following her mamma's lead. "And I to whom the acres have fallen?" says Mr. George, with a smile and a bow. "Oh, cousin, we shall like you for being like Harry," replies the arch Lady Fanny. Ah, who that has seen the world has not admired that astonishing ease with which fine ladies drop you and pick you up again? Both the ladies now addressed themselves almost exclusively to the younger brother. They were quite civil to Mr. George, but with Mr. Harry they were fond, they were softly familiar, they were gently kind, they were affectionately reproachful. Why had Harry not been for days and days to see them? Better to have had a dish of tea and a game at piquet with them than with some other folks, says Lady Castlewood. If we had won enough to buy a paper of pins from you, we should have been content. But young gentlemen don't know what is for their own good, says mamma. Now you have no more money to play with, you can come and play with us, cousin, cries fond Lady Fanny, lifting up a finger, and so your misfortune will be good fortune to us. George was puzzled. This welcome of his brother was very different from that to which he had looked. All these compliments and attentions paid to the younger brother, though he was without a guinea. Perhaps the people were not so bad as they were painted. The blackest of all blacks is said not to be of quite so dark a complexion as some folks describe him. This affectionate conversation continued for some 20 minutes, at the end of which period my Lord Castlewood made his appearance, wig on head and sword by side. He greeted both the young men with much politeness, one not more than the other. If you were to come to us, and I for one cordially rejoice to see you, what a pity it is you did not come a few months earlier. A certain evening at piquet would then most likely never have taken place. A younger son would have been more prudent. Yes, indeed, said Harry, or a kinsman more compassionate. But I fear that love of play runs in the blood of all of us. I have it from my father, and it has made me the poorest peer in England. Those fair ladies whom you see before you are not exempt. My poor brother Will is a martyr to it, and what I, for my part, win on one day, I lose on the next. 'Tis shocking, positively, the rage for play in England. All my poor cousin's bank notes parted company from me within 24 hours after I got them. I have played like other gentlemen, but never to hurt myself, and never, indeed, caring much for the sport, remarked Mr. Warrington. When we heard that my lord had played with Harry, we did so scold him, cried the ladies. But if it had not been I, thou knowest, cousin Warrington, some other person would have had thy money. 'Tis a poor consolation, but as such Harry must please to take it, and be glad that friends won his money who wish him well, not strangers who cared nothing for him, and fleeced him. A tooth out is a tooth out, though it be your brother who pulls it, my lord, said Mr. George, laughing. Harry must bear the penalty of his faults, and pay his debts like other men. I am sure I have never said or thought otherwise. 'Tis not like an Englishman to be sulky because he is beaten, says Harry. Your hand, cousin. You speak like a man, cries my lord with delight. The ladies smile to each other. My sister in Virginia has known how to bring up her sons as gentlemen, exclaims Lady Castlewood enthusiastically. I protest you must not be growing so amiable now you are poor, cousin Harry, cries cousin Fanny. Why, mamma, we did not know half his good qualities when he was only Fortunate Youth and Prince of Virginia. You were exactly like him, cousin George, but I vow you can't be as amiable as your brother. I am the Prince of Virginia, but I fear I am not the Fortunate Youth, said George gravely. Harry was beginning, By Jove, he is the best, when the noise of a harpsichord was heard from the upper room. The lad blushed. The ladies smiled. "'Tis Maria above," said Lady Castlewood. "Let some of us go up to her." The ladies rose and made way towards the door, and Harry followed them, blushing very much. George was about to join the party, but Lord Castlewood checked him. "Nay, if all the ladies follow your brother," his lordship said, "let me at least have the benefit of your company and conversation. I long to hear the account of your captivity and rescue, cousin George." "Oh, we must hear that too!" cried one of the ladies, lingering. "I am greedy, and should like it all by myself," said Lord Castlewood, looking at her very sternly, and followed the women to the door, and closed it upon them with a low bow. "Your brother has no doubt acquainted you with the history of all that has happened to him in this house, cousin George?" asked George's kinsman. "Yes, including the quarrel with Mr. Will, and the engagement to my Lady Maria," replies George with a bow. "I may be pardoned for saying that he hath met with but ill fortune here, my lord, which no one can deplore more cordially than myself. My brother lives with horse jockeys and trainers, and the wildest bloods of the town, and between us there is very little sympathy. We should not all live together, were we not so poor. This is the house which our grandmother occupied before she went to America and married Colonel Esmond. Much of the furniture belonged to her." George looked round the wainscoted parlour with some interest. "Our house has not flourished in the last 20 years, though we had a promotion of rank a score of years since, owing to some interest we had at court then. but the malady of play has been the ruin of us all. I am a miserable victim to it, only too proud to sell myself and title to a roturière, as many noblemen less scrupulous have done. Pride is my fault, my dear cousin. I remember how I was born, and his lordship laid his hand on his shirt frill, turned out his toe, and looked his cousin nobly in the face. Young George Warrington's natural disposition was to believe everything which everybody said to him. When once deceived, however, or undeceived about the character of a person, he became utterly incredulous, and he saluted this fine speech of my lord's with a sardonical inward laughter, preserving his gravity, however, and scarce allowing any of his scorn to appear in his words. We have all our faults, my lord. That of play hath been condoned over and over again in gentlemen of our rank. Having heartily forgiven my brother, surely I cannot presume to be your lordship's judge in the matter, and instead of playing and losing, I wish sincerely that you had both played and won. So do I, with all my heart, says my lord with a sigh. I augur well for your goodness when you can speak in this way, and for your experience and knowledge of the world too, cousin, of which you seem to possess a greater share than most young men of your age. Your poor Harry hath the best heart in the world, but I doubt whether his head be very strong. Not very strong, indeed, but he hath the art to make friends wherever he goes, and in spite of all his imprudences, most people love him. I do. We all do, I'm sure, as if he were our brother, cries my lord. He has often described in his letters his welcome at your lordship's house. My mother keeps them all, you may be sure. Harry's style is not very learned, but his heart is so good that to read him is better than wit. I may be mistaken, but I fancy his brother possesses a good heart and a good wit too, says my lord, obstinately gracious. I am as heaven made me, cousin, and perhaps some more experience and sorrow than has fallen to the lot of most young men. This misfortune of your poor brother, I mean this piece of good fortune, your sudden reappearance, has not quite left Harry without resources, continued Lord Castlewood very gently. With nothing but what his mother can leave him, or I at her death can spare him. What is the usual portion here of a younger brother, my lord? A younger brother here is, you know, in fine. Everybody knows what a younger brother is, said my lord, and shrugged his shoulders and looked his guest in the face. The other went on. We are the best of friends, but we are flesh and blood, and I don't pretend to do more for him than is usually done for younger brothers. Why give him money? That he should squander it at cards or horse racing? My lord, we have cards and jockeys in Virginia, too, and my poor Harry hath distinguished himself in his own country already, before he came to yours. He inherits the family failing for dissipation. Poor fellow, I pity him. Our estate, you see, is great, but our income is small. We have little more money than that which we get from England for our tobacco, and very little of that, too, for our tobacco comes back to us in the shape of goods. Clothes, leather, groceries, ironmongery, nay, wine and beer for our people and ourselves. Harry may come back and share all these. There is a nag in the stable for him, a piece of venison on the table, a little ready money to keep his pocket warm, and a coat or two every year. This will go on whilst my mother lives, unless, which is far from improbable, he gets into some quarrel with Madam Esmond. Then, whilst I live, he will have the run of the house and all it contains. Then, if I die leaving children, he will be less and less welcome. His future, my lord, is a dismal one, unless some strange piece of luck turn up, on which we were fools to speculate. Henceforth he is doomed to dependence, and I know no worse lot than to be dependent on a self-willed woman like our mother. The means he had to make himself respected at home, he hath squandered away here. He has flung his patrimony to the dogs, and poverty and subserviency are now his only portion. Mr. Warrington delivered this speech with considerable spirit and volubility, and his cousin heard him respectfully. "You speak very well, Mr. Warrington. Have you ever thought of public life?" said my lord.
Of course I have thought of public life, like every man in my station. Every man, that is, who cares for something beyond a dice-box or a stable," replies George. "I hope, my lord, to be able to take my own place, and my unlucky brother must content himself with his." This I say advisedly, having heard from him of certain engagements which he has formed, and which it would be misery to all parties were he to attempt to execute now. "Your logic is very strong," said my lord. "Shall we go up and see the ladies? There is a picture above stairs which your grandfather is said to have executed. Before you go, my dear cousin, will you please to fix a day when our family may have the honour of receiving you? Castlewood, you know, is always your home when we are there. It is something like your Virginian Castlewood, cousin, from your account. We have beef and mutton and ale and wood in plenty, but money is woefully scarce amongst us." They ascended to the drawing room, where, however, they found only one of the ladies of the family. This was my Lady Maria, who came out of the embrasure of a window, where she and Harry Warrington had been engaged in talk. George made his best bow, Maria her lowest curtsey. "You are indeed wonderfully like your brother," she said, giving him her hand. "And from what he says, cousin George, I think you are as good as he is." At the sight of her swollen eyes and tearful face, George felt a pang of remorse. "Poor thing!" he thought. "Harry has been vaunting my generosity and virtue to her, and I have been playing the selfish elder brother downstairs. How old she looks! How could he ever have a passion for such a woman as that? How? Because he did not see with your eyes, Mr. George. He saw rightly too now with his own, perhaps. I never know whether to pity or congratulate a man on coming to his senses." After the introduction, a little talk took place, which for a while Lady Maria managed to carry on in an easy manner. But though ladies in this matter of social hypocrisy are, I think, far more consummate performers than men, after a sentence or two the poor lady broke out into a sob, and motioning Harry away with her hand, fairly fled from the room. Harry was rushing forward, but stopped, checked by that sign. My lord said his poor sister was subject to these fits of nerves, and had already been ill that morning. After this event, our young gentlemen thought it was needless to prolong their visit. Lord Castlewood followed them downstairs, accompanied them to the door, admired their nags in the phaeton, and waved them a friendly farewell. "And so we have been coaxing and cuddling in the window, and we part good friends, Harry? Is it not so?" says George to his charioteer. "Oh, she is a good woman!" cries Harry, lashing the horses. "I know you'll think so when you come to know her." "When you take her home to Virginia? A pretty welcome our mother will give her. She will never forgive me for not breaking the match off, nor you for making it." "I can't help it, George." "Don't you be popping your ugly head so close to my ears, Gumbo!" "After what has passed between us, I am bound in honour to stand by her. If she sees no objection, I must find none. I told her all. I told her that Madam would be very rusty at first, but that she was very fond of me, and must end by relenting. And when you come to the property, I told her that I knew my dearest George so well that I might count upon sharing with him." "The deuce you did! Let me tell you, my dear, that I have been telling my Lord Castlewood quite a different story. That, as an elder brother, I intend to have all my rights. There, don't flog that near horse so! And that you can but look forward to poverty and dependence." "What? You won't help me?" cries Harry, turning quite pale. "George, I don't believe it, though I hear it out of your own mouth." There was a minute's pause after this outbreak, during which Harry did not even look at his brother, but sat gazing blindly before him, the picture of grief and gloom. He was driving so near to a road post that the carriage might have been upset but for George's pulling the rein. "You had better take the reins, sir," said Harry. "I told you you had better take them." "Did you ever know me to fail you, Harry?" George asked. "No," said the other. "Not till now." The tears were rolling down his cheeks as he spoke. "My dear, I think one day you will say I have done my duty." "What have you done?" asked Harry. "I have said you were a younger brother, that you have spent all your patrimony, and that your portion at home must be very slender. Is it not true?" "Yes, but I would not have believed it if 10,000 men had told me," said Harry. "Whatever happened to me, I thought I could trust you, George Warrington." And in this frame of mind Harry remained during the rest of the drive. Their dinner was served soon after their return to their lodgings, of which Harry scarce ate any, though he drank freely of the wine before him. "That wine is a bad consoler in trouble, Harry," his brother remarked. "I have no other, sir," said Harry grimly; and having drunk glass after glass in silence, he presently seized his hat and left the room. He did not return for 3 hours. George, in much anxiety about his brother, had not left home meanwhile, but read his book and smoked the pipe of patience. It was shabby to say I would not aid him, and God help me, it was not true. I won't leave him, though he marries a blackamoor, thought George. Have I not done him harm enough already by coming to life again? Where is he gone? Has he gone to play? "Good God! What has happened to thee?" cried George Warrington presently, when his brother came in, looking ghastly pale. He came up and took his brother's hand. "I can take it now, Georgy," he said. "Perhaps what you did was right, though. I, for one, will never believe that you would throw your brother off in distress. I'll tell you what. At dinner, I thought suddenly, I'll go back to her and speak to her. I'll say to her, 'Maria, poor as I am, your conduct to me has been so noble, that by heaven I am yours to take or to leave. If you will have me, here I am. I will enlist. I will work. I will try and make a livelihood for myself somehow, and my relations will relent and give us enough to live on.' That's what I determined to tell her, and I did, George. I ran all the way to Kensington in the rain. Look, I am splashed from head to foot, and found them all at dinner. All except Will, that is. I spoke out that very moment to them all sitting round the table over their wine. 'Maria,' says I, 'a poor fellow wants to redeem his promise, which he made when he fancied he was rich. Will you take him?' I found I had plenty of words, and didn't hem and stutter as I'm doing now. I spoke ever so long, and I ended by saying I would do my best and my duty by her, so help me God. When I had done, she came up to me quite kind. She took my hand and kissed it before the rest. 'My dearest, best Harry,' she said, those were her words. I don't want otherwise to be praising myself. 'You are a noble heart, and I thank you with all mine. But, my dear, I have long seen it was only duty and a foolish promise made by a young man to an old woman that has held you to your engagement. To keep it would make you miserable, my dear. I absolve you from it, thanking you with all my heart for your fidelity, and blessing and loving my dear cousin always.' And she came up and kissed me before them all, and went out of the room quite stately, and without a single tear. They were all crying, especially my lord, who was sobbing quite loud. I didn't think he had so much feeling. And she, George? Oh, isn't she a noble creature?" "Here's her health!" cries George, filling one of the glasses that still stood before him. "Hip, hip, huzzay!" says Harry. He was wild with delight at being free. End of chapter 56. Chapter 57 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians, by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 57, in which Mr. Harry's nose continues to be put out of joint. Madame de Bernstein was scarcely less pleased than her Virginian nephews at the result of Harry's final interview with Lady Maria. George informed the Baroness of what had passed in a billet which he sent to her the same evening; and shortly afterwards her nephew Castlewood, whose visits to his aunt were very rare, came to pay his respects to her, and frankly spoke about the circumstances which had taken place.
For no man knew better than my Lord Castlewood how to be frank upon occasion. And now that the business between Maria and Harry was ended, what need was there of reticence or hypocrisy? The game had been played, and was over. He had no objection now to speak of its various moves, stratagems, finesses. "She is my own sister," said my lord, affectionately. "She won't have many more chances, many more such chances of marrying and establishing herself. I might not approve of the match in all respects, and I might pity your ladyship's young Virginian favourite; but, of course, such a piece of good fortune was not to be thrown away, and I was bound to stand by my own flesh and blood." "Your candour does your lordship honour," says Madame de Bernstein, "and your love for your sister is quite edifying." "Nay, we have lost the game, and I am speaking sans rancune. It is not for you, who have won, to bear malice," says my lord with a bow. Madame de Bernstein protested she was never in her life in better humour. "Confess now, Eugene, that visit of Maria to Harry at the sponging house, that touching giving up of all his presents to her, was a stroke of thy invention." Pity for the young man, and a sense of what was due from Maria to her friend, her affianced lover, in misfortune, sure these were motives sufficient to make her act as she did, replies Lord Castlewood, demurely. "But 'twas you who advised her, my good nephew." Castlewood, with a shrug of his shoulders, owned that he did advise his sister to see Mr. Henry Warrington. "But we should have won, in spite of your ladyship," he continued, "had not the elder brother made his appearance. And I have been trying to console my poor Maria by showing her what a piece of good fortune it is, after all, that we lost. Suppose she had married Harry, and then cousin George had made his appearance," remarks the Baroness. "Effectivement!" cries Eugene, taking snuff. "As the grave was to give up its dead, let us be thankful to the grave for disgorging in time. I am bound to say that Mr. George Warrington seems to be a man of sense, and not more selfish than other elder sons and men of the world. My poor Molly fancied that he might be what shall I say? A greenhorn, perhaps is the term, like his younger brother. She fondly hoped that he might be inclined to go share and share alike with Twin Junior, in which case, so infatuated was she about the young fellow that I believe she would have taken him. Harry Warrington with half a loaf might do very well, says I. But Harry Warrington with no bread, my dear?" "How no bread?" asks the Baroness. "Well, no bread except at his brother's side table. The elders said as much." "What a hard-hearted wretch!" cries Madame de Bernstein. "Ah, bah! I play with you, aunt, carte sur table. Mr. George only did what everybody else would do, and we have no right to be angry with him. Really, we haven't. Molly herself acknowledged as much, after her first burst of grief was over, and I brought her to listen to reason. The silly old creature, to be so wild about a young lad at her time of life! 'Twas a real passion, I almost do believe," said Madame de Bernstein. "You should have heard her take leave of him." "C'était touchant, ma parole d'honneur!" I cried. Before George, I could not help myself. The young fellow with muddy stockings and his hair about his eyes flings himself among us when we were at dinner, makes his offer to Molly in a very frank and noble manner, and in good language too, and she replies, "Begad, it put me in mind of Mrs. Woffington in a new Scotch play that Lord Bute's man has wrote, Douglas. What do you call it? She clings round the lad. She bids him adieu in heartrending accents. She steps out of the room in a stately despair. No more chocolate, thank you." If she had made a mauvais pas, no one could retire from it with more dignity. 'Twas a masterly retreat after a defeat. We were starved out of our position, but we retired with all the honours of war." "Molly won't die of the disappointment," said my lord's aunt, sipping her cup. My lord snarled a grin, and showed his yellow teeth. "He, he says, she hath once or twice before had the malady very severely, and recovered perfectly. It don't kill, as your ladyship knows, at Molly's age." "How should her ladyship know? She did not marry Dr. Tusher until she was advanced in life. She did not become Madame de Bernstein until still later. Old Dido, a poet remarks, was not ignorant of misfortune, and hence learned to have compassion on the wretched. People in the little world, as I have been told, quarrel and fight, and go on abusing each other, and are not reconciled for ever so long. But people in the great world are surely wiser in their generation. They have differences, they cease seeing each other. They make it up and come together again, and no questions are asked. A stray prodigal, or a stray puppy dog, is thus brought in under the benefit of an amnesty, though you know he has been away in ugly company. For 6 months past, ever since the Castlewoods and Madame de Bernstein had been battling for possession of poor Harry Warrington, these two branches of the Esmond family had remained apart. Now, the question being settled, they were free to meet again, as though no difference ever had separated them, and Madame de Bernstein drove in her great coach to Lady Castlewood's rout, and the Esmond ladies appeared smiling at Madame de Bernstein's drums, and loved each other just as much as they previously had done. "So, sir, I hear you have acted like a hard-hearted monster about your poor brother Harry," says the Baroness, delighted, and menacing George with her stick. "I acted but upon your ladyship's hint, and desired to see whether it was for himself or his reputed money that his kinsfolk wanted to have him," replies George, turning rather red. "Nay, Maria could not marry a poor fellow who was utterly penniless, and whose elder brother said he would give him nothing." "I did it for the best, madam," says George, still blushing. "And so thou didst, O thou hypocrite!" cries the old lady. "Hypocrite, madam! And why?" asks Mr. Warrington, drawing himself up in much state. "I know all, my infant," says the Baroness in French. "Thou art very like thy grandfather. Come, that I embrace thee. Harry has told me all, and that thou hast divided thy little patrimony with him." "It was but natural, madam. We have had common hearts and purses since we were born. I but feigned hard-heartedness in order to try those people yonder," says George, with filling eyes. "And thou wilt divide Virginia with him, too?" asks the Bernstein. "I don't say so. It were not just," replied Mr. Warrington. "The land must go to the eldest born, and Harry would not have it otherwise, and it may be I shall die, or my mother outlive the pair of us. But half of what is mine is his, and he, it must be remembered, only was extravagant because he was mistaken as to his position." "But it is a knight of old, it is a Bayard, it is the grandfather come to life!" cried Madame de Bernstein to her attendant, as she was retiring for the night. And that evening, when the lads left her, it was to poor Harry she gave the 2 fingers, and to George the rouged cheek, who blushed for his part almost as deep as that often dyed rose, at such a mark of his old kinswoman's favour. Although Harry Warrington was the least envious of men, and did honour to his brother as in all respects his chief, guide, and superior, yet no wonder a certain feeling of humiliation and disappointment oppressed the young man after his deposition from his eminence as fortunate youth, and heir to boundless Virginian territories. Our friends at Kensington might promise and vow that they would love him all the better after his fall. Harry made a low bow, and professed himself very thankful. But he could not help perceiving, when he went with his brother to the state entertainment with which my Lord Castlewood regaled his new-found kinsman, that George was all in all to his cousins, had all the talk, compliments, and petits soins for himself, whilst of Harry no one took any notice, save poor Maria, who followed him with wistful looks,
pursued him with eyes conveying dismal reproaches, and, as it were, blamed him because she had left him. "Ah!" the eyes seemed to say, "'tis mighty well of you, Harry, to have accepted the freedom which I gave you; but I had no intention, sir, that you should be so pleased at being let off." She gave him up, and yet she did not quite forgive him for taking her at her word. She would not have him, and yet she would. Oh, my young friends, how delightful is the beginning of a love business, and how undignified sometimes the end! What a romantic vista is before young Damon and young Phyllis, or middle-aged ditto, when, their artless loves made known to each other, they twine their arms round each other's waist, and survey that charming pays du tendre which lies at their feet. Into that country, so linked together, they will wander from now until extreme old age. There may be rocks and roaring rivers, but will not Damon's strong true love enable him to carry sweetheart over them? There may be dragons and dangers in the path, but shall not his courageous sword cut them down? Then, at eve, how they will rest cuddled together, like two pretty babes in the wood, the moss their couch, the stars their canopy, their arms their mutual pillows. This is the wise plan young folks make when they set out on the love journey, and, oh me, they have not got a mile when they come to a great wall, and find they must walk back again. They are squabbling with the postboy at Barnet, the first stage on the Gretna road, I mean, and behold, perhaps Strephon has not got any money, or here is papa with a whacking horsewhip, who takes Miss back again, and locks her up crying in the schoolroom. The parting is heartbreaking, but when she has married the banker, and had 8 children, and he has become, it may be, a prosperous barrister, it may be, a seedy Raff who has gone twice or thrice into the Gazette, when I say, in after years, Strephon and Delia meet again, is not the meeting ridiculous? Nevertheless, I hope no young man will fall in love, having any doubt in his mind as to the eternity of his passion. 'Tis when a man has had a second or third amorous attack that he begins to grow doubtful. But some women are romantic to the end, and from 18 to 8 and 50, for what I know, are always expecting their hearts to break. In fine, when you have been in love and are so no more, when the King of France, with 20,000 men, with colours flying, music playing, and all the pomp of war, having marched up the hill, then proceeds to march down again, he and you are in an absurd position. This is what Harry Warrington, no doubt, felt when he went to Kensington, and encountered the melancholy, reproachful eyes of his cousin. Yes, it is a foolish position to be in. But it is also melancholy to look into a house you have once lived in, and see black casements and emptiness where once shone the fires of welcome. Melancholy? Yes. But ha! How bitter, how melancholy, how absurd to look up as you pass sentimentally by number 13, and see somebody else grinning out of window, and evidently on the best terms with the landlady. I always feel hurt, even at an inn which I frequent, if I see other folks' trunks and boots at the doors of the rooms which were once mine. Have those boots lolled on the sofa which once I reclined on? I kick you from before me, you muddy, vulgar highlows! So, considering that his period of occupation was over, and Maria's rooms, if not given up to a new tenant, were, at any rate, to let, Harry did not feel very easy in his cousin's company, nor she possibly in his. He found either that he had nothing to say to her, or that what she had to say to him was rather dull and commonplace, and that the red lip of a white-necked pipe of Virginia was decidedly more agreeable to him now than Maria's softest accents and most melancholy moue. When George went to Kensington, then, Harry did not care much about going, and pleaded other engagements.
At his uncle's house in Hill Street the poor lad was no better amused, and indeed was treated by the virtuous people there with scarce any attention at all. The ladies did not scruple to deny themselves when he came. He could scarce have believed in such insincerity after their caresses, their welcome, their repeated vows of affection. But happening to sit with the Lamberts for an hour after he had called upon his aunt, he saw her ladyship's chairman arrive with an empty chair, and his aunt step out and enter the vehicle, and not even blush when he made her a bow from the opposite window. To be denied by his own relations, to have that door which had opened to him so kindly slammed in his face! He would not have believed such a thing possible, poor simple Harry said. Perhaps he thought the door-knocker had a tender heart, and was not made of brass. Not more changed than the head of that knocker was my Lady Warrington's virtuous face when she passed her nephew. My father's own brother's wife! What have I done to offend her? Oh, Aunt Lambert, Aunt Lambert! Did you ever see such cold-heartedness? Cries out Harry, with his usual impetuosity. Do we make any difference to you, my dear Harry? Says Aunt Lambert, with a side look at her youngest daughter. The world may look coldly at you, but we don't belong to it, so you may come to us in safety. In this house you are different from other people, replies Harry. I don't know how, but I always feel quiet and happy somehow when I come to you. Quis me uno vivit felicior? Aut magis hac est, optandum vita dicere quis potuit? Calls out General Lambert. Do you know where I got these verses, Mr. Gownsman? And he addresses his son from college, who is come to pass an Easter holiday with his parents. You got them out of Catullus, sir, says the scholar. I got them out of no such thing, sir. I got them out of my favourite Democritus Junior, out of old Burton, who has provided many indifferent scholars with learning, and who and Montaigne were favourite authors with the good General. End of chapter 57. Chapter 58 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 58. Where we do what cats may do. We have said how our Virginians, with a wisdom not uncommon in youth, had chosen to adopt strong Jacobite opinions, and to profess a prodigious affection for the exiled royal family. The banished prince had recognised Madam Esmond's father as Marquis of Esmond, and she did not choose to be very angry with an unfortunate race that, after all, was so willing to acknowledge the merits of her family. As for any little scandal about her sister, Madame de Bernstein, and the old Chevalier, she tossed away from her with scorn the recollection of that odious circumstance, asserting, with perfect truth, that the first two monarchs of the House of Hanover were quite as bad as any Stuarts in regard to their domestic morality. But the King de facto was the king, as well as his Majesty de jure. De facto had been solemnly crowned and anointed at church, and had likewise utterly discomfited de jure when they came to battle for the kingdom together. Madam's clear opinion was, then, that her sons owed it to themselves, as well as the sovereign, to appear at his royal court; and if his Majesty should have been minded to confer a lucrative post, or a blue or red ribbon, upon either of them, she, for her part, would not have been in the least surprised. She made no doubt but that the king knew the Virginia Esmonds as well as any other members of his nobility. The lads were specially commanded, then, to present themselves at court, and, I dare say, their mother would have been very angry had she known that George took Harry's laced coat on the day when he went to make his bow at Kensington. 100 years ago, the king's drawing-room was open almost every day to his nobility and gentry, and loyalty, especially since the war had begun, could gratify itself a score of times in a month with the august sight of the sovereign. A wise avoidance of the enemy's ships of war, a gracious acknowledgment of the inestimable loss the British Isles would suffer by the seizure of the royal person at sea, caused the monarch to forgo those visits to his native Hanover, which were so dear to his royal heart, and compelled him to remain, it must be owned, unwillingly amongst his loving Britons. A Hanoverian lady, however, whose virtues had endeared her to the prince, strove to console him for his enforced absence from Herrenhausen; and from the lips of the Countess of Walmoden, on whom the imperial beneficence had gracefully conferred a high title of British honour, the revered defender of the faith could hear the accents of his native home. To this beloved sovereign, Mr. Warrington requested his uncle, an assiduous courtier, to present him; and as Mr. Lambert had to go to court likewise, and thank his Majesty for his promotion, the two gentlemen made the journey to Kensington together, engaging a hackney coach for the purpose, as my Lord Wrotham's carriage was now wanted by its rightful owner, who had returned to his house in town. They alighted at Kensington Palace Gate, where the sentries on duty knew and saluted the good General, and hence modestly made their way on foot to the summer residence of the sovereign. Walking under the portico of the palace, they enter the gallery which leads to the great black marble staircase, which hath been so richly decorated and painted by Mr. Kent, and then pass through several rooms richly hung with tapestry, and adorned with pictures and bustos, until they came to the king's great drawing-room, where that famous Venus by Titian is, and, amongst other masterpieces, the picture of St. Francis adoring the infant Saviour, performed by Sir Peter Paul Rubens. And here, with the rest of the visitors to the court, the gentlemen waited until his Majesty issued from his private apartments, where he was in conference with certain personages who were called, in the newspaper language of that day, his Majesty's ministers. George Warrington, who had never been in a palace before, had leisure to admire the place, and regard the people round him. He saw fine pictures for the first time, too, and I dare say delighted in that charming piece of Sir Anthony Van Dyck, representing King Charles the First, his queen and family, and the noble picture of Esther before Ahasuerus, painted by Tintoret, in which all the figures are dressed in the magnificent Venetian habit. With the contemplation of these works he was so enraptured that he scarce heard all the remarks of his good friend the General, who was whispering into his young companion's almost heedless ear the names of some of the personages round about them. "Yonder," says Mr. Lambert, "are two of my lords of the Admiralty, Mr. Gilbert Elliot and Admiral Boscawen, your Boscawen, whose fleet fired the first gun in your waters 2 years ago. That stout gentleman all belated with gold is Mr. Fox, that was minister, and is now content to be paymaster with a great salary. He carries the aurifames on his person. Why, his waistcoat is a perfect Potosi," says George. "Aliena habitans. How goes the text? He loves to get money and to spend it," continues General Lambert. "Yon is my Lord Chief Justice Wiles, talking to my Lord Salisbury, Dr. Headley, who, if he serve his God as he served his king, will be translated to some very high promotion in heaven. He belongs to your grandfather's time, and was loved by Dick Steele and hated by the Dean. With them is my Lord of London, the learned Dr. Sherlock. My lords of the lawn sleeves have lost half their honours now. I remember when I was a boy in my mother's hand, she made me go down on my knees to the Bishop of Rochester, him who went over the water, and became minister to somebody who shall be nameless, Perkins Bishop. That handsome fair man is Admiral Smith. He was president of poor Byng's court-martial, and strove in vain to get him off his penalty. Tom of 10,000, they call him in the fleet. The French ambassador had him broke when he was a lieutenant, for making a French man of war lower topsails to him; and the king made Tom a captain the next day. That tall, haughty-looking man is my Lord George Sackville, who, now I am Major General myself, will treat me somewhat better than a footman. I wish my stout old Blackney were here. He is the soldier's darling, and as kind and brave as yonder poker of a nobleman is brave. And I am your lordship's very humble servant. This is a young gentleman who is just from America, and was in Braddock's sad business 2 years ago." "Oh, indeed!" says the poker of a nobleman. "I have the honour of speaking to Mr. to Major General Lambert, at your lordship's service, and who was in his Majesty's some time before you entered it." "That, Mr. Warrington, is the first commoner in England, Mr. Speaker Onslow. Where is your uncle? I shall have to present you myself to his Majesty, if Sir Miles delays much longer." As he spoke, the worthy General addressed himself entirely to his young friend, making no sort of account of his colleague, who stalked away with a scared look, as if amazed at the other's audacity. 100 years ago, a nobleman was a nobleman, and expected to be admired as such. Sir Miles's red waistcoat appeared in sight presently, and many cordial greetings passed between him, his nephew, and General Lambert, for we have described how Sir Miles was the most affectionate of men. So the General had quitted my Lord Wrotham's house. It was time, as his lordship himself wished to occupy it. Very good, but consider what a loss for the neighbours. "We miss you, we positively miss you, my dear General," cries Sir Miles. My daughters were in love with those lovely young ladies. Upon my word, they were. And my Lady Warrington and my girls were debating over and over again how they should find an opportunity of making the acquaintance of your charming family. We feel as if we were old friends already. Indeed we do, General, if you will permit me the liberty of saying so. And we love you, if I may be allowed to speak frankly, on account of your friendship and kindness to our dear nephews. Though we were a little jealous, I own, a little jealous of them, because they went so often to see you. Often and often have I said to my Lady Warrington, 'My dear, why don't we make acquaintance with the General? Why don't we ask him and his ladies to come over in a family way, and dine with some other plain country gentlefolk? Carry my most sincere respects to Mrs. Lambert, I pray, sir, and thank her for her goodness to these young gentlemen. My own flesh and blood, sir, my dear, dear brother's boys.' He passed his hand across his manly eyes. He was choking almost with generous and affectionate emotion. Whilst they were discoursing, George Warrington the while restraining his laughter with admirable gravity, the door of the King's apartments opened, and the pages entered, preceding his Majesty. He was followed by his burly son, his Royal Highness the Duke, a very corpulent prince with a coat and face of blazing scarlet. Behind them came various gentlemen and officers of state, among whom George at once recognised the famous Mr. Secretary Pitt by his tall stature, his eagle eye and beak, his grave and majestic presence. As I see that solemn figure passing, even 100 years off, I protest I feel a present awe, and a desire to take my hat off. I am not frightened at George the Second, nor are my eyes dazzled by the portentous appearance of his Royal Highness the Duke of Culloden and Fontenoy. But the great commoner? The terrible cornet of horse? His figure bestrides our narrow aisle of a century back like a colossus, and I hush as he passes in his gouty shoes, his thunderbolt hand wrapped in flannel. Perhaps, as we see him now, issuing with dark looks from the royal closet, angry scenes have been passing between him and his august master. He has been boring that old monarch for hours with prodigious long speeches full of eloquence, voluble with the noblest phrases upon the commonest topics. But it must be confessed, utterly repulsive to the little shrewd old gentleman, at whose feet he lays himself, as the phrase is, and who has the most thorough dislike for fine bowdry and for fine brose too. The sublime minister passes solemnly through the crowd. The company ranges itself respectfully round the wall, and his Majesty walks round the circle, his royal son lagging a little behind, and engaging select individuals in conversation for his own part. The monarch is a little, keen, fresh-coloured old man, with very protruding eyes, attired in plain, old-fashioned, snuff-coloured clothes and brown stockings, his only ornament the blue ribbon of his Order of the Garter. He speaks in a German accent, but with ease, shrewdness, and simplicity, addressing those individuals whom he has a mind to notice, or passing on with a bow. He knew Mr. Lambert well, who had served under his Majesty at Dettingen, and with his royal son in Scotland, and he congratulated him good-humouredly on his promotion. "It is not always," his Majesty was pleased to say, "that we can do as we like, but I was glad when for once I could give myself that pleasure in your case, General, for my army contains no better officer as you." The veteran blushed and bowed, deeply gratified at this speech. Meanwhile, the best of monarchs was looking at Sir Miles Warrington, whom his Majesty knew perfectly as the eager recipient of all favours from all ministers, and at the young gentleman by his side. "Who is this?" the Defender of the Faith condescended to ask, pointing towards George Warrington, who stood before his sovereign in a respectful attitude, clad in poor Harry's best embroidered suit. With the deepest reverence, Sir Miles informed his king that the young gentleman was his nephew, Mr. George Warrington of Virginia, who asked leave to pay his humble duty. "This, then, is the other brother?" the venerated prince deigned to observe. "He came in time, else the other brother would have spent all the money. My Lord Bishop of Salisbury, why do you come out in this bitter weather? You had much better stay at home." And with this, the revered wielder of Britannia's sceptre passed on to the other lords and gentlemen of his court. Sir Miles Warrington was deeply affected at the royal condescension. He clapped his nephew's hands. "God bless you, my boy!" he cried. "I told you that you would see the greatest monarch and the finest gentleman in the world. Is he not so, my Lord Bishop?" That he is!" cried his lordship, clasping his ruffled hands, and turning his fine eyes up to the sky. "The best of princes and of men." "That is Master Louis, my Lady Yarmouth's favourite nephew," says Lambert, pointing to a young gentleman who stood with a crowd round him; and presently the stout Duke of Cumberland came up to our little group. His Royal Highness held out his hand to his old companion in arms. "Congratulate you on your promotion, Lambert," he said good-naturedly. Sir Miles Warrington's eyes were ready to burst out of his head with rapture. "I owe it, sir, to your Royal Highness's good offices," said the grateful General. "Not at all, not at all. Ought to have had it a long time before. Always been a good officer. Perhaps there'll be some employment for you soon. This is the gentleman whom James Wolfe introduced to me?" "His brother, sir." "Ah, the real fortunate youth. You were with poor Ned Braddock in America, a prisoner, and lucky enough to escape. Come and see me, sir, in Pall Mall. Bring him to my levee, Lambert." And the broad back of the royal prince was turned to our friends. "It is raining. You came on foot, General Lambert? You and George must come home in my coach. You must and shall come home with me, I say. By George, you must. I'll have no denial," cried the enthusiastic baronet, and he drove George and the General back to Hill Street, and presented the latter to my Lady Warrington and his darlings, Flora and Dora, and insisted upon their partaking of a collation, as they must be hungry after their ride. "What, there is only cold mutton? Well, an old soldier can eat cold mutton.
and a good glass of my Lady Warrington's own cordial, prepared with her own hands, will keep the cold wind out. Delicious cordial! Capital mutton! Our own, my dear General, says the hospitable baronet. Our own from the country. 6 years old if a day. We keep a plain table, but all the Warringtons since the Conqueror have been remarkable for their love of mutton, and our meal may look a little scanty, and is, for we are plain people, and I am obliged to keep my rascals of servants on board wages. Can't give them 7-year-old mutton, you know. Sir Miles, in his nephew's presence and hearing, described to his wife and daughters George's reception at court in such flattering terms that George hardly knew himself, or the scene at which he had been present, or how to look his uncle in the face, or how to contradict him before his family in the midst of the astonishing narrative he was relating. Lambert sat by for a while with open eyes. He, too, had been at Kensington. He had seen none of the wonders which Sir Miles described. "We are proud of you, dear George. We love you, my dear nephew. We all love you. We are all proud of you." "Yes, but I like Harry best," says a little voice. "Not because you were wealthy. Scrooby, take Master Miles to his governor. Go, dear child. Not because you are blessed with great estates and an ancient name, but because, George, you have put to good use the talents with which Heaven has adorned you. Because you have fought and bled in your country's cause, in your monarch's cause, and as such are indeed worthy of the favour of the best of sovereigns. General Lambert, you have kindly condescended to look in on a country family, and partake of our unpretending meal. I hope we may see you some day when our hospitality is a little less homely. Yes, by George, General, you must and shall name a day when you and Mrs. Lambert and your dear girls will dine with us. I'll take no refusal now. By George, I won't," falls the knight. "You will accompany us, I trust, to my drawing-room?" says my lady, rising. Mr. Lambert pleaded to be excused, but the ladies on no account would let dear George go away. No, positively he should not go. They wanted to make acquaintance with their cousin. They must hear about that dreadful battle, and escape from the Indians. Tom Claypool came in and heard some of the story. Flora was listening to it with her handkerchief to her eyes, and little Miles had just said, "Why do you take your handkerchief, Flora? You're not crying a bit." Being a man of great humour, Martin Lambert, when he went home, could not help entertaining his wife with an account of the new family with which he had made acquaintance. A certain cant word called humbug had lately come into vogue. Will it be believed that the General used it to designate the family of this virtuous country gentleman? He described the eager hospitalities of the father, the pompous flatteries of the mother, and the daughter's looks of admiration, the toughness and security of the mutton, and the abominable taste and odour of the cordial. And we may be sure Mrs. Lambert contrasted Lady Warrington's recent behaviour to poor Harry with her present conduct to George. "Is this Miss Warrington really handsome?" asks Mrs. Lambert. "Yes, she is very handsome indeed, and the most astounding flirt I have ever set eyes on," replies the General. "The hypocrite! I have no patience with such people," cries the lady. To which the General, strange to say, only replied by the monosyllable "Beau." "Why do you say beau, Martin?" asks the lady. "I say beau to a goose, my dear," answers the General, and his wife vows she does not know what he means, or of what he is thinking, and the General says, "Of course not." End of chapter 58.